On the road to immortality, you rescued a beggar with both legs bitten off from a wild dog's mouth, raised her as if she were your own sister, and even traveled the world to find a miraculous medicine for her leg regeneration. However, the first thing she did after being reborn was to unite with the son of the spirit of luck to brutally kill you. At the moment of death, you finally realized that you had been cursed, and that you would be reborn and start a new life every time you died. After being reborn, you have experienced struggles and low-key cultivation, but each time it seems to be controlled by an invisible hand, all ending in death. It was not until the 9th reincarnation that by treating others with kindness, one can heal one's own body, and by bearing the consequences of one's actions, one can obtain a lifetime. So that's how it is. In an instant, your gaze turned cold. Pastoral song. What are you looking at me for? Stop dawdling and quickly drink this 10-full tonic. You didn't answer, but instead looked at Su Linger indifferently and said, Su Linger, I have been good to you, right? Upon hearing this, Su Linger's heart couldn't help but skip a beat, and then she angrily asked, Muge, what do you mean by this? As soon as Zulinger's voice fell, you got up and raised your hand to slap. Who gave you the courage to talk to me like this? With the crisp sound of slaps, Zulinger covered her swollen face, staggered back, the porcelain bowl fell and shattered, and the medicinal soup spilled all over the floor. You actually hit me. How dare you hit me? You coldly took a step forward and grabbed at the ground out of thin air, and a thread of seemingly lifelike black aura appeared in your hand. TSK. A strand of original demonic energy that is enough to make the spiritual realm completely fall into demonic possession in a very short time. To frame me, you really spared no effort. The original text is in Chinese. Here is the translation into English. Once the original magic energy enters the body, it will completely lead a person into magic. In the first life, you were led into magic by this strand of magic energy, but most of the high-level members of the Taiching sect did not fully believe the words of Tangshen and Zulinger's family. Instead, they decided to seal your cultivation and confine you to their own cave before uncovering the truth, because they did not believe that you, who had a bright future, had any reason to fall into magic. However, before the truth was revealed, you were killed by a sword through the heart. With the help of some people in the sect, Zulinger sneaked in and personally took action, when you thought you were dead. But in the end, you were reborn with memories to the moment before drinking the medicine soup, which is the second life. It is also in this life that you learned about the curse called the 9 Lives Forbidden Curse in your body. At the same time, in a hidden corner outside the main hall, an extraordinary young man in plain clothes lurked here, quietly watching the main hall ahead, with excitement and anticipation in his eyes. Master, can that shepherd really not detect this trace of original demonic energy? Rest assured, this seat was once known as the Demon Phoenix Elder in his lifetime. Although now only a remnant soul, the strand of original demon energy nurtured it is undetectable even by the master of the Hualing realm of the Taiching sect, let alone the small spiritual sea realm. Compared to this, what you should be more concerned about is how Zulinger could be so ruthless towards her savior because of your few words. Moreover, Muggy is not an extremely wicked person. Your actions are somewhat excessive. Master, Linger had told me long ago that the reason Mugu saved her was purely because he had some unspeakable thoughts towards her. During the time when she lost her legs, Mugu often used the excuse of taking care of her to imprison her and have physical contact with her. Although Linger felt extremely disgusted and repulsed, she had to endure it due to the other party's coercion. Fortunately, the situation improved after her legs recovered. Now that I can help her out of this predicament, she is so happy that she will naturally agree to my plan. Upon hearing this, the Demon Phoenix Sovereign fell into silence. Despite her broad knowledge and experience, she couldn't understand why someone with your outstanding qualities would waste their energy on a disabled and mediocre woman. You should know that the elixir that can heal a cultivator's broken legs and allow them to be reborn is not easy to come by, even for those in the nascent soul realm, let alone someone like you who is just in the spirit sea realm. So master, you can rest assured and wait for me. After I get rid of Muggy and replace him as the 9th successor, I will definitely gather the materials to rebuild your body for you as soon as possible. At this moment, the Demon Phoenix sensed something and reminded, Disciple, that strand of original demonic energy has been activated. Tangshen was overjoyed in his heart, and in an instant he rushed towards the main hall. At the same time, he couldn't help but shout loudly, You, the shepherd, dare to willingly fall into the ranks of the demonic path. In the main hall, you are playing with the strand of original magic in your hand, looking at Su Linger. Over the years, I have treated you like a sister, but this is how you repay me. Su Linger couldn't help but take a few steps back. Brother, what is the original demonic energy you are talking about? Linger doesn't know. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from outside the hall. In the next second, the door to the temple was suddenly slammed open from the outside, and then, Su Linger saw the figure that she very much didn't want to see right now, only to see Tang Shan arrive in front of Su Linger with an arrow step, and he looked at Su Linger with affection, said, "Linger, don't worry, I'm coming." Only, on Su Linger's face with bright red slap marks, Tang Shan not only didn't see elation, instead, he saw a hint of panic. It was also at this time that he noticed that the strand of origin demonic chi that should have entered Shen Tian's body, at the moment it appeared in the hands of the other party, fallen into the devil's way? Shen Tian looked at the two people in front of him and sneered, "Su Linger, is that what you call not knowing anything?" As he spoke, his gaze fell on the ring on Tang Shan's finger. The sneer in his eyes grew stronger. In the first life, Shen Tian was stabbed to death by Su Linger with a sword. In his second life, he took the initiative to fight back, only to be severely injured, permanently injuring his heart and veins, and then escaped from the Tai Ching sect in a mess. And in this life, he was saved, and in the end, although he didn't die in the hands of Tangshen, and yet, he still died from a recurrence of his injuries on his way to repay his savior. Tangshan was only at the 9th level of the nascent soul realm, and he naturally couldn't do much damage to Shen Tian. However, there was a very powerful existence in that ring on the other party's index finger, with that secret ghost on God technique, which is considered to be of heavenly rank. Originally only the 9th level of the nascent soul realm, Tangshan was able to burst out the strength of the creation realm in a short period of time, and it was for this reason that Shen Tian was seriously injured by him and escaped in a sorry state. Seeing Shen Tian look at his ring, Tangshan couldn't help but hide his right hand behind his back. He looked at Shen Tian, and then looked at the wisp of origin demonic chi in the other party's hand. In his heart, he couldn't help but complain to Venerable Demon Phoenix, "Master, didn't you say that he couldn't find out about this origin demon chi of yours? Now what's going on?" The demonic phoenix exalted one who was inside the ring also noticed this, and her eyes were filled with astonishment, but nothing could be said. How could she have never imagined that Shen Tian had not only discovered this strand of origin devil chi, and it even activated it? Although it was only contained in his own hands, the demon phoenix venerable one was confident that even the true spirit realm could not activate this strand of origin demonic gas out of thin air. And how did this Shen Tian, a small spirit sea realm, do it? Even a small handyman dares to trespass into the true legend's cave. Tang Shan, you really don't know how to die. Shen Tian's icy tone had surging killing intent. The spirit sea realm aura on his body instantly surged towards the two Tang Shan people like a raging wave. Tang Shan's face steeply whitened, and his eyes rolled, as if he had thought of something. Hurriedly, he defended himself and shouted, "Shen Tian, what gives you the right to hit people? Even though you are a true disciple, are you free to bully your fellow disciples?" As he said that, he grabbed Su Linger's hand and looked at the other party's somewhat swollen face full of heartache. He said, "The beating is in your body, the pain is in my heart. Linger, don't worry, I will do you justice." Su Linger watered, her eyes filled with love as she looked at him. Shen Tian didn't bother to talk nonsense with them and let out a cold laugh. "You're right, it's you guys that this seed is bullying." As the words fell, a palm-sized array disc suddenly appeared in his hand. Using spiritual energy to catalyze the array plate, a large array instantly enveloped the entire hall. True disciples' caves all had protective formations, and once they were opened, the entire clan hierarchy would notice. In an instant, there were countless spiritual senses probing inside the ring. Venerable Demon Phoenix's face changed as he hurriedly reminded Tang Shan, "Oh no, Tang Shan, several powerful auras are rushing this way, and there's even your spirit transformation realm patriarch among them. Hurry!" Chapter 3, Are You Worthy of Me? Tang Shan's face changed and he cursed, "Shen Tian, you're at least a spirit sea realm cultivator. Against me, a nascent soul realm and still using a protective grand formation. What a nasty lack of martial virtues." He was not afraid of Shen Tian holding his cultivation against him, but he was afraid that the other party would call out, because once the other party strikes out on the basis of his spirit sea realm cultivation, then he can directly invite his master to come on board. Exploding out of the realm of creation cultivation, he forcefully made Shen Tian enter the devil. But who knew that Shen Tian was as if he had gained insight into his thoughts, not following the rules at all. At this moment, Tang Shan's mind was budding with the idea of retreat. No matter how important the position of true biographer is, it's not as important as life. Once the patriarch arrives, the other party took advantage of this strand of origin devil chi to follow the trail, and then it would not only bring great trouble to himself. What's more, it was also highly likely that he would also discover this remnant soul of the devil Dao within his ring. So anyway, he had to flee the scene first now. Su Linger also didn't expect Shen Tian to make such a big deal out of it, and she noticed Tang Shan's expression. Hastily and understandingly, he urged, "Brother Tangshan, you should go quickly. Shen Tian, he can't afford to do anything to me. In her impression, Shintian was incomparably tolerant to herself as if she were her own brother, and therefore, until now, Su Linger still wasn't too worried about her situation. Humph, how can a small formation try to trap me? Tang Shan, who had been waiting for these words for a long time, immediately fled without saying a word as a blood chi rushed through the big formation. This was the blood escape technique taught by his master, and the Tai Ching sex formations were unable to stop him at all. Linger, wait for me. Su Linger didn't even expect Tang Shan to escape so quickly. It's not so easy to leave. Shintian summoned a sword and lifted his hand and chopped towards the blood chi. Although this large formation couldn't stop Tang Shan, it still caused his speed to be greatly affected. Ah! A miserable cry came from afar. Shantian, you have already taken the way of death. This revenge will not go unrewarded. Tang Shan, swear not to be a man. Shintian let out a cold smile, knowing that he had the help of Demon Phoenix Venerable. Even the Tai Ching sect patriarch himself couldn't catch this Tang Shan, so he wasn't in a hurry right now. After all, the other party could not afford to leave the Tai Ching sect. Brother Tongshen, Su Linger's heart broke when she heard the scream. Soon, however, her whole body shook slightly, and with a turn of her head, Su Linger then saw Shintian walking towards herself with murderous intent. Just then, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. It was a middle-aged man whose body exuded a powerful aura. And this man, it was none other than the patriarch of the Tai Ching sect, Nangong Jin. As soon as Nangong Jin arrived, he hurriedly rushed into the great hall. Shintian, what happened? The first thing Nangong Jin did was to look at Shintian, and on his face, there was a lot of worry. Why did you suddenly activate the protective array? Shintian had long ago put away that strand of origin devil chi when he had activated the array disc. He looked up at the middle-aged man with slightly softer eyes. Disciple unintentionally catalyzed the grand formation, so I'm sorry for Patriarch's concern. Nangong Jin noticed the killing intent in Shintian's eyes, and his spiritual sense silently swept the cave for miles around. After not finding any threats, he then glanced at Su Linger, who was not far away. It's good that you're okay. Nangong Jin knew that Shintian did not want him to intervene. Immediately, he laughed and said, then this patriarch will leave first. You continue to be busy. After saying that, Nangong Jin really did leave directly without saying a word. However, he didn't go completely far away, but stopped in midair outside Shintian's cave. Several elders and peak masters gathered around at once, and they all asked with some concern, Patriarch, is Shintian okay? It's fine. He should just be dealing with some personal matters, so that's why he unintentionally activated the protective array. Nangong Jin looked at the large hall in front of him and shook his head. All disperse. Nothing is wrong. The crowd let out a sigh of relief at the words, and then they left. Activating the protection array would implicate the clan protection array, requiring the consumption of quite a few spirit stones. However, none of them said half a word against Shintian because of this matter. After all, other than that, the other party is 100 years in the making. The only precious genius who can make the Avenue Bell reach 7 rings. Now it's just a matter of accidentally activating the cave's protective array. Is there a problem? He just activated the clan protection array, that was fine. It was only then that Nangong Jin said to one of the elders beside him who hadn't left, go and check. Who all has shown up today? Yes, Patriarch. That elder left at once, although Shintian didn't say it. Nangong Jin still keenly realized that there had been traces of battle here. At this time, inside the Great Hall, after seeing Nangong Jin leave, Shintian then looked at Su Linger again. It wasn't that he didn't want to clarify the situation with the Patriarch, but it was of little use, and this, he experienced it in his 4th life. More to the point, of course, he had his own solution. At the end of his last life, the 8th life, Shintian had gone through a lot of trouble and, in the end, he was only half a step away from being enough to step into the realm of a great emperor. But unfortunately, in the end, he still died. When he first learned that he possessed the 9 lives forbidden spell in his body that could live out 9 lives, Shintian then made up his mind that in the coming days he would definitely ascend to the top of the cultivation. To this end, he has painstakingly studied the path of Go and tried to avoid risks and conflicts. Just seek to rely on their own. This is not bad talent, quietly development. However, no matter what he did in these 8 lifetimes, he ended up getting killed by all sorts of people. In these 8 lifetimes, he's been a scapegoat son-in-law. He's refined a vessel for the terror immortals to hold a divine fetus, and he's even been captured on a whim and refined into a dead man's puppet. Meanwhile, along with the miserable rebirth of every, Shintian was also constantly searching for the meaning of the 9 worlds forbidden spell, but he never found anything, until, at the time of his death in the 8th life, he vaguely heard the words, and it was the words that, let him unravel the mysteries of the 8th age. Do unto others as they have done unto you. Bear the cause and reverse the effect, and you shall have one life. And this one life body will not only allow him to improve his cultivation, it can even directly double the qualification. Thinking of this, Shen Tian's gaze as he looked at Su Linger gradually brought up a trace of a morose killing intent. Noticing this icy gaze, Su Linger couldn't help but tremble for a moment. But then, she then gave a bitter laugh and said, "And why do you need to pretend? I know you can't afford to do anything to me. After all, wasn't it because you coveted my beauty that you saved me in the first place?" But looking at Shen Tian still approaching step by step, Su Linger suddenly panicked. She said, "If I were disabled, I could naturally accommodate you. But now that I've been reborn with a broken leg, is it wrong for me to pursue my true love?" "No, you're right." Shen Tian smiled slightly. Su Linger's heart rejoiced and she was about to continue speaking when suddenly, she felt a sharp pain. Sneer at. Shen Tian gently raised his hand with a sword, and a piece of bloodlight flashed by. Su Linger's legs were instantly chopped off. Su Linger smashed heavily to the ground. She looked at her bloody lower body and screamed in agony. No, my leg. She frantically tried to put the broken leg back on, but alas, she couldn't, and, because Shen Tian raised his hand and chopped out another sword to completely twist those two broken legs into blood mist. "No, I don't want to be crippled again." Su Linger was desperate. She did not seem to think that always to their own loving Shen Tian will be on her hand, but also did not think that they have just recovered not long ago legs at the moment. But it is so lost. What gives you the right to waste my legs? She looked at Shen Tian with pain and resentment in her eyes. "Shen Tian, I know you're trying to cripple me and confine me to you again, but I'm telling you, I'll never compromise this time." Shen Tian looked at her in a condescending manner. Undisguised sneer. "I saved you from the mouth of a wild dog, and found you a precious medicine to help you regenerate your broken leg. But you, and yet, I have joined forces with my so-called little lover to plot against me. Su Linger, do you think a faceless, unqualified, crippled and mediocre like you is good enough for me?" Chapter 4, I Know I'm Wrong. Creation Realm. Su Linger looked at Shen Tian in a daze, and in the other party's eyes full of sarcasm. She also saw indifference and disgust from the bottom of her heart. The eyes that fell upon him or her seemed as if they were looking at the trash on the side of the road. Could it be that he was a piece of trash in his eyes? "Don't you dare look at me like that." Su Linger's face flushed red with flesh. She growled furiously and through clenched teeth. "It's obvious that it's you who have your heart set on me. That's why you stepped in to save me. Did I beg you to save me?" "Ha ha, good point." Shen Tian laughed out loud, knowing that he couldn't communicate with this species that couldn't be called human. At that moment, he directly lifted her with one hand, then left the cave and flew all the way in a certain direction with his sword. Su Linger seemed to have sensed Shen Tian's intentions, and her face instantly changed drastically, all the while struggling frantically. "No, this direction. Where are you taking me? Let me go. I'm not going to." Snap. Shen Tian slapped her in the face, and several bloody teeth flew out from her mouth. Su Linger was instantly honest. About a moment later, he brought Su Linger to a stone cave, and on that stone cave, 3 large, blood-colored characters were carved. The Cave of 10,000 Snakes. Looking in from the mouth of that cave, one could vaguely see that in its damp and gloomy surroundings, countless vipers of all sizes were writhing. The Cave of 10,000 Snakes does not mean that there are 10,000 poisonous snakes, but that there are 10,000 kinds of poisonous snakes. And the reason why the Tai Ching sect raises poisonous snakes is because of their considerable medicinal value. Venom, snake bile, and snake meat can all be used to make medicine. Hiss. A cold aura came from inside the cave entrance, and Su Linger seemed to see that in that darkness, there were countless pairs of inverted pupils looking at her right now. In an instant, she was directly stunned and fainted. Snap. However, Shen Tian directly raised his hand and slapped him awake. What are you doing?" Su Linger's voice was no longer as arrogant as it was before. Instead, he shuddered and shivered. "You were supposed to be dead, and I really shouldn't have saved you." Shen Tian snorted coldly and said, "But wild dogs are not easy to find. You'll get by with these vipers." With that, he directly threw Su Linger towards that hole with one hand. However, Su Linger clung to Shen Tian's thighs with a deadly grip, her eyes full of red. With a trembling body, she cried and pleaded, "Brother, I'm your sister. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong." Su Linger's eyes carried fear from the depths of her heart, and she could see that the Shen Tian was for real this time. She was scared. She was really scared. "Brother, Linger is most afraid of snakes. Please, don't do this to Linger." "Spare you?" Shen Tian was not moved at all and raised his hand to chop off her hands with a sword. "Su Linger, not long ago you were falsely accusing and plotting against me. and now you're asking me to spare you. Are you cheap? Su Linger instantly collapsed to the ground with a miserable cry. Crimson blood flowed all over the place. The strong smell of blood caused the poisonous snakes within the 10,000 snake cave to stir. There were even quite a few venomous snakes scrambling to poke their heads out of that hole. Seeing this scene, Su Linger couldn't care less about the pain of her broken leg. She made a kneeling position on the ground, tears of blood flowing from her eyes as she kowtowed repentantly with one cry after another. Brother, you're right. You saved my life, and I pretended to know better by not only maligning and trampling on your goodness, and even more so, I'm a complete hole for joining forces with others to murder and frame you. Please, spare me this Don't throw me down. Spirit is willing to spend her life making it up to you. Oh, too late. Shen Tian's eyes were extremely sarcastic, and he didn't show the slightest bit of mercy. Raising his foot, he kicked Su Linger into the 10,000 snake cave. Brother, don't Instantly, with a rustling sound, numbing screams came from the hole. Wasn't this exactly what you look like now when you were being chewed on by wild dogs? Shen Tian indifferently watched Su Linger being flooded by a group of vipers. Said, it's a curse for people like you to stay in the world. Remember to be a good person in your next life. After about an hour or so, the screams gradually weakened. The long sword flew out of Shen Tian's hand. Snicker! Countless poisonous snakes were cut off. He stopped with the long sword in his hand, and saw that the cold, dark cave, Su Linger, whose entire body was covered in black bleeding wounds and whose body was swollen beyond measure, lay on top of countless dead snakes. Su Linger's gaze was spiteful and tinged with hatred. Shen Tian, you killed me. Brother Tongshen will avenge me. Your end will definitely be worse than me. Shen Tian said, call daddy, I can save you. Really? Su Linger's vicious words stopped, and then her gaze cleared instantly. Turning to look at Shen Tian full of love and adoration, he begged under his breath, Dad, save me, I don't want to die. Yet, Shen Tian sneered, this you also believe. You, visible to the naked eye. A trace of embarrassment and irritation flashed across Su Linger's swollen face. Shen Tian stopped talking nonsense with her, and his long sword shot out. Don't worry, it won't take long to. Your little lover boy, Tongshen, will go down to keep you company. No, don't, sneer at. In the end, the long sword pierced through her heart with precision, and the screams disappeared completely. Su Linger died on this occasion. Shen Tian hooked his finger, and the long sword suddenly flew back into his hand. Along with the long sword coming back, there was also a humanoid silhouette that only Shen Tian could see. The humanoid silhouette was integrated into the body, and its appearance was exactly the same as Shen Tian, a one-world body. Indeed, Shen Tian's heart heated up. A one-life body, which contained within it the qualifications and cultivation that he possessed at the time of his death in one life. After refining it, Shen Tian could not only directly superimpose his cultivation onto himself, it is even possible to double one's qualifications. With that, without saying a word, he directly flew towards his cave with his sword. Shen Tian's heart heated up. Then without saying anything, he directly flew towards his cave with his sword. Soon after, inside the ninth true cave, Shen Tian sat down and directly refined this one-world body. Soon, his aura began to gradually become stronger. Second level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Spirit Sea Realm Triple. The seventh level of the Spirit Sea Realm. The eighth level of the Spirit Sea Realm. The next day, early morning, Shen Tian's breath had finally arrived at the extreme peak. Creation Realm 1. In just 1 day's time, he had actually directly broken through a large realm. More importantly, his qualifications directly doubled. All of this, thanks to this incarnation, one life body, which contained the qualifications and cultivation that Shen Tian possessed at the time of his death in his first life. After refining it, he would be able to directly superimpose this cultivation and qualification directly onto himself. In his first life, he was at the first level of the Spirit Sea Realm when he was stabbed to death by Su Linger. The qualification is to be able to make the Avenue Bell ring 7 times. Now that Shen Tian had refined this one life body, it was the equivalent of flawlessly refining a first-level Spirit Sea Realm self. As for why it can make him directly improve a big realm, because the old man is a genius. Shen Tian stood up long. The death of the 8th. So it's actually wanting me to gather 9 more lives in this 9th life? Shen Tian vaguely smelled a flavor of conspiracy, but he didn't care in the slightest. Although I don't know where this 9 worlds forbidden spell in my body originates from, what does it matter? Having lived 8 lifetimes, even if I die now, that's still enough living. Shen Tian looked up to the sky and sighed, with 10,000 feelings of grandeur in his heart. Having abused me for 8 lifetimes, in this life, this seed has no inhibitions. I thought he would be more sparing in this last life, but the reality was the opposite. He's lived 8 lifetimes as a nepotist, to this 9th life, but only to learn that he is likely to be counted by others. This last life, why not directly paying for their own life on a game? Shen Tian looked into his own body and saw that at this moment, within his body, there were 2 great rounds of suns reflecting each other, Dantian transforming into a sea. This was the sign of a cultivator stepping into the spirit sea realm, and within the body of a creation realm cultivator, it was still the sea of spirit. It was just that all cultivators in this world only had one spirit sea, while he, on the other hand, had two great spirit seas. The aura reserves in my body. I'm afraid that it's not even comparable to the 9th level of the unusual creation realm. The corners of Shen Tian's mouth hooked up. This one world body, it's really a good thing. To get this life body, it is necessary to follow that one sentence. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you, and bear the cause and reverse the effect. In his 4th life, he actually killed Su Linger and avenged that sword. But in the end, he didn't get that one life. Why? Because Su Linger should have been bitten to death by the wild dogs, and not only did he save her, he also helped her to be reborn with a broken leg, but ended up getting himself killed instead. In order to obtain this one life body, it is necessary to begin with the cause and reverse the result. Feeling the surging spiritual energy in his body, Shen Tian looked at the sky with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Tong Shen, this seed is here. Chapter 5, The Sweeper, Virtue Unworthy of His Position. Senior Brother Shen Tian. However, just at that moment, a rather respectful and worshipful voice suddenly came from outside the cave. Are you there? Shen Tian collected his breath and walked out of the cave. The genial sun shone warmly on him, and as he raised his eyes, then he looked to see a young disciple standing outside. What is it that Senior Brother is looking for me for? Senior Brother Shen, my name is Xiao Heizi. When that disciple saw Shen Tian, he was a bit excited and said, tomorrow at noon will be the once-in-a-decade sacred sealing ceremony at the main peak, and the patriarch specially ordered me to come and remind Senior Brother Shen. The sainthood ceremony, which takes place once every 10 years, consists of the 9 great true traditions competing against each other. The winner can be the Holy Son of the Tai Ching sect for the next 10 years. Holy Son. That means having a status second only to the sovereign and the 5 peak masters, as well as huge resources to support them. In addition, Holy Sons have the opportunity to go to the creation pool for baptism once a year. And this creation pool, which is the foundation of the Tai Ching sect, not only can it cause one's cultivation to skyrocket, it is more of a counterintuitive effect to improve qualifications. Previously, Shen Tian had also been working hard for it, but since he had only been in the sect for a short 5 years, therefore, it can only be ranked at the bottom of the list. As for now, and I wonder how many times I can make this great Dao bell ring today? Shen Tian gave a dark cry in his heart, then looked at Xiao Heizi. Smiling, he said, I'm sorry to trouble Senior Brother to come and inform me, and I will definitely go there then. Xiao Heizi was flattered. He hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and asked, Senior Brother Shen Tian, I wonder if you have received an invitation from Senior Brother Dongfang Jie? Dongfang Jie, the head of the 9 truths, had made the great Dao bell reach 6 rings and practiced for 9 years. Nowadays, it was the peak cultivation level of the spirit sea realm. If it wasn't for Shen Tian coming out of nowhere, he would properly be the first genius of the Tai Ching sect. What invitation? Shen Tian was puzzled. Harm. Senior Brother Shen Tian doesn't have to care too much. That's just a celebration banquet. When Xiao Heizi took a look at his expression, he knew that Shen Tian hadn't been invited, and he was silent for a moment. Then he skimmed his lips and said, if you were given another 2 years of your time, Senior Brother Shen Tian, this position of the Holy Sun definitely won't fall on his head. After Xiao Heizi finished speaking, she excused herself and left. The pool of creation. Shen Tian watched Xiao Heizi's figure disappear, secretly chanting under his breath, with blazing heat flashing in his eyes. If he remembered correctly, there was an innate true fire inside this creation pool. As for the innate true fire, it was said that it was a terrifying existence that could burn out even great emperors when it grew up. The sonship of the saints. J. East. In his first life, after he had been conspired to become a demon by Su Linger in conjunction with Tang Shan, although the patriarch and most of the elders and disciples chose to investigate to clear his name, there were still a small number of people who hated to put him to death on the spot. Among them, those at the head then included a peak master, a former core elder, and this Dongfang Jie who was the head of the true tradition. Why could Su Linger, a 5th level of the nascent soul realm, sneak into his cave and kill him? The reason for this was naturally that these 3 people were secretly helping behind the scenes. With that, Shen Tian no longer thought much about it as he discerned the direction and stepped into the sky. Only, it wasn't in the direction of the main peak. but in the direction of the miscellaneous service area. Tongshen. This seat is here. Taiching sect. Miscellaneous service area. A certain 100-foot-high dwarf mountain with a small courtyard at the top. Inside a room, Tangshan sprawled on the bed with a weak face, and on his back, there was a wound deep enough to see through to the bone. Although he managed to escape from Shintian's cave yesterday, and yet, it was still rippled by that last sword. Hiss. An old man with white hair was giving Tangshan medicine, and Tangshan immediately grimaced in pain. Little friend Tangshan, are you alright? Seeing this, the old man stopped his hands and, hurriedly, he asked with concern. Tangshan wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, exhaled heavily, and said, Elder Feng, go on and, I'm fine, don't worry about me. The old man, whose real name is Feng Hong, is a sweeper in the miscellaneous service area. Although he was only at the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm today, Tangshan was extremely respectful of him, just because. Feng Hong was once a core elder with a cultivation level of the 7th level of the creation realm. Only later in a certain experience, by someone's plan, Dantian rupture, resulting in the realm fell all the way to the present point. After this change, Feng Hong took the initiative to resign from his position as an elder and came to live in seclusion in this handyman area. No longer ask about the affairs of the clan. Of course, it was only through Venerable Demon Phoenix that Tangshan had learned that Feng Hong had once been a great cultivator of the creation realm, so they took the initiative to come and befriend him, and with the promise that they could help him repair his Dantian in exchange for the other party's trust and connections to help. Little friend Tongshen, with this spring returning cream of mine, it won't take more than 2 days for you to completely recover from this injury. Feng Hong continued to apply the medicine while looking puzzled. Asked, I remember that you should have stayed in the sect for the past few days. How could you suddenly get injured? Could it be that you have a grudge against someone again? A trace of embarrassment flashed across Tangshan's face, but then it was quickly replaced by thick anger again. It's that 9th true biography. Shan Tian. He was casually bullying senior sister Su Linger based on his status as a true legend, so I couldn't see past it and wanted to speak out to stop him, only to be injured by his hands. Alas, I don't know how senior sister Su Linger is doing nowadays. When Feng Hong heard this, he frowned and shook his head as he sternly rebuked. The Taiching sect has developed for so many years. It is indeed getting to be a mixed bag. As a true successor, how dare you arbitrarily bully your fellow disciples? It's truly a case of virtue not being worthy of the position. Tangshan was immediately delighted in his heart, because he knew that although this Feng Hong was now long gone from being a core elder, however, having given many years to the Taiching sect, he still had a certain amount of prestige and status. His words were something that even the patriarch would consider 3 times. Right at this moment, Venerable Demon Phoenix suddenly said, There's a killing intent approaching. Tangshan, it should be directed at you. Tangshan's heart flinched as he looked outside the courtyard, and he quickly guessed that it was that Shintian. At that moment there was a pang of astonishment. How could he know my hiding place? Immediately afterward, there was yet another flash of killing intent in his eyes. A tiny spirit sea realm is just a. There's no protective array here. If he really dares to come in force without knowing what's good for him, this handyman doesn't mind wiping him out on the spot. With the remnants of the Demon Phoenix Venerable Soul, Tangshan could erupt at critical moments to rival the strength of the 3rd level of the creation realm, but the soul power of his master was, after all, used once less, and he was unwilling to use it indiscriminately if he didn't have to. And there's still something he's been scheming for within the Taiching clan, so until the last resort, Tangshan was not yet willing to jeopardize his plan by a momentary killing thought. When Feng Hong noticed Tangshan's unusual appearance, he instantly got up and said, Little friend Tangshan, you should feel at ease and recuperate from your injuries. With me here today, no one can do anything to you. With that, he picked up a broom and headed out of the yard. Thank you, Elder Feng, for your help. Tangshan was instantly delighted. If that Shintian really wants to make a move, while this old man will have to use his cultivation of the 1st level of the creation realm. However, once he uses it, his Dantian will be completely broken and cannot be repaired. Venerable Demon Phoenix looked at Feng Hong's departing back and spoke. So, are you going to stop him? Tangshan was stunned and silent for a moment, then coldly grunted. Feng Hong was once a core elder. After all, with his position and reputation, that Shintian wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Chapter 6, Death to Those Who Stand in My Way. Outside the small courtyard on the hilltop, Shintian stood on a green stone path. He looked ahead. In front of the gate of that small courtyard, there was a white-haired old man who was currently sweeping the non-existent dust from the ground with a broom. I only heard him mumble under his breath, This floor, it really can't be swept clean. If only there weren't so many dirty things coming to the door. It was a loud voice, even though he was talking to himself. Tang Shan has colluded with the Devil's Way in an attempt to conspire against this seat. Shen Tian knew this sweeping monk. He said, "This seat is only here to kill Tangshan." Colluding with the devil? Fang Hongtou's heart moved slightly. He naturally knew that with Tang Shan a small handyman could not repair his dantian. Can repair his dantian must be someone else? Just did not expect. Would be a devil cultivator. The broom in Fang Hong's hand paused for a moment, but in the end, he did not choose to back away. Empty words are not evidence. Don't think that just because you're a true legend that you can slander and bully others at will. He knew very well that the opportunity to repair the dantian was rare. Shen Tian had anticipated his choice, and when he fled on his own in the second life, the other party had secretly given himself a lot of little trips. He stopped talking nonsense. His eyes were cold and he stepped forward. Those who stand in my way will die. Fang Hong didn't raise it either. Only the broom in his hand turned around and, continuously sweeping in Shen Tian's direction, a slightly aged tone brought up a few snickers. Dirty thing, not very capable. The mouth is not small. Leave, don't dirty the old man's ground. In the next moment, Shen Tian's figure disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had arrived in front of Fang Hong. Lifting his foot, he kicked out violently. Click! The broom in his hand snapped in two out of nowhere. A terrifyingly huge force struck Fang Hong's old face dramatically changed. His chest collapsed, and all of his ribs shattered in an instant. In a pale, hoarse scream, he shot backwards. Boom boom! The door to the courtyard exploded, followed by the door to the room. Boo! Finally, with a solid thud, Fang Hong's entire body was directly embedded within the stone wall. Little bastard! He opened his scarlet old eyes, and an aura of the creation realm surged out from his body. Shen Tian's expression remained the same as he stepped into the courtyard. A stream of light flew past him. Sneer at. Next, in Tang Shan's dumbfounded eyes, a broken broom handle flew directly from outside the room. And then it went through Fang Hong's old mouth, completely nailing him to the stone wall. Tick! Blood dripped from the broom handle. Fang Hong's eyes widened in anger, and he died of gas. Tang Shan couldn't have imagined that a few breaths ago, Fang Hong was still medicating himself, and swore to him, but at the moment, was nailed to the wall by its own broom. Tang Shan, get out of the way. Inside the ring, Demon Phoenix Exalt frantically controlled Tang Shan's body to dodge aside. Sneer at. A shocking sword she sliced through. Tang Shan, who was cowering in a corner of the bed, suddenly felt sunlight shining on him. Once he raised his head, he realized with horror that this small courtyard had been completely split in half by someone with a sword. And just now, if it wasn't for the Demon Phoenix venerable controller controlling him to hide to the side, then Tang Shan had no doubt that he would be split in half by a sword just like this small courtyard. Looking ahead again, he only saw that a sword-wielding youth bathed in golden light was walking towards him at this moment. On the other party's face that was tinged with teasing, he sensed a strong killing intent. Tang Shan couldn't help but shiver as he jumped up from the bed and angrily rebuked. Shan Tian, dare to kill an elder. You're finished. Tang Shan, Master wants to remind you of one thing. Venerable Demon Phoenix suddenly spoke. He's already broken through to the first level of the creation realm. It's not appropriate for us to tangle with him too much now. Although she could burst out with the strength of the third level of the creation realm, she was not a true creation realm after all. What? First level of the creation realm? How is this possible? When Tang Shan heard this, his eyes went black, and at that moment, he didn't care about the injuries on his back. Directly turning around, he fled. Master, why didn't you tell me earlier? Yesterday, he was still in the first level of the Spirit Sea realm, but today, when I see him again, he is already in the first level of the creation realm, and in one night's time, a full span of a large realm. This was too appalling. Want to go? Shen Tian sneered, probed his hand toward the front, and pressed violently, imprisoning heaven and locking the earth. A great shadow falls. Tang Shan was shocked to realize that a huge hand had appeared above his head out of nowhere, and he was instantly imprisoned in place as he couldn't escape in time to take 2 steps. Tang Shan was overwhelmed with fear in his heart. Master, what level of martial arts is this? Venerable Demon Phoenix said in a deep voice. At the very least, it's at the earth grade level. The quality of this place is divided into 4 grades. Heaven and earth, spirit and human, and heavenly grades are rare. It has not been seen in the entire southern state for nearly 1,000 years. As for the earth product, it can be made a law of inheritance. For example, in the Taiching sect, the highest quality within the sect was a lower grade earth grade technique. And why would this Shen Tian, a small true legend, have such a martial art? But this is simply not the time to be thinking about that right now. Seeing Shen Tian stepping into the air with a long sword in his hand and with killing intent, Tang Shan, who was unable to move, shouted anxiously, Master, save me. Venerable Demon Phoenix sighed. In the past days, my master had long ago said that you acted too impulsively. I'm afraid of inviting big trouble, and now that I've kicked the can down the road, I hope you've learned your lesson. But sermon after sermon, as Tang Shan's master teacher, at times like this, she still had to step forward. Junior, stop when you have to. Stop. A helpless sigh echoed through the field. Immediately afterward, a black-skirted woman with scattered green silk draped over her body and a proud figure slowly emerged. Demon Phoenix Venerable. Shintian's eyes moved slightly, although he had long known that there was a wisp of residual soul lodged in Tang Shan's ring, but this was the first time he had seen the other side's real face. You recognize my father? Venerable Demon Phoenix visibly froze for a moment, but soon, she laughed. Since you recognize my father, it's a good thing. Venerable Devil Phoenix stood high in the sky. Her black skirt on her body was windless, and she looked down at Shintian for a moment. Then he withdrew his gaze in a slightly tired manner and said, "This honored one is tired and doesn't want to waste his energy on such trivial matters. This matter is Tang Shan's fault. You are also a victim. This seed is unwilling to take action against you." Mastermind. Tang Shan was a bit anxious, wanting his master to take action to behead Shintian to eliminate future problems. However, he was glared at by the Demon Phoenix Exalt. Venerable Demon Phoenix looked at Shintian anew, and in his calm tone, there was no room for doubt. "And now that you have injured Tang Shan, he has been duly punished. So how about this matter ends here?" Shintian sneered. "Not how." Venerable Demon Phoenix froze, and his expression suddenly went cold. "You're going to force my father's hand?" As she spoke, she could only see a faint pressure on her body pressing towards Shintian, which was overbearing and incomparable. One must know that a great cultivator of the Zunshi realm, not to mention this tiny Tai Ching sect, just looking at the entire southern state, it was a top-notch existence. Venerable Demon Phoenix has seen and killed too many geniuses in his life. Nowadays, a Shintian of the creation realm was really no different from an ant in her eyes. However, what responded to her was a brilliant sword light. Ho 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 ho. Shintian couldn't help but laugh, as the long sword in his hand instantly stabbed out at a rapid pace. Under his breath, he sneered, "He's been beaten into a crippled soul, and he's still pretending to be anema. It's said that cursing is not revealing." And these words of Shintian undoubtedly tore open the scar that she had buried in the deepest recesses of her heart in a naked manner. "What did you say?" As expected, when Venerable Demon Phoenix heard this, he suddenly froze and, as if she couldn't believe that a tiny mole cricket would dare to say such words to her. Then, her aura instantly tyrannized out of her body. "Today, this honored one will let you know the consequences of having a cheap mouth." Venerable Demon Phoenix had long since had no time to care about Tang Shan as she burst into a rage. A monstrous demonic aura overflowing from her body. Underneath the overflowing black gas, a pair of dark red bloody hands emerged. Blood demon hands. The bloody hand grew against the wind. Then with a gentle pinch, it wiped out the sword light. Heaven and earth sword technique. Rainbow through the sun. Shintian was undaunted, and the long sword in his hand instantly transformed into a rainbow that was 100 feet long. The long rainbow transformed into a great river, instantly flooding toward the front. How can it be? Another earth grade level sword skill? Chapter 7, Flogging. How dare you insult me? In the face of this raging river, Venerable Demon Phoenix's expression changed and his tone became completely grave. But things had come to this. The Demon Phoenix Venerable One could not retreat at all. She opened and closed her hands and, with that, he violently grabbed at the large river. She was actually trying to tear the river apart with her hands. Unfortunately, only when he really touched that big river, Demon Phoenix Venerable One realized how powerful Shintian was. Impossible. How could your roots be so outrageous? After only 2 breaths, the bloody hand was completely annihilated in the great river. Ah! The remnants of the great river washed over the demonic Phoenix Venerable, and she let out a muffled grunt of pain from her mouth. Venerable Demon Phoenix had never felt such an outrageous root in his life. It was as if the other party had 2 spirit seas. She couldn't help but be amused by herself at the thought. Having 2 spirit seas that? How is that possible? Waste. Shintian sneered at the right time. Can't even block a single sword from this seat? No wonder you've been beaten into a remnant soul. Put. Venerable Demon Phoenix was struck by lightning, and a mouthful of rebellious soul blood gushed out. Void chains. Taking advantage of her illness, Shintian pointed his fingertips and a transparent black chain instantly shot out. This is. A violent sense of crisis struck, and Venerable Demon Phoenix's face changed drastically. She turned as if she had met her nemesis and frantically drilled into the ring on Tang Shan's index finger. However, Shintian's speed was faster than hers. Sneer at. The black chains instantly hooked around Demon Phoenix Venerable's neck, followed by her hands and ankles. Collect. Along with Shintian's low voice, the black chains shrunk violently, and then Demon Phoenix Venerable's figure was then pulled to fly backwards. Sha Shan, help me! Venerable Demon Phoenix exclaimed in horror. Tang Shan looked dumbfounded, as if he had never seen this kind of tactic before, and when he reacted to it, however, he saw that his beautiful and arrogant master teacher had been bound by the black chains and was hanging in midair in a position that made his blood spurting. Master! Master! Tang Shan murmured stagnantly, his breathing becoming rapid. At this time, an equally transparent long whip suddenly appeared in Shintian's right hand. This item was a soul-striking whip, and like the black chains, it was a secret technique that specialized in targeting the divine soul. Just because the death of the eighth was stifled doesn't mean it was deserted, regardless of the other. In this eighth life alone, the one who eventually grew to become a half-step great emperor had, in addition to having that arguably horrifying cultivation, there were also countless insights and means, which naturally included countless feats of martial arts. Therefore, not to mention a small earth product, or even a heavenly product, as well as the upper level of the heavenly grade, Shen Tian could easily take out a bunch of techniques and martial arts. It's just that it's one thing to know how to do it, it's another to be able to perform it. With his cultivation level of the first level of the creation realm today, earth grade level feats and martial arts were the most suitable. When Venerable Demon Phoenix looked at this object, her mind jolted, and she could already think of Shen Tian's intentions. Immediately, he struggled frantically, but unfortunately, to no avail. This being the case, she was instantly shocked and furious. How dare you insult me? How dare you insult me? Old hag, give me back my bark. Without hesitation, Shen Tian raised his hand and cracked a whip towards Demonic Phoenix Venerable. Snap! Hiss! A crisp sound rang out and a deep whip mark immediately appeared on Demon Phoenix Venerable one's translucent body. Her face flushed red, her eyes rolled over, and she roared in a tone of extreme pain and shame. Asshole! You asshole! Thousands of years ago, the mighty name of her Demon Phoenix Venerable One had rebuked the entire domain, and for so many years, it was the first time she had been humiliated like this. Give me back my condescension. Shen Tian cracked a few more whips. Snap! The Demon Phoenix Venerable added a few more whip marks to his body, and at the same time, her body, which was already not solid, became even thinner as if it were a cloud. Venerable Demon Phoenix bit his lips in pain, closed his eyes, and fell silent. Consequences of being mouthy. Make me apologize, right? Shen Tian still didn't stop. Slap! The sound of whipping was unceasing, and Venerable Demon Phoenix's body was covered with whip marks, and her dress was also shattered quite a bit. She was finally unable to stop herself from screaming out. Stop! Stop fighting! Demon Phoenix Venerable One begged for mercy in pain. The soul-beating whip specialized in targeting divine souls, and compared to the soul body, it's still more of a mental torture. Oh, dying. Please, don't fight. I know I'm wrong. Dozens of lashes went down. Even if she had lived for thousands of years, she couldn't stand it. Dansan is dumbfounded. Even in the depths of the heart cannot help but emerge an impulse to want to do it yourself. Slap! Shen Tian didn't stop, but only asked an incomparably teasing question in front of Tang Shan. Still want to give me consequences? Still want me to apologize? No more. I don't want it anymore. I'll do anything you want me to do. I'll even recognize you as my master. Just please don't beat me up. Woo! Spare the soul body of the demonic phoenix honored one at this moment. Tears actually flowed out of her eyes. She was truly afraid. Yes? Shen Tian let out a light snort, and the last whip hit her fragmented waist and buttocks hard. Demon Phoenix Venerable One let out a grunt from his mouth. His white eyes rolled over, and his thin body couldn't stop twitching. That look, it looked as if it was going to rise in place the next second. Master, you, and the sight of the Tangshen to see their usual that cold and arrogant master at this moment actually this kind of a mess. He had long since looked dumbfounded, but soon after, he yelled in unexplained annoyance. Master, how could you? No, even in death you can't recognize him as your master. Tang Shan felt betrayed, and in his opinion, his master could die, but never submit to your enemies. Sinner, shut up. The already humiliated and in immense pain Demon Phoenix Venerable One heard Tang Shan say this. Finally unable to hold back her anger, she said with incomparable disappointment, it's not all because of you that Master has fallen into this situation. From now on, you and I sever our relationship as master and disciple. She saw the situation clearly, and if she wanted to live, she had to be ruthless in setting aside her relationship with Tangshen. Tang Shan stumbled, as if he couldn't believe that his master teacher would make such a decision. At the same time, a boundless anger rose in his heart. Tang Shan laughed coldly. Senior, you're so cheap. What did you say? Venerable Demon Phoenix was also furious and, Hating to slap this despicable villain to death, she was about to say more, but Shen Tian suddenly stood out. Okay, stop whining and get out of here. Shen Tian raised his hand and slapped Demon Phoenix Venerable One to the side. Then he looked at Tang Shan, who didn't say anything, just a probing hand. Tang Shan was already bound, and now he had lost his greatest card, the Demon Phoenix Venerable. Therefore, in Shen Tian's hands, he could be said to not have the slightest room for resistance. In just a split second, he was lifted in midair by Shen Tian's throat. Cough. Shen Tian, don't think anyone is as spineless as that, even if they die. And I will not submit to you. Snap. Shen Tian slapped him on the face and sneered at the corner of his mouth. Dream on you. How can a piece of like you be worthy of submitting to me? Tang Shan's face instantly reddened, a great humiliation rising in his heart. Shen Tian, today's shame, I will return it 100-fold in the coming day. Don't worry, you don't stand a chance. Shen Tian coldly smiled, and his fingers fiercely pinched. Ka-ching. A bone-cracking sound came from Tang Shan. His face flushed red as he coughed out a mouthful of essence blood from his mouth, cracking out a mouth of bloody teeth. Shen Tian, you can't kill me. In the next moment, it was seen that his entire body actually began to dissolve. Master, look out. Chapter 8, Gallop. Feng Ao Tian. Nuisance. In just the blink of an eye, Tang Shan was completely transformed into a puddle of blood. Shen Tian was shocked. This is the bloodshed forbidden art. Venerable Demon Phoenix is very weak. However, it also understood very well and explained to Shen Tian. It's a forbidden art that Tang Shan found from a mysterious bone piece. It is written therein that if one is in a situation of certain death, one may perform this art, at the cost of sacrificing your entire body's flesh and blood and half of your soul. Create a ray of life for yourself, but it can only be used once in a lifetime. Venerable Demon Phoenix's tone was weak, but he spoke in an extremely solemn manner. This technique has always been Tang Shan's life-preserving card, and as his mentor, although I've only had the honor of glimpsing the tip of it, I dare to conclude that the grade of this technique, definitely beyond heavenly products. This big domain Gongfa martial arts grade at the top of the day is only heavenly grade, and more than 90% of them were still in the hands of the top forces of the various divine realms. But Tang Shan actually had a transcendent heavenly grade forbidden art in his possession, which could be seen as extraordinary. Son of Qi, ha, Shen Tian secretly whispered, a snort of sarcasm escaping from the corner of his mouth. In his first 8 lives, although Tang Shan had brutalized him, he himself had not died at the hands of the other party. In other words, on Tang Shan, there was no one life of his. Also, Shen Tian looked toward the sky. The corners of his mouth smiled recklessly and openly. Unfortunately, you're just carrying a great fortune, and I, on the other hand, am the mandate of heaven. For 8 lifetimes, no matter how far Tanshen had grown, as soon as he died, then everything will go back to square one. The complete Tanshen Shen Tian is still not afraid, and now the district is a lingering remnant of a soul. What does he have to fear? If we meet again in the future, we can just kill them with our hands. The next one life body was likewise within the Tai Ching sect's sphere of influence. In his second life, he was seriously injured by Tang Shan and escaped from the Tai Ching sect in a sorry state, although he was later rescued by but in the end, he was captured and refined into a blood meal for a demonic cultivator named Old Man Blood Eater to cultivate. Shen Tian still remembered that kind of pain, but now that the saint sealing ceremony was approaching, it would not be too late for him to get the innate true fire inside the creation pool before he went to settle that karma. Moreover, within this Tai Ching sect, those who had persecuted him explicitly and implicitly had yet to be liquidated. Of course, what casts a shadow over him is the third life, in addition to the second. In that life, Shen Tian didn't get too entangled with Tang Shan and Su Linger, but in the end, instead, he was captured and imprisoned by the holy maiden of the little holy mountain in the southern state. Shen Tian clearly remembers that sickly woman yelling something like take you home while forcing herself to have dual cultivation with her, thinking that he was a good man, but actually being used as a furnace. How could Shen Tian be willing? For this reason, he resisted many times, but the results were invariably all failures. It wasn't until after a full 99 times of brutal abuse that he found the opportunity to simply choose to reopen. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Shen Tian couldn't help but be a little silent as he thought of what he had encountered in the third world. To get the one life body on her, do I have to make me initiate the chicken in this life? A moment later, he turned his head to look at Venerable Demon Phoenix, and when he saw that Shen Tian seemed to be Demon Phoenix Venerable One hurriedly squeezed out a far-fetched smile and spoke respectfully. Master. Shen Tian looked indifferent and said, give me a reason not to kill you. Venerable Demon Phoenix cackled and hurriedly replied, I have countless learned. It also possesses heavenly grade feats as well as several earth grade feats martial arts. With your natural talent, Master, I can help you achieve the position of an honored one within 10 years. Shen Tian's face remained the same. Now that there was a one-world body in existence, why would he need 10 years if he wanted to achieve venerable? As for that so-called heavenly grade level technique martial arts, he could take out dozens or hundreds of them with his hands. Why do you need to give it to me? Seeing that Shen Tian did not look unmoved, Venerable Demon Phoenix was suddenly stunned, and it suddenly occurred to her that the other party even knew secret techniques such as Void Chain and Soul Striking Whip. Would they be attracted by a small feat of martial arts? Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and said, my Yuan Yin is still alive, so if Master and I double cultivate, cultivation will surely be 1,000 miles a day, and all I need to do is to recover to the spirit transformation realm cultivation, then I can remake my fleshly body. Venerable Devil Phoenix's tone came to an abrupt end as she looked over and saw that Shen Tian had frowned. Her heart suddenly tightened, and she hurriedly changed her words. Actually, I can also pass on Master your soul crossing method. Demon Phoenix Venerable had always been clear that Tang Shan had long since treated her as his forbidden domain. She considered herself to be of good looks and had been a Zuni powerhouse, so for many male cultivators, it can be said to hold a great deal of appeal. Thumbs up, but at that moment, a black chain suddenly pierced through her belly. And you deserve me? Shen Tian hooked the other end of the chain as he looked at Venerable Demon Phoenix. Shaking his head, he said, if that is all you are worth, then you can die. The Devil Phoenix Venerable's face was incredibly pale, and the icy cold chains on her abdomen stirred her broken body. She understood that Shen Tian would definitely not show mercy as long as he said kill. Despair spread in her heart, and on the verge of death, the Demon Phoenix Venerable suddenly spoke. Wait, Tang Shan has the remnants of my soul on him. As long as he appears within 1,000 miles of me, I can sense it all. Oh, Shen Tian was stunned, and his fingertips moved slightly. The chains that bound the Demon Phoenix Exalt and pierced through her belly both disappeared. Let go of the sea of consciousness. Venerable Devil Phoenix knew what Shen Tian was going to do, and after the robbery, she covered her belly. Without the slightest hesitation, he did so at once. Shen Tian planted the slave seal and then said, from now on, you will stay within my sea of consciousness for now. Yes, Master. Demon Phoenix Venerable turned into a stream of light and flew into Shen Tian's brow. There's a remnant of a soul occupying the sea of consciousness. In the future, if Shen Tian is attacked by great power pressure and soul searching and other soul secret techniques, the first one to be injured will only be Demon Phoenix Venerable. Lord, Master. At this time, the voice of Venerable Demon Phoenix came from within the sea of consciousness, and Shen Tian communicated his mind that, asked, what is it? Venerable Demon Phoenix looked apprehensively into the depths of the sea of consciousness and, for some reason, she always felt that a pair of extremely scary eyes were sizing her up. She was just about to open her mouth to voice her inner question when her heart suddenly chilled. In a trance, images suddenly flashed before his eyes. This is a young lady from a wealthy mortal family. She had a rich and carefree life envied by countless others until, at the age of 10, a seriously injured self-proclaimed righteous monk came to this mortal city. No more innocent smiles on the face of the young lady. She's an orphan, and began to escape all the way, and eventually, by chance, she set foot on the path of cultivation. A rich young lady joins the demonic path with great talent, and he was eventually accepted as a personal disciple by a great cultivator of the Devil's Way. When she was 20 years old, she became a rising star of the Devil's Path, and managed to kill her enemy and avenge the death of her loved ones. On this day, she finally had her first heartfelt smile in 10 years. Soon, however, the rich girl will learn that the original was their own father as their own master father. The reason why he took her as a disciple was actually want to refine it to break the realm of the stove tripod. 100 years later, the rich young lady became a giant of the Devil's Path, but she ended up being backstabbed and fell again. Only a remnant of a soul remains attached to the ring. A ray of coldness invaded the Demon Phoenix Venerable's mind, and she finally came to her senses. But the sobriety was followed by the ultimate afterthought. The Devil Phoenix Venerable One was overwhelmed with fear in his heart, and in just 2 breaths of time, she actually finished reviewing her life. The Demon Phoenix Venerable One's throat shrugged, and she had no doubt that as soon as her words had left her mouth just now, she would never have the chance to speak again in her life. When Shen Tian saw that she was silent, he frowned. If you regret it, or if you feel that staying within this sea of consciousness has wronged you, then I can send you on your way now. Devil Phoenix Venerable shivered and hurriedly said, Master, no, nothing. Shen Tian let out a low hum and asked, tell me your name. Little slave. Feng Ao Tian. Not long after Shen Tian left, several figures appeared on this mountain. Elder Li Wei, It was this side where the battle occurred earlier. An odd-job disciple spoke up. Without him having to say anything, Levi could smell the scent of blood that filled the air. Strange, where's old man Fong? As he neared, Li Wei realized that Fong Hong's small courtyard had been split in half. A bad premonition instantly rose in his heart, and he rushed into the courtyard with quick steps and the handyman disciples who followed were momentarily stunned. Old Fong, Levi couldn't believe that his best friend, with whom he had a life-and-death friendship, had died just like that. He carried Fong Hong's body down and roared, "Go check for me. I want to know who all came here today." Chapter 9 Ringing of Bells. The next day, today's Tai Ching sect was very lively, simply because the once-in-a-decade seal of sainthood ceremony was about to begin. Noon. Main Peak. This peak was 1,000 feet tall and covered an area of several miles. It was pierced by a huge hole hundreds of feet in diameter, and over the mouth of that cave, there hung a huge bronze bell. The big clock absorbs the essence of the sun and the moon every day, and there are divine streams of light traveling on it, so the wind and rain do not invade it. This is the avenue bell. When the sunlight shines on it, it can be seen that there are dense cracks all over the avenue clock. The rumor had it that it had once been a pseudo-heavenly treasure, only to be broken into pieces in a certain great battle. Later, the founding ancestor of the Tai Ching sect obtained this fragment by chance, and put it back together again, because it cannot be repaired. The power of 10 does not exist, so it can only be hung here for the clan disciples to test the qualifications. It is rumored that before his immortal death, the ancestor left his last words: if someone can make it reach the rumored 9 rings, it may be possible to revitalize and reunite the avenue bell. However, 10,000 years have passed. Tai Ching sect has never appeared to make the great Dao bell to reach 9 amazing talent. Over time, the ancestor's last words will gradually die in the river of time. Below the main peak is a huge square. The Tai Ching sect's canonization ceremony would soon be held here. At this moment, this square had long been crowded with people. On a high platform at the front of the square, Patriarch Nangong Jin and the 4 peak masters appeared. Several people were seated. Nangong Jin looked toward an empty seat on the far left. His brows furrowed slightly as he asked, "The hour is approaching. Morong Bing, however, has not yet arrived?" That was the peak master position that belonged to the 5th peak. The 1st peak master shook his head and said, "Patriarch, you cut off a lot of her resources not long ago. Nowadays, Morong peak master, she's probably still angry. It's really getting out of hand." Nangong Jin snorted coldly. "She is the peak master, yet she doesn't accept a single disciple. And for so many years, the resources allocated by this sovereign to the 5th peak were also all taken and exchanged for wine and drinks. What's the sense of decency? There are 5 peak masters in the Tai Ching sect, and under each peak there are dozens of personal disciples, except for this 5th peak that only Morong Bing is alone. Morong Bing doesn't take on a single disciple and loves to drink in her life. She is basically drunk every time she shows up. More precisely, the 5th peak had previously had disciples that it was just that Morong Bing took the resources allocated down by the clan and exchanged them for alcohol every time. And the ones he exchanged were still the extremely expensive fairy drunk. After a long time, the disciples of the 5th peak left in disappointment. Since she doesn't accept disciples, then this patriarch should rationalize the division of resources to others. Nangong Jin had a headache with this as he said, "Besides, it has long been unconscionable for her to assume the position of peak master with a cultivation of the 5th level of the creation realm. And this patriarch has yet to pursue the matter. Yet she still has the nerve to sulk with me. You guys tell me instead, what's wrong with this patriarch's move?" The 4 peak masters looked at each other, all shaking their heads helplessly. The position of peak master of the Tai Ching sect requires a minimum cultivation level of the 1st level of the spirit transformation realm, and their 4 peak masters are exactly the same cultivation. As for why Morong Bing can serve as the head of a peak, who let the other party have a father who was a Tai Shang elder himself? The key was that supreme elder was not only Nangong Jin's senior uncle, but also the previous generation's patriarch. If not for that, with her cultivation level it would only be enough to serve as a core elder. Therefore, several peak masters were all silent on this. Nangong Jin had no choice but to turn a blind eye in order not to bring the relationship to a standstill. "Just ignore her." Nangong Jin waved his hand and asked again, "Several true disciples are all here, right?" An elder beside him immediately stepped forward and returned. "Other than the 9th true evangelist, the remaining 8 have all arrived." Shan Tian. Nangong Jin nodded and laughed. "No harm done. Anyway, the saint sealing ceremony won't begin for another moment." The boy, on the other hand, is steady and unhurried. The 4 peak masters also all nodded silently in recognition. "It's just a pity. If only he could have joined my Tai Ching sect 2 years earlier." The 3rd peak master suddenly sighed. "This is a once-in-a-century genius. In just less than 5 years, he had already cultivated to the first level of the spirit sea realm, and if he was given 2 more years, he was afraid that there was a great chance that he would be able to break through to the creation realm. At that time this position of the Holy Sun was destined to be his. Yeah. The remaining few peak masters heard this and similarly looked regretful. Well, that Dongfang Jia is also a 6-ring genius, and with his qualifications, it's equally more than enough to hold the position of Saint Sun. Nangong Jin spoke at the right time. The several peak masters sniffed, and only then did they close their voices, and on the other side of the high platform, 8 young disciples were seated here. Among them, sitting in the center position was a young man dressed in a white robe. The youth had a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were lonely and proud, as if he had a posture of having everything under control. It was none other than the Tai Ching sect's first true scholar, Dongfang Jia, who possessed a peak cultivation at the spirit sea realm. Dongfang Jia suddenly glanced vaguely amused at an empty seat not far away. Lazily, he asked, "Has senior brother Shen not yet arrived?" A female disciple beside him immediately laughed. "Senior brother Dongfang, it doesn't really matter if he comes or not." "Don't say that." Dongfang Jia sniffed, but his tone was slightly more serious. "Senior brother Shen is my successor. If this canonization ceremony is delayed for another 2 years, it's still unknown who this Holy Sun position will go to," he said. With another sigh, he said, "If it weren't for the fact that this sacred sun position is more about strength than qualifications, otherwise, I would be happy to give up this sacred sun position to him. After all, we are all disciples of the Tai Ching sect, and in terms of qualifications alone, the senior brother Shen is obviously more suitable than me to serve as a holy sun. It's just a pity." The few surrounding true transmitters immediately stood in awe and said, "Senior brother Dongfang is indeed generous." A smile grew at the corners of Dongfang Jia's mouth. In fact, the Tai Ching sect had a precedent of directly achieving a Saint Sun by relying on his qualifications. Thousands of years ago, the Tai Ching sect had a genius who made the Great Tao Bell reach 8 rings, and that genius was the directly established Holy Sun. And while this Shen Tian's qualifications were indeed very high, they were still far from reaching 8 rings. Silence. Just then, Nangong Jin suddenly got up and spoke. "The hour is approaching. The once-in-a-decade canonization ceremony will begin soon. I don't think there's any need for this patriarch to say any more superfluous nonsense. This grand ceremony is based on sparring. Do not kill each other." Nangong Jin used his cultivation to transmit his voice, which was clearly heard by the hundreds of thousands of people in the entire square. The sacred sealing ceremony was a great event for the Tai Ching sect, so the vast majority of the disciples would come to observe it. And these words from Nangong Jin undoubtedly completely ignited their emotions. After Nangong Jin finished his words, it was also finally the hour of the Saint Seal ceremony. A couple of true believers this way. A youth looked towards Dongfang Jia full of wariness as he spoke. "Senior brother Dongfang, although I know that of the 9 of us true sons, only you are the most qualified to serve as the Holy Sun. When I spar with you later on, I'm not going to show any mercy." The name of this speaker was He Yufan, the 3rd true master, who, like Dongfang Jia, was generally, similarly, he was at the peak cultivation of the spirit sea realm, while his strength, which was ranked 2nd among the 9 true legends, was only slightly inferior to the other party. Dongfang Jia laughed and said, "There are no absolutes. I do hope that someone can snatch the position of the Holy Sun from me, so that it will appear that my Tai Ching sect is full of talents. So please give it your best shot later on, as it should be." Several of the true disciples were rubbing their fists and jumping into action. This was a good time to present oneself in front of the entire clan, and no one wanted to miss it. Knock knock. It was at this time that a heaven-shaking bell sound suddenly echoed throughout the entire Tai Ching sect. Heaven and earth were instantly clear and quiet, with only the sound of a bell remaining. This is the Great Tao Bell. Why is the Great Wei Bell suddenly ringing? In a flash, everyone looked up in unison in the direction of the Great Tao Bell. As soon as Nangong Jin raised his eyes, he looked at the figure that appeared beside the avenue bell. He instantly looked puzzled. This kid, what's he up to? Seeing that Shen Tian appeared beside the Great Tao Bell at this time, he raised his hand and a fist blasted on this big bronze bell in front of me. Chapter 10, 9 Loud Voices. I'll take the position of the Sacred Sun. Dong Dong, cheerleading mascot of 2008 Beijing Olympics. The sound of a bell stretches out for a long time and swings through the soul. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3 rings, until 7 rings. The first peak master seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly alarmed. Is he trying to emulate the one from 1,000 years ago? The remaining few peak masters also thought of something, and for a while, they all looked at Shen Tian with eyes full of expectation. Dongfang Jia also looked at Shen Tian. Only his palms unconsciously clenched the armrests of the stone chair. Knock. When this bell rang, Everyone suspected that they had heard it wrong. Nangong Jin stood up and said in a somewhat disbelieving voice, 8 rings, did this patriarch hear correctly? The 4 peak masters stared wide-eyed and nodded their heads in bewilderment, saying, Patriarch, it is indeed 8 rings. Shen Tian's qualifications can establish an Earth Saint son. Several peak masters sounded excited. Ha ha, good. Nangong Jin also laughed in excitement. Several of the true legends were stunned. How could they have never imagined that this Shen Tian would use this way to compete for the position of Saint Son? Boo! A clear voice came. He Yufan and the others looked in search of the sound, only to realize that Dongfang Jia had actually pinched and exploded the armrests of the stone chair, and on the other party's face, there were all the colors of gloom and resentment. Elder brother Dongfang, you, seeing the look that seemed like it shouldn't have been on the other's face. It was as if the crowd of true believers were getting to know this modest gentleman, Dongfang Jia, for the first time. Knock. However, just when everyone thought it was going to be over, another sudden bell blasted everyone's thoughts. The 9th ring? As the 9th ring of the bell echoed out, the crowd's stagnant pupils suddenly reflected a divine stream of light. That divine stream of light actually reflected the entire sky dome. For a moment, even Nangong Jin was caught in a brief stupor. At this moment, in front of that great Tao clock, Shen Tian was bathed in streams of light, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Sure enough, after fusing the one-life bodies, his own qualifications came to the 9 rings level as expected. He looked at the great Tao bell in front of him and was suddenly a bit startled. This crack, it's even spontaneously repaired? This is actually a pseudo-heavenly treasure that is incredibly rare in the entire domain. Fonao Tian's voice resounded within the sea of consciousness. Her tone carried delight. Master, if you want to take it in, I can use my soul power to help you. None of your business. Shen Tian could feel that after he helped repair the great Tao clock, a trace of connection was established between him and the great Tao clock. Nowadays, he was extremely short of powerful magical treasures to fall back on though. But Shen Tian is not an ungrateful person like Xiao Shui, and the Taiqing sect cultivated him. How could he hijack someone else's greatest treasure? What's more, he had come into contact with countless heavenly grade and even above heavenly grade magic treasures. It was not so bad that he was lost in this clock. Of course, Shen Tian is not that pure and good. On the contrary, he had always believed in the rule that no man was an island unto himself. Oh, Fonao Tian curled up in the corner, not daring to speak again. She wasn't stupid and knew the reason why Shen Tian had left herself behind. Once she had no more value, then only death awaits her. So until then, she's going to find as many opportunities as she can to show her worth, or offer to help, or provide emotional value. In short, just brush up on your presence. It's just a shame that this first one seems to have failed. Soon, Shen Tian severed the connection between him and the great Tao bell. At the same time, he inadvertently set up an array on it to conceal his breath, and only after this did he fold his arms and leave. Patriarch Nangong Jin had treated him well, so he could find some time to speak with the other party about the situation with the great Tao clock. I'll take the sacred sun position. Shen Tian came to the high platform and his voice broke the silence of the 4 directions. Good boy. Nangong Jin's figure appeared in front of him. His hand slapped Shen Tian's shoulders, his voice excited, smiling like a chrysanthemum. This position of the Holy Sun should rightfully be given to you. The 4 peak masters were also delighted, looking at Shen Tian with eyes full of appreciation. Although he didn't know why Shen Tian's qualifications had suddenly received a huge boost, but that was his own business. No one would ask more questions if others didn't take the initiative to say it themselves. They only knew that this was the supreme genius of their own clan. The crowd did not expect that this holy ceremony had only just begun, and that the position of the Holy Sun had already belonged to him. Wait. Just then, an untimely voice rang out. Nangong Jin turned his head and realized that the person who opened his mouth was actually Dongfang Jia, the head of the true tradition. What is your objection? The peak masters also looked at him. Was this brainless fellow not being enraged? Dongfang Jia gritted his teeth and spoke. Patriarch. The Taiqing sect doesn't have a sect rule that those who reach 8 rings of the Great Tao Bell can set up a ground Saint Sun. So, you're not convinced? Shen Tian looked at him. Seeing Shen Tian open his mouth, Nangong Jin did not say anything. Feeling Shen Tian's eyes with scorn, Dongfang Jia's eyes flashed with killing intent. Then he said, Senior brother Shen, if you want this sacred sun position, this senior brother can naturally be generous and let you have it. But the remaining few true transmitters have been preparing for this seal of sainthood ceremony for a long time. Now that you're trying to take away the position of the Holy Sun just by ringing a bell, I'm afraid it's hard to convince the public. The rest of the group of true rumors heard this and were incited by him, and for a moment they also looked at Shen Tian with some displeasure, and that he Yufan's eyes were even thick with battle intent. Sneer at. Shin Tian raised his hand and pointed, and a sword chi instantly pierced through Dongfang Jie's dantian. Ah! Dongfang Jie screamed miserably. He was shocked to find that his cultivation had disappeared without a trace in a moment. You actually wasted me? Don't try to kidnap me with morals. Do you know, I have no morals. Shin Tian looked at him and unabashedly snorted with a sarcastic smile. Besides, what kind of a thing are you? Why do I need you to let me have this sacred sun position if I want it? Oriental Jie's face flushed red. He suddenly felt that the pain of his dantian shattering was also far less painful than being punched in the face, because when Shin Tian made his move, he didn't react at all. This meant that the other party was definitely too powerful than himself. Shin Tian withdrew his gaze from Dongfang Jie, then turned his head to look at the remaining few true transmitters. An aura was undoubtedly present at this moment, and he spoke in a faint voice. You guys aren't convinced either? The crowd was shocked. They had been impressed by Shin Tian's qualifications, but until this moment, it was only then that the crowd noticed that his cultivation level was actually at the realm of creation. Creation realm? He Yufan no longer had the slightest intention to fight in his eyes, and he swallowed a mouthful of water. Hastily, he replied, then I am convinced. The few remaining true transmitters all took a step back in unison. Shan Tian, you dared to brutalize your fellow disciples at the sealing of the sacred ceremony. Dongfang Jie's weak voice came out, and his tone was thick with despair and boundless resentment. Bravo! At this time, however, Nangong Jin suddenly laughed out loud and said to Shin Tian, being forthright and not hypocritical, do it honestly, son, you've got real character. However, you deserve to be punished for laying your hands on your fellow disciples too heavily. After this matter, this patriarch will punish you to suffer the pain of cleansing your tendons and marrow in the pool of creation. Shan Tian, crowd. Shin Tian immediately hung his head and said with a sincere face, disciple receives the punishment. Patriarch, you. Dongfang Jie twitched. Nima, what's the difference between this punishment and punishing you for receiving a bunch of excellent resources to enjoy the pain of cultivation? Patriarch, could your grandmother be any more openly biased? Do you really think that this patriarch and even the rest of the several peak masters didn't see the killing intent flashing in your eyes? Nangong Jin snorted coldly. It is understandable that you feel that the position of the Holy Sun, which originally belonged to you, has been taken away from you and therefore you are not convinced by this patriarch. But you have to remember that in this cultivation world, no matter whether it is righteousness or devilry, all rules are based on strength. Those who wish to kill, will be killed. He, as well as several peak masters, could have stopped Shin Tian from striking, but they all tacitly chose not to. Do you really think that those little tricks and killing intent of a peak spirit sea realm can be hidden from the eyes of a spirit transformation realm cultivator? Dongfang Jie's face turned pale as he sniffed. He Yufan and the rest of the true successors were also looking at him with stunned and unfamiliar faces, all of them being fellow disciples. How dare you kill for the sake of a saint's position? Men, take him down and lock him up at the bottom of the Sea Do cliff. Nangong Jin waved his hand, and instantly an elder appeared to take the deathly grey-faced Dongfang Jie away. On the side, Shin Tian always indifferently watched the scene. Hiccup. A hiccup came out of nowhere. This was followed by a strong odor of alcohol. Seeing a boldly dressed woman in plain clothes with long loose hair and a flushed face carrying a palm-sized golden jade pot shakily flew over from the sky. The woman's eyes fluttered and misty, vaguely falling on Shin Tian. Chapter 11. So what do you say, Nima? When Nangong Jin saw this woman, he was immediately furious as well. Morong Bing, you still know to come. Ha! The remaining 4 peak masters also looked like they had no eyes. Hey! Morong Bing poured a mouthful of wine and muttered. Patriarch, you said that it's because this peak master doesn't accept disciples, so that's why this has deducted my money for buying alcohol. So does that mean that if I just accept disciples, you'll be able to return my money to me? In Morong Bing's opinion, those resources allocated to the 5th peak were all her money to buy alcohol. Nangong Jin frowned and asked, so, you're willing to take on a disciple? No matter what. Morong Bing was now one of the 5 peaks of the Taiching sect, and if she didn't take on a disciple, what's the difference between that and occupying a latrine? And now that she was willing to take on a disciple, that naturally couldn't be better. No, it's good. Hiccup. Myong Bing hiccuped again. Nangong Jin's face looked a little better and said, that's very good. When you've taken on a disciple, this patriarch will naturally restore the 5th peak's resource allocation at his discretion. Sovereign, you must keep your word. Morong Bing stood with her arms crossed, her eyes blurred as she looked ahead, and she suddenly grinned and, pointing at Shin Tian, he said, you are the genius who made the great Dao Bell reach 9 rings just now, right? Well, with your qualifications, the patriarch will definitely give you a lot of resources, and if he accepts you as his disciple, I'm sure I won't lack money for alcohol in the future. He. Morong Bing staggered forward. She grabbed Shintian's collar and, with a shrewd smile, he said, "Kid, this peak master intends to take you as his disciple. Go, follow me back to the 5th peak." "No!" Before Shintian could speak, Nandong Jin and the remaining 4 peak masters then rejected it for him in a stern voice. "What's that place? The 5th peak? What's the difference between Shintian, a great young man, going there and being wasted?" The heavy smell of alcohol hit his face, and Shintian encircled his hands and, surveying the revealingly dressed woman in front of him, just slightly lowering her head, there was a leaking spring light. Morong Bing suddenly grabbed Shintian's collar with force, and a cold, chilling light flashed in his eyes. "Look in your doggy eyes again and I'll gouge them out." The corner of Shintian's mouth hooked as he asked, "What can I get if I worship you as my teacher? With a beautiful master teacher like me as your companion, what more do you want?" Morong Bing purposely spat out a mouthful of wine breath and sprayed it on Shintian's face. "Not only can you get nothing, each month, you are also required to submit all of your resources to the master. Furthermore, I won't be teaching you to cultivate, so normally, it's best not to bother me. In the end, if you reject me, you'll be miserable. So what are you telling me about Nima?" Thumbs up. The long sword in Shintian's hand shook, and a jade hand that grabbed his collar instantly flew up. He raised his foot and kicked out. Morong Bing's chest caved in. Put. Wine with blood spurted wildly from his mouth, and her left hand that was originally gripping on Shintian's collar had clearly been cut off by a sword. Nandong Jin and the others' eyes widened. "Ah, little bastard. You seek death." Morong Bing wasn't drunk at this moment. She endured the severe pain and imperialized the wine pot in her hand. "Fairy drink." The sword in the pot. Seeing that a water sword flew out of the wine pot, it instantly attacked and killed Shintian. "Go on, kill him for me." Nandong Jin as well as the 4 peak masters were about to make a move to stop them, but after looking at Shintian's expression, they couldn't help but have a ridiculous thought in their minds at once. Therefore, several people stopped their urge to strike for a moment. Seeing Shintian straightening his collar with one hand and probing forward with a golden light attached to the palm of his hand, that water sword was actually resisted by him in the air like this. "Just by virtue of a waste like you who only reached the 5th level of the creation realm after 100 years of cultivation, do you deserve to take me as your disciple?" Shintian's 5 fingers flexed violently, and the water sword in front of his palm was instantly pinched and exploded into a mellow wine fog. "What?" Morong Bing had long since come to her senses at this moment, and upon hearing this, she instantly became furious. "Shut the hell up." Morong Bing's fingertips forced out a bit of essence blood and dripped it into the wine pot, and then several light red water swords flew out. "Sword in the pot. Go go go. All of you." Shintian's fingertips nodded and transformed the golden light, and he walked idly, not retreating but advancing. With only one hand, he crushed a water sword. "TSK, TSK, you know what? Your attacks are as ridiculous as your life. Can't even defeat a disciple like me who's at the 1st level of the creation realm. Do you really have the face to be the head of this peak? Oh, that's right. After all, a loser like you can only drown your sorrows by drinking." Shintian's words were heartbreaking, and Morong Bing was so angry that he instantly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. "Stop. Stop it now." Looking at Shintian, who was getting closer and closer, Morong Bing shouted in terror. Her breath was depleted and she was unable to defend any more sword in the pot, so she could only furiously smash the wine pot in her hand at Shintian. "TSK, a treasure like heavenly heart jade is made into a wine pot by you? What a waste." Shintian grabbed the jade pot in his hand, and when he saw the materials used to make this pot, eyes lit up at once. Heavenly heart jade, an excellent material for refining space containers. At this moment, a sudden thought crossed his mind. He was going to use it to refine an innate magic treasure for himself. "What do you want?" Morong Bing cackled and violently grabbed at the jade pot. "Give it back to me. I am a person who has always been brutal and unreasonable. This object is mine." Shintian directly cut off the connection between Morong Bing and the jade pot, and then without mercy, a kick to the gut. "Get out!" "Ah!" Morong Bing flew out backwards and slammed heavily into the corner of the. Perhaps it was because of the thought that not only had she been brutally beaten, but now she had actually even been robbed of her wine pot. For a moment, she actually fainted from anger directly. Gulp! The crowd swallowed their saliva, especially the group of true disciples led by He Yufan. At this moment, it was even more incomparably fearful. It's just a matter of suddenly ascending to the realm of creation. Now, he was actually able to pressurize the Morong Peak Master who was at the 5th level of the creation realm to fight. It's not even if the cultivation level increases quickly, but the strength is still so outrageous. Of course, in addition to sighing at the strength of Shintian's strength, they also coincidentally thought that, this guy, he's really arrogant. It's better not to mess with him in the future. Shan Shengzi, Shan Shengzi, Shan Shengzi. Just then, the four directions suddenly resounded with terrifying cries, and Shen Tian scanned the four directions and saw a group of disciples that, no matter whether it was the inner sect, outer sect or the miscellaneous servants, all looked at him with fervor. There was no other reason, only because Shen Tian's action caused them a surge of heart. Of course, it is also pride and joy. In short, Shen Shengzi is awesome. He Yufan and the rest of the true legends were infected by the atmosphere, and for a moment, they were also glowing as they looked at Shen Tian. With this saintly son leading the way, how can the Tai Ching sect not prosper? Shen Tian eyed the four directions, spirited and with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Genius, by nature, carries with it a strong sense of calling. Only after the voices in this room quieted down did he then turn his head to look at Nangong Jin and said, Patriarch, if I remember correctly, there is a stipulation in the clan rules that this peak master position is to be won by the one who can, right? Nangong Jin obviously also did not expect Shen Tian's strength to be so terrifying. Although this Morong Bing was indeed a bit of a waste, it was still a solid fifth level of the creation realm. He had only wanted to see if Shen Tian had broken through so quickly, whether there was a risk of realm vapors, but looking at it this way now, there's absolutely no cause for concern. Hearing Shen Tian ask, he nodded at once and said, not bad, are you trying to, since a waste like her can serve as the head of a peak, then going forward, I am the master of this fifth peak. Shen Tian grinned. Where was the treatment of a holy son compared to the lord of a peak? For example, saints' sons only had the opportunity to travel to the pool of creation once a year, but peak masters, however, had two. Saint's son Shen, if you become the fifth peak master, I'm willing to join the fifth peak, even if I give you all my resources. I'm willing to do so. I would like to follow in your footsteps. Can I quit the third peak and join the fifth peak again? Shen Shang is not right. Peak master Shen, peak master Shen. Listening to the shouts of the crowd of disciples in the four directions, Nangong Jin and the group of peak masters all fell silent. Shen Tian also couldn't help but sweat a little, but he didn't expect his appeal to be so strong, and Morong Bing, who had just awakened, heard the shouts coming from all directions. At this moment again cannot help a mouthful of blood sprayed out, and then fainted. Chapter 12, Refining the Natal Magic Treasure, Golden Jade Small Sword. Ahem. At this time, Nangong Jin coughed clearly, suppressing the restless disciples in the four directions as he looked at Shen Tian. The corners of his mouth tugged as he said, you kid, how dare you think? I know you're supposed to be looking at the Peak Master's deal, but the Peak Master represents more than just status and power. More than that, he has to shoulder the responsibility of training disciples for the sect. You're still young and have a long road ahead of you, while the cultivation of our group has long been difficult to advance, so only more energy and hope can be placed on you young people. So even though you have the strength to replace her, I don't recommend it, Nangong Jin said in a good manner. But since you are the first ever 9 rings of extraordinary genius of my Tai Ching sect, the treatment that this patriarch will give you will definitely not be worse than that of any of the peak masters. Seeing Nangong Jin say this, Shen Tian immediately cut off his thoughts. Instead, he nodded his head and respectfully said, then disciple will follow the patriarch's words. He turned his head to look at the crowd of eager-eyed disciples in the four directions and shook his head with a smile. Disappointed you all. Saint Sun Shen doesn't need to be like this. You just need to be yourself. We will follow your lead. Although the disciples in the four directions showed regret, they all said that they could understand. In this way, Shen Tian looked at Nangong Jin again and said, by the way, Patriarch, now that my disciple has become a saint's son, then I guess there's no need to participate in this saint sealing ceremony, right? The main purpose of the canonization ceremony was to run for the Holy Son. The secondary purpose is for the 9 true legends to compete with each other for ranking. And the higher the ranking the more resources can be tilted. With his strength today, he naturally didn't need to compete. I know you boys are afraid of trouble. Nangong Jin waved his hand and said, since you don't want to stay here and waste time, then go back first. Also, if there is time to get ready to receive punishment at the pool of creation, remember to talk to me ahead of time. Shen Tian had some feelings in his heart. This patriarch treated himself really quite well. He hesitated for a split second. Then he said, Patriarch, I've thought about it. Let's do it tomorrow. Those who persecuted themselves in previous lifetimes have been liquidated accordingly to the degree of persecution. It's time to get ready to take down a first life. But if you want to get the next one back, this strength is not enough. It would be good to go to the pool of creation in advance to boost your strength. That fast? Nangong Jin thought for a moment. Then he nodded and said, fine, just know in your own heart. Meet me in the main hall at the hour of tomorrow. Yes, Sovereign, Shen Tian answered. And then he directly stepped into the air and left in the midst of all the attention. Several true transmitters as well as the disciples saw that their own patriarch treated Shintian as if he were his own son. The heart is also sour, but they all didn't say anything. After all, in this world, genius is privileged. Only after Shintian left did Nangong Jin say aloud, "Gentlemen, the saint's sealing ceremony continue." Along with the patriarch's words, an elder immediately stepped forward to preside over the order. The 7 true legends exchanged hands one after another, showing their own styles. Unfortunately, in the past, there was Shintian who established the Earth Saint's son with the capital of 9 rings and snapped his fingers to abolish Dongfangjia. Later on, there was the time when he violently beat the 5th peak master with only one hand, displaying an invincible stance. Therefore, nowadays, the peak masters, elders and even disciples were looking at the battle between the several true transmitters again. Suddenly it was a bit tasteless. On the high platform, the 2nd peak master, who was the only female peak master among the 5 peaks, has already brought Morong Bing down to heal her wounds. It was only at this moment that the remaining 3 peak masters were so worried that they said to Nangong Jin, "Patriarch, today's matter, Morong Bing is afraid that he won't be able to let it go." Shintian, this disciple, really gave them a big surprise today. But not only did he chop off half of Morong Bing's arm, but he also snatched the person's magic treasure. Something that, when her father's retreat was over, "I'm afraid that I will come to find trouble with Shintian." Humph. This matter was originally started by her, so how can she have the face to find others in trouble again? Nangong Jin snorted coldly and said, "What's more, a peak master joining hands with a supreme elder to bully a disciple of his own clan. And the one who was bullied was the number 1 genius ever. Do you think Morong Bing really has the face to do such a thing?" The peak masters were silent for a while. Not to mention, if Morong Bing could really do this kind of thing, not only her, but also the Tai Ching sect was afraid that they would be reduced to the laughingstock of the entire southern state. Successive patriarchs would become supreme elders once they abdicated, and they represented the strongest underpinnings of the clan. Like today's Tai Ching sect, including Morong Han, there were 3 supreme elders, and they were all at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm cultivation. And this supreme elder Morong Han was the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm cultivation. The 1st peak master said, "What if she's out of her mind and can really do it? This patriarch is not dead yet." There was an aura of the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm faintly dispersing from Nangong Jin's body. He looked down at the fight between the several true transmitters below, and finally added, "The big deal is that when Elder Morong comes out of the gate, this patriarch will just give him some blood to give him some reparation." Shintian returned to his cave, sitting cross-legged on the spirit silk futon. The golden jade pot that he had snatched from Morong Bing was held in the palm of his left hand. "Master, is this the kind of heavenly heart jade that can be used to create a spatial ring?" Feng Ao Tian asked curiously. "Aha." Shen Tian nodded. The heavenly heart jade, which contained a piece of space, just a point the size of a pinky fingernail, could create a spatial ring with 100 square meters of space inside. Therefore, this heavenly heart jade was usually used to create various spatial containers. As to its value, though it could not be called rare and incomparable, this palm-sized piece of, and yet, it's very rare, Feng Ao Tian spoke. "This thing is good. Such a big piece of heavenly heart jade, used to create a space container. That would be more than enough to stuff the entire Tai Ching clan into." Shintian shook his head and said, "You have short insights, so say less." Feng Ao Tian. Shintian gazed at his spirit and held up the jade pot in his left hand, and there was a blazing spirit fire surging out of his right hand. A cultivator at the chi-gathering realm can release his spiritual energy, making fire out of thin air, making rain, and casting winds is no big deal. However, the spirit fire generated in this way is not very hot and its power is limited. It would usually only be used to refine some low-grade medicinal herbs and magic weapons. Seeing the spirit fire in his right hand turn into a fire snake directly wrapped the jade pot began to slowly melt. 3 hours later, a fist-sized ball of reddish golden liquid floated into view. Looking at the red gold liquid in front of him, Shintian exhaled a breath and murmured, "It's really not easy. Gotta take that innate true fire in as soon as possible." Without much thought, he began to mold the mass of red gold liquid. Another hour later, collect. Shintian withdrew the fire, and in the palm of his right hand, at the moment there was a small foot-long golden jade sword suspended. "Is this a flying sword?" Feng Ao Tian was greatly surprised. "Master, how did you think of using heavenly heart jade to refine weapons? You should know that although the texture of the heavenly heart jade is hard, it is extremely easy to crumble, and using it as a weapon, the slightest inattention is feared to be broken by the enemy." Shintian ignored her as he used his finger as a blade and began to outline a divine pattern on the small golden jade sword. Using his divine soul as a pen again, he engraved several miniature formations on each of those divine lines. This step is extremely time-consuming. The night passed quickly. Early in the morning, Tai Cheng sect, Holy Sun's Cave. It's done! A voice with a strong sense of joy rang out. Shen Tian wiped away the fine sweat on his forehead. He looked at the small golden jade sword in front of him that was engraved with a mysterious divine pattern, and his heart was pleasantly surprised. After a whole night, he had finally refined the prototype of his own innate magic treasure. Fonao Tian sized up the small sword, and railing her who possessed thousands of years of insight. At this moment, he was actually unable to comprehend any of the divine patterns. Master, why do I feel like a child in front of you? She couldn't understand what Shen Tian was doing, but was greatly shocked. However, I am curious about this. What's the point of this thing? At this moment, Shen Tian was also in an extremely good mood, and when he heard Fonao Tian say so, he was instantly on a whim. With a flash of his body, a few breaths later, he was in front of a towering mountain. Watch it! Shen Tian put his fingers together and pointed toward the mountain peak in front that was thousands of feet high. Go! A golden stream of light instantly shot out. Sneer at. Seeing that stream of light directly pierced through that mountain peak, the power of this strike was extremely unimpressive. It was feared that it could directly seriously injure or even kill a cultivator at the 5th level of the creation realm in seconds. But Fonao Tian didn't say anything, because if it were any other flying sword of good quality, Shen Tian was able to make it this far. Collect! Shen Tian hooked both of his fingers and the golden jade small sword flew back into his hand. But he did not take it back, but still kept it in a state where it would be sent but not sent. Fonao Tian noticed that Shen Tian's aura had suddenly become harsh, and at the same time, she also noticed that the divine patterns on this little golden jade sword seemed to be flowing. About a moment later. Phew! With a violent popping sound, the golden jade small sword shot out at extreme speed. Thumbs up. Crouch. Chapter 13, Sword Nurturing Technique. I've repaired the Great Tao Clock. Fonao Tian's eyes instantly widened as she realized that this time, that little golden and jade sword had actually directly pierced through a full 5 mountain peaks. Master, if you were able to recreate the 5th level of the realm of transformation with that strike earlier, then with this strike now, I'm afraid that it can directly inflict heavy damage or even kill the 7th level of the creation realm in seconds. The same flying sword, but the power before and after was more than several times greater. Collect! Shen Tian withdrew the golden jade small sword into his hand, and only then did this explain. You can simply interpret this as a flying sword that can infinitely store power. Infinite power storage? Fonao Tian seemed to have seen a new world. Shen Tian laughed. Just storing up power for a moment can instantly multiply its power by several times. And what if I stored it up for a day, a month, a year, or even hundreds or thousands of years? Storing power for a year. Not to mention the true spirit realm. I'm afraid that even the Tao Lord realm can be directly killed in seconds, right? Fonao Tian's heart was incomparably shaken, but then a key occurred to her. No, Master, is your cultivation or spiritual power enough for you to build up your strength for so long? Judging from the situation of Shen Tian's power storage just now, she estimated that the current Shen Tian would not be able to say that for a day. I'm afraid it's not easy to store up power for 2 hours. You're not so dumb after all. Shen Tian nodded and continued. It's naturally not possible to rely solely on storing power like this. I've also created a secret method to build up its strength. This method is called the Sword Nurturing Technique, Shen Tian said, after forcing out a drop of blood from his fingertip to recognize the golden jade small sword as his master. It was then incorporated into the center of his brow. And this sword I call the brow sword, in conjunction with the sword raising technique. In ordinary times, you can contain it in the center of your eyebrow, and when you need it, you can defend it to kill the enemy. If you look closely, then he could vaguely feel an overpowering and extreme aura gradually converging at the center of Shen Tian's brow. And although the efficiency of this sword raising technique has been reduced, it is superior in that it can store up unlimited power. Fonao Tian was now sure that in front of Shen Tian, she was really a child. Master, you are a genius. Feeling the brow sword whose power was gradually increasing, she couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of water and, from the bottom of my heart, I said, it's a blessing of several lifetimes that I can follow you. Fonao Tian couldn't help but think, if I had this kind of supreme treasure in my previous life, and how could we have ended up in this situation? Shen Tian didn't get carried away as he said, but this brow sword is still only in its embryonic form today. To increase power as well as longevity, something else needs to be fused. Fonao Tian was right. The heavenly heart jade is extremely easy to crumble. If you don't want to use it one day and be blown to pieces, then you have to add other ingredients. There's a lot of options for this one. Some good sword making materials are available that, for example, the streams of nebula stone, aqua coal iron, and earth hidden metaphysical iron. Unfortunately, there were no such materials on Shen Tian's body today. And even if there were, he couldn't refine it even with his spirit fire. Let's first go to the creation pool to get the innate true flame in our hands. Looking at the time, it was almost the hour. Shintian no longer hesitated and immediately went to the main hall. In addition, the fact that the great Dao bell has been repaired must also be spoken of with the patriarch. Sovereign. Shintian arrived at the main hall and found that Nangongjin had long been waiting here. Aha! Nangongjin nodded with a smile, then asked, "You just moved your hand yesterday. This sovereign actually recommends that it would be best for you to recuperate for a few days before entering the creation pool, because today's creation pool is dangerous." Speaking of this, Nangongjin's expression became a few points more serious. Shintian looked at him. Nangongjin leisurely said, "Actually, this creation pool originated from my Taiching sect's first ancestor. The primordial ancestor came here with the broken Great Dao Bell to establish the Taiching sect. After his immortal death, a spiritual spring happened to be born at the place where he was seated, and the spring was tainted with the fruits of the ancestor's lifelong cultivation. So it became a spiritual spring that can help people cultivate their senses and even enhance their qualifications. Later, the successive generations of patriarchs of my Taiching sect who were able to live to the end of their lives followed the example of their ancestor. Whenever they had a premonition that their great end was approaching, they would go to the spiritual spring and scatter the fruits of their lifelong cultivation into it. And over time, this spiritual spring then converged into a spiritual pool. And this is the origin of the pool of creation? And nowadays this creation pool has long since become the foundation of my Taiching sect, along with the Great Dao Bell. Nangongjin's tone was thick with pride, and for every generation of patriarchs, their path of cultivation could even be said that their entire life began with the Great Dao Bell and ended with the pool of creation, which had just as easily become an inheritance. Just as quickly, he sighed. It's a shame that just like the Great Dao Bell that has never been able to be repaired for 10,000 years, this creation pool, nowadays, is already fading away. Nangongjin's tone was heavy, even a little sad. Shintian was silent. He who possessed the memory of 8 lives naturally knew clearly for what reason the creation pool had disappeared. Then, he suddenly spoke. "Sovereign, the Great Dao Bell has actually been repaired." "What did you say?" Nangongjin's eyes suddenly widened. "The Great Dao Bell is repaired?" Shintian nodded his head and said, "Yes, it was at that time yesterday when I rang 9 times. The Great Dao clock was then automatically repaired. And now it should be considered a pseudo-heavenly grade magic treasure. It's just that because I put a masking array on it, so now if you don't look closely, it is impossible to detect the change in the avenue clock. If the strength of the Taiching clan is rumored to have a pseudo-heavenly magic treasure within the clan, I don't even know if I'll be wiped out one day. So it is." Nangongjin did not ask Shintian why he suddenly had such means. He said excitedly as if he suddenly realized, "Indeed, the ancestor's last words are true." As the patriarch, Nangongjin naturally remembered his ancestor's last words. If someone can make it reach the rumored 9 rings, it can make the Great Dao clock revitalized and reunited. After Shintian had knocked 9 times yesterday, he had also made a point of going forward and checking things out. But alas, but no change was detected. For this reason, Nangongjin also greatly regretted that. However, he had never thought that the concealment array laid by Shintian had even concealed him. A cultivator of the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. Little Tian, you are truly a blessing for my Taiching sect. The inability to repair the Great Dao Bell has always been a major sore point in the hearts of successive sovereigns. Now that it was repaired due to Shintian, Nangongjin's heart could be described as ecstatic. Shintian smiled and said, "Patriarch, let's talk about the matter of the pool of creation." "Good, then this patriarch won't talk any more nonsense. You come with me." Nangongjin led Shintian all the way to the depths of the sect. Road. About 30 years ago, the pool of creation began to boil and even gradually evaporate. Nangongjin said to Shintian, 30 years ago, the creation pond was hundreds of miles in size, and now in just 30 years, it has plummeted to half its original size, and the rate at which it is disappearing is still gradually accelerating, and at the rate it is going today in no more than 5 more years, the creation pool will disappear completely. Nangongjin spoke in a deep and painful tone. In the beginning, no one knew why the pool of creation was boiling. It was not until the former patriarch, my senior, who risked his life to go deeper into it to find the cause, that, in the end, he found the culprit at the place where the first ancestor was seated. That's a black flame about the size of a head. My master wants to move it, but he was burned into nothingness before he could even really touch that black flame. Shintian didn't say anything. Black flames? But when Fomeo Tian within her sea of consciousness heard Nangongjin's description, she instantly reminded, "Master, I'm afraid this is the legendary innate true fire that can burn everything." Chapter 14, Tai 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 Divine Traveling Technique. Fonao was at least once a great power in the Zunshe realm. Therefore, he also quickly recognized the origin of the black flame. Nangong Jin spoke again, saying, Xiao Tian, I'm saying this to you because I want to tell you that, after you enter this pool of creation later, do not go deeper into it. That black flame is extremely terrifying, even for me. Anytime I get close to it, I run the risk of self-immolation. Shintian hesitated for a moment and then asked, Patriarch, what if I take in this black flame? Hearing Shintian's words, Nangong Jin, however, just shook his head and smiled, saying, Child, I'm not surprised you'd think that. After all, anyone who learns of the terrifying power of that black flame will be born with the idea of wanting to take it in, and that includes me, as well as the previous generation's patriarch. But alas, no one succeeded. Nangong Jin patted Shintian's shoulder. Laughing, he said, although the world says that the world's chances are won by those who have the destiny, this patriarch feels that it should actually be more accurate to say that the world's chances are won by those who have the ability to do so. When you feel the temperature of that black flame with your own eyes, you'll realize how terrifying it is, and you will know your own insignificance. Of course, if you can truly subdue this fire, then this patriarch will certainly be grateful. However, it's impossible. As they spoke, the two had arrived in front of a huge stone door. Shintian keenly sensed that the aura here was very dense. Moreover, there were several unimpressive auras secretly guarding this place, and among them, there was even the presence of an aura that was quite a bit more powerful than Nangong Jin. Come to think of it, that would be one of the three great supreme elders of the Taiching sect. At that moment, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared in front of the two. Greetings, Patriarch and Holy Son. Nangong Jin waved his hand and said, Open the door. The white-haired old man didn't have any nonsense and directly opened the stone door. Inside the stone door, a dense white mist and heat waves escaped, making it difficult to see the scene. Xiao Tian, go in. Nangong Jin looked at Shin Tian. Yes, Sovereign. Shin Tian did not hesitate and raised his foot and stepped into the stone door. As far as the eye could see, it was white. The aura of this place is even more dense, but at the same time, Shin Tian also felt a strong sense of blazing heat. So this creation pool is actually in a small secret realm. As he looked ahead, he could vaguely see a huge spirit pool that was in the midst of boiling appearing in front of him. Instead of a pool, a lake would be more accurate. Because this creation pool, one glance simply couldn't see the edge. In the next moment, without the slightest hesitation, Shin Tian flew straight toward the depths of the creation pool. Master, you don't really want to take in this innate true flame, do you? When Fonao Tian saw Shin Tian's behavior, he couldn't help but voice out a question. Not to mention Nangong Jin, it was she who had personally seen her master's many tactics who didn't really believe that Shin Tian could really take in the innate true fire. Sure, Shin Tian traveled through the thick white fog, but soon, as he went deeper, the white mist in front of him slowly began to thin out. About a moment later, the white fog in front of me had completely disappeared. Here, it has been extremely hot. The pool water of the creation pool under his feet had also decreased drastically due to the high temperature. The earth was covered with a dry, cracked gully. Rolling waves of heat came over his face, and Shin Tian's face turned crimson. Even Fonao Tian, who was deep in the sea of consciousness, felt a strong sense of blazing heat. She immediately said eagerly, Master, be careful. Wait for me to shelter you first before advancing. Fonao Tian knew that the opportunity to show his value had come. In a flash, a strong soul force emanated from within Shin Tian's sea of consciousness. That soul force transformed into a barrier and protected Shin Tian in it. In a moment, the crimson on Shin Tian's cheeks then slowly faded away. Master, it's safe to go deeper now. Fonao Tian spoke in a heavy tone and the remnants of the soul suffered great pain. Shin Tian glanced at her for a moment. Alright, there's no need to advance any further. He stopped and looked ahead. There was a modest valley in front of us, and a horrible heat wave obscured the view of the. One could only vaguely see a roiling black light overflowing from the depths of the valley. Seeing Shin Tian stop, Fonao Tian spat out a mouthful of heat waves, and she had a worried look on her face. He said, Master, with your current cultivation, once you get close to that innate true fire you will only end up being incinerated. But how are you supposed to take it in when you can't even get close? She pondered if there was anything else she could do to help her master. Shin Tian's gaze fell on the valley and faintly returned. Since it's impossible to go in, then we won't go in. Fonao Tian froze. What do you mean? Shin Tian didn't reply and just sat down on the ground. Close your eyes and meditate. A divine soul power suddenly dispersed in his body. And then, in the stunned eyes of Fonao Tian, only to see an illusory body identical to Shin Tian suddenly flew out from the top of his head. This is a soul body? No, This is even a consciousness body? The illusory body nodded and said, not bad. Since a fleshly body is at risk of being incinerated if it comes near, why don't we just let the illusory consciousness in? Fong Aotian was a bit dumbfounded. Master, what kind of tactics are you using? She had heard of out-of-body experiences, but this was the first time she had heard of this consciousness leaving the body. This is the Taishu divine traveling technique, the illusory body said to Fong Aotian. Just stay here and protect my physical body. Fong Aotian nodded earnestly, seemingly happy that he was useful. Good, Master. You remember to be careful. I will not let your body suffer a single bit of harm. The illusory body stopped talking nonsense and then flew towards the valley. Soon, a huge sinkhole appeared in front of Shintian's eyes, and a black aura was mapped on the sinkhole. Above it, there was a black flame the size of a watermelon. Innate true fire. Shintian's heart rejoiced. Even though the current him was a conscious body, and there was still 100 feet away from the innate true fire, but Shintian still felt a blazing burning sensation. Without any nonsense, wisps of illusory thin threads flew out from his fingertips to twine toward the innate true fire. The Taishu divine journey technique could only allow him to get close to the innate true flame, but if he wanted to truly subdue it, something else needs to be used. And what Shintian used was an earth-grade fire control art called Thousand Silk Winding. Zip! However, just as the wisps of illusory thin threads wrapped around the innate true fire, the innate true fire that was originally still quiet and incomparable suddenly became violently agitated. In an instant, those thin threads were ablaze with layers of black flame. The thin line was burned in an instant, and the black flame was rapidly spreading towards Shintian along the thin line. In response, Shintian had anticipated this, and he did not panic as he shot out more thin threads again. This was, after all, an innate true fire, so naturally, it wouldn't be taken in so easily. But that illusory thin line, since it can touch the innate true fire, that will be its submissive but just a matter of time. Tai Ching sect. There is a beautiful, scenic peak here. The mountain peak was large in scale, and the concentration of aura was far different from the surrounding land. However, there was only a very humble hall constructed on this mountain peak. The temple was sparsely furnished and seemed very empty. And that, in a nutshell, is Peak 5. Ask why 5th Peak is so humble. Simply because almost 90% or more of the valuable things had been taken by Morong Bing and exchanged for wine. At this moment, a stone bed at the back of the main hall. Morong Bing let out a low cry of pain from his mouth, and she was using countless rare and precious medicines to congeal on her severed hand. Visible to the naked eye, a newborn jade hand gradually grew into shape in that pure spiritual medicinal liquid. Accompanied by a final heavy muffled grunt, Morong Bing's severed hand was finally restored as before. Seeing her broken hand restored, and overjoyed, her hand went to her waist for a drink. However, he only just remembered that his jade pots had all been snatched by Shintian. Shintian, breaking my hand and robbing my wine pot. This disgrace will not be forgotten just like that. Morong Bing gritted her teeth in hatred, thinking that she couldn't beat him at all. At that moment, she hesitated for a moment and, then his heart crossed, took out a sound transmission jade slip, and transmitted. Father. Chapter 15, How come Xiaotian kills Fong Hong and not the others? Tai Ching sect. Main hall. Sovereign, are you telling the truth? Inside the hall, Fong Yuan, the first peak master, looked at Nangong Jin with a shocked expression on his face. He said, the great Tao clock has really been repaired? Nangong Jin nodded his head. There was an unconcealable joy in his tone. What, this patriarch has just personally gone to check out? Can it still be false? Fong Yuan smiled. This child, although sometimes he acts a bit impulsively, but it is indeed a blessing for my Tai Ching sect. At this rate, 3 months from now, at the demon removal ceremony, my Tai Ching sect might be about to usher in a whole new era. Nowadays, the southern state had a total of 5 major forces in the open, including the Tai Ching sect. The 5 powers were led by the first-class power, the southern state's little sacred mountain. The remaining 4 major forces are all second-rate forces, and this demon removal ceremony is once every 10 years. The main purpose, on the other hand, was to travel to the battlefield of the righteous and the devil to grab special treasures with the devil cultivators. Meanwhile, after the demon removal ceremony is over, the more forces that capture the treasure land, it will also have the power to allocate more resources throughout the southern states. However, in all the generations of the demon removal ceremony, the southern state's little sacred mountain has always been the first in the break. This is the first 9-ringing genius our Tai Ching sect has ever had. Fong Yuan's voice was emotional, and he looked at Nangong Jin with fervent anticipation in his gaze. Patriarch, do you think that this demon removal ceremony, is it possible for him, Shan Tian, to lead our Tai Ching sect to win first place? In the past, The main force sent by the southern state's little sacred mountain to participate in the demon removal ceremony were all just at the realm of creation. And Shintian's cultivation and strength nowadays was also an extremely notable existence in the realm of creation. How can it be that easy? When Nangong Jin heard this, he first froze, then he shook his head and laughed. Although Xiaotian he has now achieved the first level of the creation realm at the age of 20 Taoist years old is indeed already extremely extraordinary. But let's not forget that it's that saint's son Li Changfeng, the present-day saint's son of the southern state's Little Saint Mountain. He is but 25 years old at the age of the Tao, and he is already at the peak of the creation realm. Not to mention the fact that they have a saintess Gu Wanqing who is several times more demonic than Li Changfeng. Although her Tao age is the same as Xiaotian's, the same 20 years old, her cultivation level today is already at the peak of the creation realm. And it is said that this woman has also initially comprehended the realm of intent. Perhaps in the near future she will be able to break through to the spirit transformation realm. There was already a thick shock in Nangong Jin's eyes. A 20-year-old spirit transformation realm. This kind of talent, in this southern state can be called a demon without equal. It's little sky facing her, and I can only resign myself to it. Feng Yuan was silent. In the end, he could only lament that there was truly never a shortage of geniuses in the world, and to realize that when he first broke through the spirit transformation realm, he was already nearly 100 years old at the age of the Tao, and someone else actually broke through the spirit transformation realm at the age of 20. It's really a human comparison. Nangong Jin patted his shoulder and laughed. Don't think too much. We're hopeless in the first place, but second place is still solid. Successive generations of the Taiqing sect have basically only been able to hover between third or fourth place. There had even been a few fifths, and now that there was a Shin Tian, he would be satisfied if he could win a second place for the Taiqing sect. Feng Yuan shook his head and lost his smile. Rather, it was me who was greedy. Nangong Jin added. But first, regardless of what ranking Xiao Tian can achieve for the Taiqing sect, before the demon removal ceremony arrives, we, as elders, should still give him as much help as possible. For example, this creation pool, it's a waste to be vaporized and dried up anyway, so it's better to let Xiao Tian soak it more and he can stay as long as he wants, and it's all up to him as to how much he can absorb. In the past, the creation pool would only be open for a month at a time, but nowadays, Nangong Jin clearly didn't want to bother with this rule anymore. He only hoped that Shintian would be able to create a pool that would allow Shintian to raise his cultivation more. Even if it's just one weight, that's enough. At the mention of the creation pool, Feng Yuan couldn't help but sigh as he asked, Patriarch, is there really no way out of the matter of the creation pool? The pool of creation is simply a spiritual pool that contains the achievements of all the patriarchs in their cultivation. On a more serious note, it was the place where the successive patriarchs had been seated and where the Taiqing sect's legacy was located. The patriarch as well as each peak master naturally could not stand by and watch it be vaporized or even disappear just like that. Originally, there might not have been a way, but there is now after Little Tian repaired the Great Tao Bell. A look of determination filled Nangong Jin's eyes as he replied, I've already thought about it. When I've taken the Great Tao Bell and can use its power, just go ahead and try to see if you can suppress and seal that black flame. If it fails, then the pool of creation will be completely open to the elders and true disciples. Instead of being vaporized dry, it would be better for the elders and disciples of the clan to absorb it. Of course, once it came to this point, it would mean that the creation pool was about to be completely relegated to history. At that moment, only a slightly aged voice was suddenly heard coming from outside the hall. Patriarch, Elder Li Wei seeks an audience. Elder Levi? When Nangong Jin and Feng Yuan heard this voice, doubts appeared on their faces. Li Wei, a core elder, with a 7th level cultivation in the realm of creation. Nangong Jin then said, Come in. An old man quickly walked into the great hall. However, before Nangong Jin could open his mouth to ask, then he saw the old man flop down and directly kneel down. Please, Patriarch, make a decision for Elder Feng Hong. Feng Hong? Nangong Jin pondered slightly. Puzzled, he asked, Didn't Elder Feng go to the miscellaneous service area to retire with a damaged dantian? What happened to him? Li Wei was vocal and old and tearful as he wailed. Patriarch, Elder Feng, was killed. What? Nangong Jin jerked up from his seat as he frowned and asked, What's going on? Feng Yuan, who was on the side, was also shocked. An elder was killed within his own clan. This is a big deal. It's that Shin Tian. Li Wei's face was filled with grief. The day before yesterday he went to the handyman's area and a fight broke out with Feng Hong. By the time I arrived, Feng Hong had already been killed by him. Originally, he did not believe that Shin Tian, a 9th true legend who was only at the first level of the Spirit Sea realm, could kill Feng Hong. But after the seal of sainthood ceremony, Li Wei was certain that Feng Hong was killed by Shin Tian. Goten? Nangong Jin's eyes widened as he asked skeptically, why did he kill Feng Hong? Patriarch, does the reason matter? What matters is that Feng Hong is dead, Li Wei suddenly said in a hateful voice. The clan rules say that those who kill innocents indiscriminately shall have their cultivation abolished, expelled from the clan. I ask Patriarch to deprive Shen Tian of the position of Saint Sun, and to abolish his cultivation and expel him from the clan. No. Now it was Feng Yuan who couldn't sit still. He looked at Li Wei and righteously said, Shen Tian, he is by no means an impulsive person. Much less would he do something that kills innocents indiscriminately. Besides, Elder Li Wei, how come Shen Tian killed Feng Hong and not the others? You need to think more about whether it's Feng Hong himself. Nangong Jin, who was on the side, glanced at him and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Feng Yuan, when did you become such a double standard? And now you can actually even say victim guilt theory. When Li Wei heard this, he also directly froze. He was so angry that his beard shook. Great Peak Master. You're being crooked. Ahem. Nangong Jin coughed and his tone came down seriously as he said, Elder Li, get up first. This matter was of great importance. And now that Xiao Tian he was in the pool of creation, before finding out the truth, it's not good for this patriarch to make a direct punishment. Let's go see Elder Feng Hong first. Seeing the patriarch say that, Li Wei couldn't say anything else. The three soon arrived at the handyman area. Arriving on the hill, Li Wei immediately pointed to the small courtyard in front of him that had been split in half with a sword and, in a sorrowful tone, he said, Patriarch, look, in front of you is the place where Shen Tian committed his evil deeds. Nangong Jin nodded and was about to go forward, but suddenly, he looked violently into mid-air. Wait, there's demonic energy there? Chapter 16, Breaking 4 Realms in a Row, Leaving Customs. In the next instant, Nangong Jin's figure appeared in mid-air, his face somber. Here, there was a demonic cultivator who showed up, although much time has passed. However, he was still keenly aware of the traces left behind by Shen Tian's battle with Feng Ao Tian. Feng Yuan and Li Wei's two faces also changed in unison. As a great sect of the righteous path within a radius of thousands of miles, there was a demonic cultivator present within the sect. This is undoubtedly a very serious matter. And, of course, even more serious is the fact that they haven't realized it yet. Patriarch, could it be? Feng Yuan's voice sank. No way. But before he could finish his sentence, Levi glared directly at him and, in a stern voice, he said, Feng Hong would never be this kind of person. Feng Yuan bristled. Elder Li, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses for a moment. I didn't say it was Elder Feng, but what is certain is that Feng Hong's death is definitely related to that demonic cultivator. Li Wei choked, then looked at Nangong Jin and said, Patriarch, Feng Hong is my best friend in life and death. No matter what, if I can't seek justice for Elder Feng, then the old man will resign from this core elder position. His tone was resolute, and he looked as if he was ready to die. The appearance of demonic cultivators in Feng Hong's place of defense was undoubtedly extremely bad news for him. Therefore, he could only force Nangong Jin through this method. Nangong Jin turned his head over as he looked at Feng Yuan and said seriously, Old Feng, you immediately go down and start checking. Once you find a demonic cultivator within the clan, immediately kill him. Feng Yuan's face straightened, nodded, and said, I understand, Patriarch. After saying that, he directly disappeared into thin air. Only then did Nangong Jin look at Li Wei as he said, Elder Li, this patriarch didn't even realize that you were such a brave person to give of yourself. Li Wei thumped inwardly and hurriedly asked, Patriarch, what do you mean? The appearance of demonic cultivators in the miscellaneous service area shows that Elder Feng Hong is not supervising enough. Nangong Jin appeared beside Li Wei and said in a serious tone, and now that he's been killed by a demonic cultivator, the handyman area is even more in need of someone to sit on it. Since you are willing to resign from your position as a core elder, then from now on, you will sit here for now. As for Feng Hong's death, when Xiao Tian comes out, I will find him to understand what happened and return justice to Elder Feng. After Nangong Jin finished speaking, he didn't wait for Li Wei to make a sound, so he directly disappeared in place. Li Wei stumbled violently. He looked at the direction Nangong Jin left and almost fainted. Sovereign, I was joking just now. How could Levi not realize that he had pretty much cut his future short with one sentence? From core elder to handyman elder. This is undoubtedly a crushing blow to anyone. Ha! Suddenly, Li Wei smiled bitterly. Patriarch, I didn't expect that you would want to favor him so much. That's just it. Since you don't act, then this justice, the old man will go and get it back himself. 1 month later, the pool of creation. The long sky is like a wash, calm as a mirror on a large lake. Shen Tian sat in the void, and a rich stream of spiritual chi source flew out from the lake. It blended back into him. Boom! At that moment, the lake exploded violently. Shintian opened his eyes, and his powerful aura swept out from his body. Within the sea of consciousness, Fonao Tian immediately opened his mouth. Congratulations to Master for mastering the innate spirit fire and advancing his cultivation greatly. Shintian's face showed joy. In just less than a month I was able to break through 4 realms in a row. This creation pond is truly a treasure. On the 5th day of arriving at the creation pool, he managed to take in the innate true flame. After that, the pool of creation returned to calm, so Shintian began to cultivate at this place. In 25 minutes, he broke through 4 realms in a row. He directly broke through from the 1st level of the creation realm to the 5th level of the creation realm. Fonao Tian heard this, but he shook his head and said, Master, in fact, this has very little to do with the creation pool. If it were anyone else, like that Dongfang Jia, let him come and practice for a month. At the top of the day it's just a breakthrough of 1 realm. In other words, she was praising Shintian for being a supreme genius. Unable to help it, Fonao Tian began to lament in his heart. Alas, how could I have been so confused in the past? Why would you think of aiding a wastrel like Tangshan, when really, there is no comparison without harm and disparity? There are 2 kinds of geniuses in this world. Shintian smiled non-committally and said, one is to use the same resources that, yet, they can break more shackles and grow more cultivation. This kind of genius advances extremely quickly. Another kind of genius is one who, at the same realm, is able to harbor more spiritual energy than others, a genius that, the battle power is unmatched. Fonao Tian didn't know that he possessed 2 major spirit seas, and said half-heartedly, so, Master, you are the first? Shintian shook his head and laughed, his tone carrying unruly confidence. No, I'm both. Cultivation was not a matter of refining enough resources to keep breaking through, not to mention the great realms. It's the rock-solid shackles between every little realm. Cultivation is the transformation of the aura from heaven and earth or various heavenly materials into one's own spiritual power. When one's own spiritual energy has been cultivated to a certain degree, then one can impact that one shackle. When the shackles are broken, the realm rises. Otherwise, instead of loosening the shackles, they might even be stronger. And at the same time, the next time you want to make an impact you will need to build up your spiritual energy again. If an ordinary person needed 10 times to break through a shackle, then a top genius would only need 1 time. Of course, geniuses utilize resources differently than the unusual. For example, the same cultivation elixir, a genius can cultivate and transform 90% of its medicinal power into his own spiritual power, whereas an unusual person can only do 30%. Immediately afterward, Shintian added regretfully, but alas, this creation pool's usefulness to me is becoming more and more limited. In the end, this creation pool is nothing more than a group of spirit transformation realm cultivators' lifelong cultivation achievements that have been transformed into nothing more than that. The higher the cultivation level, the less useful it is. As for the point of being able to improve his qualifications, Shintian didn't feel it. He stopped stopping and got up at once, heading in the direction of the exit. Now that the innate true fire is in hand, it's time to get ready to get the second one life body. Patriarch, we've finished the exhaustion. There are no signs of demonic cultivators within the clan. All the disciples of the Taiching sect plus the elders amounted to hundreds of thousands of people, and after nearly a month of elimination, Feng Yuan was finally relieved. Inside the main hall, Nangong Jin sat cross-legged in the middle of the hall, while in front of him, there was a large bell half a man high. And that, in a nutshell, is the Shrunken Avenue bell. Hearing Feng Yuan's report, he said, it seems that the demonic cultivator was either killed by Xiao Tian, either that or they escaped. Let's wait for Xiao Tian to come out and ask him about it. Every month in the Taiching sect, there are disciples who either fall or disappear. Therefore, many things are not easy to investigate. Feng Yuan nodded and looked towards the Great Dao Bell, saying, Patriarch, could it be that you have mastered the Great Dao Bell? Nangong Jin sighed slightly and said, although the Great Dao Bell is only a pseudo-heavenly treasure, but since it carries the word heavenly product, how can it be grasped so easily? I'm afraid that if you want to utilize its true strength, you must not be at the true spirit realm, but it should be enough to suppress and seal that black flame. Feng Yuan was silent for a moment and suddenly asked, Patriarch, does this mean that going forward, this Great Dao Bell can only be sealed in the depths of the creation pool along with that black flame? It was so hard to repair this supreme treasure, but now it can't function as it should. Either way it's a little hard to swallow. Nangong Jin held the Great Dao Bell in his hands as he rose, his face joyless and sad. There's no harm. Testing qualifications is not a method of the Avenue Bell. Nangong Jin will also want to say. Suddenly in front of the body point, a sound transmission jade brief appeared out of thin air. Patriarch, the Holy Sun has come out of the gate. Chapter 17, The Old Dog Who Didn't Wake Up. The stone door closed behind them. Shen Tian looked at the familiar scene in front of him, and the joy in his heart was still hard to hide. This trip to the pool of creation was extremely rewarding. How could you break 4 realms in a row in just 1 month? An exclamation came from his side, and Shen Tian turned his eyes to look. It was discovered that the person who opened his mouth was none other than the township elder he had met earlier. The Jinghua elder's eyes were filled with shock. He remembered that Shen Tian was only in the first level of the creation realm when he first entered the creation pool, right? And now, surprisingly, they were all at the 5th level of the creation realm. After all these years of guarding this place, it was the first time he had seen someone who could break through so many realms at once within the pool of creation. In response, the Jinghua elder could only let out a sigh of emotion and said, "The saint's son is truly gifted." Shen Tian clasped his fists and smiled. Elder has worked hard. With that, he turned to leave. A smile bloomed on the face of the Jin guarding elder, looking at Shen Tian's back with more and more satisfaction. Only that, very soon, he then thought of something. No, why didn't I see that white mist just now? He suddenly looked toward the stone door. In these 30 years, every time the stone door was opened, a thick blazing white mist would spill out. But Feng, the town elder, however, did not notice the presence of the white mist at all. After Shen Tian left the stone gate, he flew all the way to the main peak, and the matter of the innate true fire being subdued. I'm afraid I'll have to speak to the patriarch. Just then, he stopped abruptly. In front, an old man stood still. It seems to have been waiting here for a long time. The old man's body exuded an aura of the 7th level of the creation realm pressing toward Shen Tian. His voice was somewhat hoarse and suppressed. Elder Feng Hong, you killed him, didn't you? Shen Tian's face remained unchanged and calmly asked back. It seems that your relationship with Feng Hong is not ordinary. In that case, you do know about Tongshen, don't you? Tang Shan, that handyman disciple? Li Wei didn't deny it. He and Feng Hong were close friends in life and death. The two of them came and went closely on weekdays. Naturally, he also knew that handyman disciple that Feng Hong was extremely optimistic about. But speaking of this, he remembered that he hadn't seen that Tang Shan since it seemed that Feng Hong had died. Tang Shan colluded with people from the Devil's Way to plot against me, but I discovered it in advance. Shen Tian looked indifferent and said, this saint's son wants to behead Tang Shan, but Feng Hong wants to swear to protect him. Does he deserve to die? Speaking of Tongshen, Shen Tian had been asking Feng Ao Tian to search, but there were never any clues. I think it should have long left the scope of the Tai Ching sect. As for where he will go, Shen Tian has vaguely had some guesses. What? Li Wei looked shocked. How is it possible that Tang Shan colluded with people from the Devil's Path, yet Feng Hong wants to protect him? He knew that if what Shen Tian said was true, then Feng Hong did deserve to die. Only, how could Li Wei not believe that Feng Hong would do such a stupid thing? Shen Tian no longer paid attention to him and directly moved to leave. What needs to be made clear he has made clear. Wait. When Li Wei saw that Shen Tian was about to leave, his figure flashed and he stopped in front of him again. What evidence do you have to point out that Tang Shan colluded with the devilish people? Mouths speak for themselves, and I have reason to suspect that you are in fact the one who colluded with the Devil's Path. It was only when Tang Shan found out that you had to kill him to silence him. Shen Tian's eyes turned a few points colder. Daring to slander the sex saint's son. Old thing. You have great guts. Levi's eyelids fluttered and he was about to speak. Alright, old thing. Cut the crap and get right to your purpose. Shen Tian directly interrupted him and snorted. This saint's son does not care to waste time with you here. Well, boy. You've managed to enrage a sleeping lion. Being addressed in such a manner by a junior. Li Wei's heart was suddenly filled with anger. He said, as long as you can take 3 moves from the old man can stop pursuing this matter. In fact, Li Wei also understands that what Shen Tian said is mostly the truth. Things should have ended here. However, when he thought that he was now assigned to the handyman area as a handyman elder, he was holding a bad breath in his heart. Therefore, he needs to vent. Shen Tian let out a light snort without much surprise. So it's because you want to take it out on me. In that case, then there's no need for nonsense. Strike, kid, cocky enough. Li Wei felt that he was being scorned, and his body's 7th level of cultivation in the realm of creation was instantly mobilized. He looked at Shen Tian and said, remember, these 3 moves of the old man are to teach you how to behave. The first move, I want to beat you without honor. Arrogant self. Li Wei did not finish his words. Shen Tian's figure was disoriented and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had come to Levi. The spiritual energy within the 2 major spiritual seas was simultaneously mobilized and converged on the right foot, followed by a kick. The terrifyingly huge force struck Li Wei, and he flew backwards with a miserable scream before he could even react. Shen Tian withdrew his foot and glanced at the ruins in front of him. If you want to fight, just fight. Yakking about it. Where's all the pussy talk? And a sleeping lion. I think an old dog that hasn't woken up is more like it. You. Li Wei was paralyzed in the ruins with a wretched face, and when he heard Shen Tian's unrelenting mockery, he couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of old blood. Shen Tian didn't look at him again and directly turned around to leave. Not far away, two silhouettes appeared. Seeing Li Wei's miserable state, Feng Yuan couldn't help but laugh and said, "TSK, TSK, this little mouth of Saint Sun's, it's like honey." Nangong Jin just shook his head for a while. He's kind of getting what he deserves. In fact, the two of them had been here for a while, also learned of Feng Han's death from Shen Tian's mouth, and had originally heard that Li Wei was going to make a move when the two of them then prepared to show themselves. Only after seeing Shen Tian's cultivation level of the 5th level of the creation realm, they again ghosted the idea of wanting to see Shen Tian's battle power. This is a great thing to see. Who would have thought that the 5th level of the creation realm would be able to kick away the 7th level of the creation realm? They simply suspect that the current Shen Tian was afraid that he possessed a strength that could rival that of a cultivator at the 8th level of the creation realm. And at this time, Shen Tian also noticed the two. With a flash of his figure, he arrived in front of the two. "Greetings, Sovereign, Great Peak Master." No need to be polite. Both had smiles on their faces. Not far away, Li Wei also saw Nangong Jin and Feng Yuan. His head instantly inclined to the other side of the room. Just play dead. This is not the place to deliberate. Nangong Jin looked at Shen Tian and said, "Little Tian, come with me. This patriarch has something to say to you." The main hall. "TCH, you kid. You really can surprise people." Nangong Jin looked at Shen Tian with eyes full of appreciation and said, "Breaking through 4 realms in a row in just 1 month. Truly worthy of being the first ever genius of my clan." Shen Tian said, "Sovereign, this is actually all thanks to the pool of creation." "Alright, the ability of the creation pool is known to this patriarch. There's no need for you kid to be too modest." Nangong Jin looked up and down Shen Tian. The more he looked is more satisfied. Cannot help it, he let out a flirtation. "And, if I had known I would have had a daughter earlier." Shen Tian just smiled. And then he was saying, "By the way, Patriarch, disciple has something to tell you," he said as a black flame suddenly flared up in his palm. In an instant, the entire hall became hot, and underneath the overflowing black aura, Nangong Jin had his mouth slightly open, his expression stupefied. This, is that black flame?" Nangong Jin turned his head somewhat stiffly to look at Shen Tian, his pupils trembling. You kid. Chapter 18 Gu Wancheng. Stay away from her. Shen Tian nodded and smiled. "Not bad, Sovereign, I've taken it in. From now on, the pool of creation will not disappear either." Who? Nangong Jin exhaled a mouthful of heavy, hot air, and if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he was skeptical that he was dreaming. Who would have thought? His master including himself all have no way of crisis will be Shen Tian just like this, only one person to solve it? That's right. Xiao Tian, hurry up and put this flame away. At this point, Nangong Jin also hastened to remind, although this patriarch does not know what the origin of this flame is, but I think it must be an extremely extraordinary existence, and in the future, if it is not a critical moment, you must remember not to reveal it at will, otherwise, I fear that there will be a disaster that will kill you. Nangong Jin spoke extremely seriously. Shen Tian nodded, put away the innate true flame, and said, "Okay, Patriarch, I know. Alas, Master, you're such a good person for a patriarch." Within the sea of consciousness, Feng Ao Tian couldn't help but lament, "In exchange for us in the devil's way, not to mention the patriarch, if your master learns that you have such a heavenly object, I'm afraid I'll do whatever it takes to get my hands on it." As one of the mainstays of the devil's way 1,000 years ago, in this regard, as a demon phoenix, Venerable Phoenix Ao Tian was very vocal. Maybe, for 8 lifetimes, Shen Tian had shed blood for the righteous path and served as the leader of the demonic path, of which, there have been a few lifetimes where he grew to become an even more powerful existence than Feng Ao Tian through the devil's path. For example, in that 8th life, before growing all the way up to the exalted realm, he walked that so-called devil's path. Therefore, in Shen Tian's view, in fact, when you are strong to a certain extent, there wouldn't really be any difference between the good and the evil. There are villains in the righteous path, and there are also gentlemen in the devil's path. Only, people like Nangong Jin, there will be more in the right path. CH changes. Master, you say that. Feng Ao Tian was unconvinced. Is it you who understands the devil's way or I who understands the devil's way? Shen Tian didn't bother with him anymore, but continued to say to Nangong Jin, "Patriarch, did I cause you trouble by killing Fong Hong?" When Nangong Jin heard this, he just waved his hand and laughed. "I know your worries, but really, if I were you, I'd probably be even more arrogant than you." Shen Tian smiled. "By the way, this patriarch has one more thing to say to you." Nangong Jin suddenly seemed to remember something again. He spoke. "You should know about the southern state's once-in-a-decade demon removal ceremony, right? The demon removal ceremony?" Shen Tian's thoughts flowed, and his mind soon had a relevant memory. The Vermilion Flame domain was so vast that no one knew just how big it was. And on it, across an endless river of stars, which erodes and shatters the earth. Until eventually the Vermilion Flame domain was divided into countless regions, the four largest of which were the four great divine realms of the East, West, South, North, and South. The four great realms of the gods were separated by a river, and later, this river was then called the Void Ancient River by all the cultivators of the Vermilion Flame domain. It is rumored that the Void Ancient River originates from the depths of the void, but no one knows where it flows to. It was only known that countless star realm fragments of all sizes floated within this river, and on these star realm fragments were strewn with countless strange and exotic treasures. The world's cultivators are eager to do so, but it's a pity that in this ancient river of emptiness shrouded by powerful laws, it only opens every 10 years. And the essential purpose of this demon removal ceremony was actually the 5 major forces of the southern state joining forces to travel to the Void Ancient River in search of the star realm fragment. Shen Tian had indeed participated in the demon removal ceremony as well, but not on behalf of any of the clans that went to the. Instead, they were secretly brought there by a woman named Gu Wanqing. It was the third life, and he was captured by Gu Wanqing and taken with him, and the point is that it was just that. That woman also yelled something about taking you home while forcing herself to have sex with her. Of course, in this life, Shen Tian would not let this kind of thing happen again. "Looking at you, you should have had some knowledge of this demon removal ceremony." Nangong Jin looked at Shen Tian and sighed. He said, "There are a total of 5 major forces in my southern state that can dominate one side, including 1 first-rate force and 4 second-rate forces. These 5 forces of ours have agreed to hold a demon removal ceremony every 10 years, and after the grand ceremony, the 5 major powers can divide the resources of the entire southern state according to their rankings. But for so many years, the other 3 forces that have about the same strength as the Tai Ching sect, however, they have all gotten the second place. Only my Tai Ching sect can only stop at the third place repeatedly. To this day, it's almost become a curse. Whenever this is mentioned, none of the successive patriarchs are not regretful." Nangong Jin was a bit gloomy. He suddenly looked at Shen Tian and said, "But the good thing is that by the time this patriarch is here, out comes a you." He was immensely proud of the fact that his generation had produced a 9-ringing supreme genius. "Shen Tian, now, this patriarch has a request." Nangong Jin's expression became solemn. "I would like to ask you to lead my Tai Ching clan to break this curse at the demon removal ceremony 2 months from now, and take the second place for my Tai Ching clan for once. Is that alright?" "Of course. Until then, if you have any requests you can ask. This patriarch will not shirk what he can do." In this regard, Shen Tian had actually anticipated this in his heart, and he nodded seriously, saying, "Patriarch, you don't have to be like this. As a disciple as the holy son of the Tai Ching sect, this is what I should have done." Nangong Jin smiled. "I'm content with your words." Shen Tian continued, "Then please rest assured, Patriarch, that this demon removal ceremony, I will do my best to get a first for the patriarch back." "Ha, you kid. If you can come back with a second, this patriarch will already be satisfied." To Shen Tian's grandiose words, but Nangong Jin only felt that he was a bit overambitious. He shook his head and he said, "You may not know that the southern prefecture's little sacred mountain has produced 2 extremely extraordinary existences in this generation. No, to be exact, it should be 1. That is, the holy maiden of the southern prefecture's little sacred mountain, Gu Wancheng." Shen Tian raised his head and looked at Nangong Jin. "That's a peerless demon who's expected to break through the spirit transformation realm before the demon removal ceremony. This southern state has even had an unknown number of heavenly pride struck down by her so far." Nangong Jin let out a sigh of emotion and said, "You may not be able to understand with just a few words, so let's put it this way. This Gu Wanqing has now been appointed as the next generation Holy Lord of the Little Sacred Mountain. For this reason, the current Holy Lord even said that if there was someone of Gu Wanqing's age who could defeat her, not only can you make an arbitrary request to Gu Wanqing, but you can even directly become the Holy Lord of the Little Sacred Mountain." Speaking here, Nangong Jin's tone had become extremely unsettled. As a power at the level of the southern prefecture's hegemon, the belonging of the Holy Lord's position dared to depend on a single disciple. This showed the little sacred mountain's absolute confidence in Gu Wanqing's natural talent. Ever since the news broke, he had heard of a lot of heavenly pride, especially male cultivators who went to challenge Gu Wanqing. But in the end, those people, without exception, all did not have a good end. When Shen Tian heard this, his heart was moved. Nangong Jin noticed his expression and said at once, "I said that your brat wouldn't have his heart moved, right?" Then he said with a serious face, "This sect chief wants to warn you that when you meet her in the future, remember to always stay out of sight." Chapter 19, Sword Power Initiation. Please leave. Gu Wanqing, the holy maiden of the southern state's little sacred mountain, was known for two things, one being her qualifications and the other being her looks. How many male cultivators in this southern state have been charmed just by seeing their backs? However, none of them ended up with broken arms or legs, and there were even people who were directly wasted. Nangong Jin was really afraid that Shen Tian would follow in the footsteps of those male cultivators. After all, he, Tai Cheng's sect, had waited with great difficulty for such a supreme genius. Shen Tian agreed with Nangong Jin's words. Gu Wanqing was indeed very demonic. After all, looking at the history of the entire southern state of, there were only a handful of people who could cultivate to the spirit transformation realm at the age of 20. He didn't say any more, just nodded and said, "I understand, Sovereign." Half an hour later, Shen Tian returned to his cave. "Let's go and take down a one-world body tomorrow." Originally, Nangong Jin had intended to let him continue to enter the creation pool to cultivate, but Shen Tian had refused. After all, to him, even draining the pool of creation was far better than a one-world body. "Senior brother Shen Tian, are you there?" Right at this moment, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly came from outside the cave. Shen Tian pushed open the door of the hall to take a look and realized that the visitor was a young disciple. "Senior Xiao? It's none other than Xiao Heizi. Senior brother Shen Tian, congratulations on winning the position of Saint Sun." Xiao Heizi was the first to speak. Shen Tian noticed the identity token on the other party's waist, and he raised an eyebrow. Laughing, he said, "Senior brother Xiao has been promoted to true disciple?" "Yes, it's me now for the ninth truth for a change." "Of course, this is all thanks to senior brother Shen Tian." Xiao Heizi was filled with gratitude. After Dongfang Jie's death, there was a vacancy in the position of the true heir, and after selecting and then I was chosen. Congratulations to senior brother Xiao. Shen Tian knew that he must have come to find himself for more than just such a simple thing. "By the way, senior brother Shen, I discovered the ruins of a third-rate sect in the Sun Moon Mountain range not long ago. That's why senior brother came here to invite senior brother to explore with him." Xiao Heizi scratched his head in some haste, then as if he remembered something, hastily adding, "Of course, what treasures can be obtained can be based on each person's own merits. A third-rate clan ruin meant that there should be the legacy of a creation realm cultivator inside." Shen Tian was in the creation realm, while Xiao Heizi was only in the spirit sea realm, and it was obvious that his move was equivalent to gifting the relic to Shen Tian in disguise. The intention to befriend is obvious. However, Shen Tian refused and shook his head. "I appreciate the good intentions of senior brother, but I have something I'm afraid I won't be able to go." Oftentimes, rejecting someone doesn't really require an explanation of why. When Xiao Heizi heard this, he immediately showed regret, but soon after, he smiled. "I see. Sifu." Xiao Heizi excused himself and left. Shen Tian returned to the hall and began to cultivate. It was practiced as a sword technique, but it wasn't a sword technique, it was sword chi to be exact. In his previous lives, Shen Tian had chosen a variety of cultivation paths, and now in this ninth life, Shen Tian decided to practice the way of the sword. At the beginning of the sword Tao, there are three realms: sword chi, sword power, and sword intent. Each realm is further divided into four realms: initiation, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and consummation. And after mastering the sword momentum, one can be called a true sword cultivator. Now after breaking through the creation realm, it's time to try condensing sword momentum. Shen Tian arrived in the courtyard. Pure night, bright moon high in the sky. He danced with his sword under the moon. The dance was not any high-quality sword moves or sword techniques, but some very simple sword moves. For example, chopping, slashing, stabbing, picking. The 3-foot cold blade danced for him, and on that silver-white sword, the ghostly moonlight reflected out. The moonlight illuminated Shen Tian's calm and handsome face, and he heard the wind. It's a sharp wind. The wind blew over the tiles, stone pillars, and courtyard walls, actually leaving countless scars on them. It turned out that it wasn't wind, but sword chi. However, soon, this sword chi began to surround Shen Tian, and his movements became faster and faster. Snicker, sword energy condensed, converged, and grew around him, while the There was not a single newly added scar on the surrounding buildings, and Shintian's control of sword chi had already reached the level of meticulousness. The sword energy is getting more and more intense. Finally, Shintian stopped moving. Congeal. Along with a soft chortle, sword chi began to converge around him. The long sword roared and his clothes hunted. Shintian's black hair danced wildly, and a stern might and aura gradually formed on his body. Sword power. Master, you have comprehended the sword potential. Within the sea of consciousness, Foneo Tian let out a shocked cry. She couldn't imagine that a person can master sword power in such a short time. It is important to realize that something like sword power, in general, that was something that only cultivators at the level of the spirit transformation realm would begin to cultivate and gradually master. Even sword Dao geniuses with incomparable sword Dao talent often could only barely master it at the peak of the creation realm. There was no other reason. It was simply because the consumption of the sword power was too great, and it was difficult for a non-peak creation realm cultivator to manage it. And this kind of thing is extremely difficult to master. A sword cultivator who wants to step from sword chi into the realm of sword power, the time required is often measured in years. And Shintian, to have mastered it after only dancing with the sword all night under the moon? How demonic is this master's talent himself? Introductory sword power. Barely okay. Shintian's face was calm and did not show much joy. Simply because all of this was within his expectations, and with his perception. Mastering the sword momentum would not have been a difficult task. After all, if it wasn't for his outstanding enlightenment, he wouldn't have been able to walk to the half-step Great Emperor realm in the 8th life. Now that he had mastered the sword momentum, his strength had at least doubled. However, the elevation of the sword realm is extremely difficult, far from being an overnight task, and removing the drudgery of cultivation. It also requires chance. Shintian put away his longsword and looked up at the fishbelly white color rising in the sky. It's almost dawn. The next day, Qingyang County, between a group of mountains 9,000 miles away from the Taiching sect, Shintian stood on a 100-feet high cliff. Hundreds of miles further on from here was the Wanjian County, which belonged to the Wanjian sect's sphere of influence. And this 10,000 sword sect was the strongest force under the southern state's little sacred mountain. And below him was a large river 1,000 feet wide. In his second life, he fled all the way to 10,000 Swords County. But in the end, however, he was still caught up and seriously injured at the junction of these two clan spheres of influence, and only survived by throwing himself into the river at the end of the day, bearing cause against effect. Shintian slightly pondered and calculated the time. Then without half a moment's hesitation, taking out his longsword and slashing it across his chest, a bone-deep, piercing wound appeared, and half of his shirt was dyed red. Master, you. Foneo Tian did not know what Shintian wanted to do. Shintian did not say anything, put away the long sword, and semi-sealed his cultivation again. Then he plunged headlong into the great river of waves. Poof! Like ink dripping off rice paper, a bit of scarlet blotted out on the river. Cold river water rushed into the wound and blood rolled over. Shintian stifled a grunt as he closed his eyes and let himself go with the flow. In order to be able to unlock that karma, therefore, he was not half-assed in laying his hands on himself. Of course, Shintian's consciousness was always awake. About a day and a night later, the mountains were fading away, the sky and the earth opened up, and the river became slow. On this late afternoon, a cry of alarm rang out from the great river. Ah, sister, there's a dead man. No, he doesn't seem to be dead. Quick, Shul, get him up. Hearing this voice that overlapped with the depths of his memory once again, Shintian finally let out a sigh of relief, feeling a long wooden stick picking at him. The nerves that had been taut for so long could finally relax. Sister, he's hurt so badly. Shintian was finally dragged ashore. The teenager named Xiao Che was also startled when he saw the bone-deep wound on his chest, because this day and night he had almost always kept his cultivation completely sealed off. So Shintian's physical body is very tired now. So at that moment, he directly fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, the pain in his body was mostly gone. In front of me was a familiar and unfamiliar ceiling. Shintian was lying on a soft bed, and his chest had been bandaged. A small face with a few childish features suddenly came within his sight. It was a small teenager of about 10 years old. Yikes! You're awake! When the young teenager saw Shintian's eyes open, he immediately shouted towards the door. Sister, come quickly! He's alive! A 15-year-old girl soon walked in the door. The young girl held a steaming ceramic bowl in her hands. It was you guys who saved me? Shintian's lips turned white as he struggled to sit up from the bed. Aha! The young woman nodded softly, her voice soft as she walked over to the bedside with her ceramic bowl and, our family has been healers for generations. This is the medicinal porridge I boiled specially for you. Drink it to get better faster. Shen Tian took the medicinal porridge. Thank you. The young girl smiled slightly and pulled the teenager to the side. Shen Tian drank a mouthful of medicinal porridge and took the initiative to ask, "What is this place?" The medicinal gruel is added with some elixirs that have the effect of healing wounds, and to mortals, it's undoubtedly a rare and excellent medicine, but its effect on him was minimal. Sangshan City. The young girl quickly responded. Shen Tian drank all the medicinal porridge in the ceramic bowl in one more gulp. Sangshan City. It was a small city located at the border of the Tai-Ching Sect's power asylum. The population is about 100,000. For more than 99% of them are mortals. Therefore, it is called a mortal city. The youngster looked at Shen Tian with eyes full of curiosity. Big brother, to survive such a serious injury, you should be an immortal, right? Shen Tian nodded. In the eyes of mortals, those cultivators were immortals. He thought for a moment and then added, I am a disciple of the Tai-Ching sect. In his second life, the teenager in front of him had asked him the same question. However, at that time, Shen Tian had only answered that he was a cultivator because he was being pursued by Tang Shan and the others, so he had only answered that he was a cultivator, but had not said that he was from the Tai-Ching sect. In this Qingyang County, no matter if they are immortals or mortals, they all take pride in being able to join the Tai-Ching sect, and with this reply, more also have the purpose of bringing them closer together. However, upon hearing Shen Tian's reply, the two of them, the teenager and the young girl, looked at each other for a split second and, the looks were all a bit cold, only to see the young girl step forward and snatch the ceramic bowl, her tone icy and cold. If the gentleman is ready to move, then please hurry and leave. Chapter 20, Counterfeit. Evil water leads to the east. Sangshan City. City Lord's Mansion. Outside the closed vermilion door, the long street was lined with hundreds of mortals, long or young, male or female, kneeling. Immortals, please save us. Pray for the immortals' mercy. The wailing continues day and night. Some people's knees were cracked and their lower bodies were stained with blood, while others were so weak that they collapsed on the ground. They had been kneeling here for 2 full days and 2 nights, as instructed by the immortals. 3 days ago, a roiling demonic aura suddenly descended within this mortal city, and shortly thereafter, more than 90% of the mortals in the entire city were then grabbed by a huge bloody hand. The mortals who were not captured rushed to the city lord's mansion in an attempt to seek help from the Tai-Ching sect. Although Sangshan City was only a small mortal city, since it was under the patronage of the Tai-Ching sect, so the city lord's mansion likewise had an immortal seeking platform set up by the Tai-Ching sect. There's a big bell on this immortal seekers platform. If there's a crisis, just ring the bell. The Tai-Ching sect would then send someone to settle the matter. It was therefore that the mortals who had suffered the change hastened to the immortal seekers' terrace in preparation for ringing the great bell. It's just that they haven't even entered the city lord's mansion yet. Then 3 disciples of the Tai-Ching sect appeared and occupied the city lord's mansion. Clamor. Just then, the vermilion door opened and 2 figures, a man and a woman, appeared in front of the crowd. The 2 men were scattered and exuded an aura that made the hearts of a crowd of mortals tremble. Can't you stop the noise? The woman raised her hand and gently pressed it, and a powerful aura immediately descended on the group of mortals. Pust! A crowd of mortals were instantly crushed to the ground, and even more had blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. When the woman saw this, she smiled triumphantly. This is much cleaner. The faces of the mortals were terrified to the core. None of them dared to speak for fear of angering the immortals. Immortal, immortal, you clearly said that as long as we knelt here for a full day and night, you will be willing to step in and save my father and mother. There was only one wizened child who, with apprehension and a sobbing voice, eyes full of uneasiness, he looked at the 2 towering immortals. There were actually a lot of people kneeling here in the beginning, just after a day and a night of. Most people left in disappointment, and those who stayed here were those who still had hopes for the Tai-Ching sect's disciples. Poof! The man sniffed, but just snorted coldly and said, the ones who captured your parents are demonic cultivators. How can one strike at will without investigating clearly? But you guys have obviously been staying at the city lord's mansion. The young boy plucked up his courage and shouted, you're just big liars. You don't want to save lives at all. The man's eyes were cold. Then he waved his hand, and the childish boy instantly flew out 7 or 8 feet away and collapsed to the ground. Life and death are unknown. When the crowd of mortals saw this, their faces were in a state of shock and grief. Child, unable to move. They could only call out to the young child, but the child did not respond at all. The man's expression didn't have any ripples as he faintly said, what a bunch of pariahs. Senior sister, let's go in. With that, he turned and walked away. Bastards also dare to denigrate immortals. If you don't want to die, all of you can just keep kneeling for me. The woman's face was also devoid of any semblance of sympathy, and she left a sentence that, With that, he similarly walked inside the city lord's mansion. Bang! The vermilion door closed again. Long street in the distance. Here stood a 5-story tall tavern. Only, unlike the hilarity of the past, today's tavern has long been a mess and unoccupied. Second floor. At a wooden table near the window, 2 women showed up. Looking at the tragic situation in front of the city lord's mansion in front of him, a woman of a younger age looked indignant and said, "Senior Sister Su, this Zheng Yuan and Teng Hui of the 10,000 Sword sect have gone too far, actually laying such heavy hands on mortals. Several powers in the southern state have rules that allow cultivators not to intervene in the lives of mortals without authorization, much less to mortals. After all, it's not easy for monks to have offspring that. And most of the fresh blood of the major powers came from mortals who had awakened their immortal destiny, such as the 2 of them, the master and sisters, who had, at one time, also been immortal." Su Jinyao also frowned slightly, finger pointing out a spiritual light into the body of the dying child. The child's injuries instantly recovered 77% of the child's injuries. She said helplessly, "Let's hope that the Tai Ching sect notices what's going on here soon." A few years ago, she traveled here, unintentionally. In a certain valley at the border between Qingyang County and Wanjian County, he discovered a cave with a rich spiritual qi, the depths of which would produce 1,000 years of jade milk. And the biggest effect of this 1,000 years of jade milk is to resurrect the face, if it is given to be used on mortals. Just 1 drop can transform a dying man in his 60s or 70s into a 20-year-old. Hearing that his good friend Gu Wanqing would break through the spirit transformation realm soon, so Su Jingyao specially came here to get some 1,000 years of jade milk to do congratulatory gifts. But who knows, to come here only to find that the cave has now been a devil cultivator occupation. The strength of that devil cultivator is not only as high as the 8th level of the realm of creation. The origin is not small. However, the 6th level of the creation realm had to retreat for the time being. I'm afraid it's no use noticing. The young woman's name is Lui Chiayi. She shook her head and said, "Nowadays, the younger generation of the Tai Ching sect is inferior to one another. So even if they came, it would be useless unless their core elders came in person." Su Jinyao sighed and didn't say anything. At one time, the Tai Ching sect was much stronger than even her 100 Flowers Valley. But unfortunately, in the last few demon removal ceremonies, in the last 30 years to be exact, the Tai Ching sect has basically been ranked as the 4th existence of the one time. It even replaced the Royal Beast sect, which had always disliked fighting, to reach 5th place, and the ranking determines the distribution of resources in the southern states. Without resources, it was only natural that the disciples within the sect would slowly outperform the others. But I did hear that there's a once-in-a-century genius in their generation. It seems to be called something like Shintian. If there is an opportunity, it is possible to make friends. No longer thinking much, Su Jinyao got up and left. "Let us go." Go to that mouth of the cave. Inside the city lord's mansion, the backyard, which features a rockery and pond, has a lovely view. A young man was sitting quietly at the edge of the pond, holding a bamboo pole, precisely fishing. Except there wasn't a single fish in that pond. Elder brother Jin, Zheng Yuan and Deng Hui came to this place. Jin Haoyang seemed to have fallen into a closed-eye pseudosleep as he hummed without looking back. Zheng Yuan stepped forward and said, "Senior brother Jin, it's already been almost 3 days. I'm afraid the Tai Ching sect will soon notice this place. Should we leave? You guys are scared?" Jin Haoyang's mouth moved slightly, his eyes still closed. Zheng Yuan and Teng Hui both looked at each other. Teng Hui said, "With senior brother Jin around, we are naturally not afraid. It's just that this is, after all, in the territory of the Tai Ching sect. If they find out that not only did we impersonate them, but we even lured that outer sect elder from the little sacred mountain here on purpose, the Tai Ching sect is afraid that they won't let us go." Speaking of this, a flash of deep fear was evident in the eyes of both Teng Hui and Zheng Yuan, because the demonic cultivator who captured nearly 100,000 mortals from Tsangshan City, it was none other than an outer sect elder from the little sacred mountain, and has killed hundreds of thousands of mortals to this day. This incident started out as something that happened in the Wanjian County, only that Jin Haoyang was unwilling and didn't dare to deal with it. It could only be concealed and woe betide the uninformed Tai Ching sect. After all, as the dominant force in the southern state, the collusion of the demonic cultivator by his own outer sect elders, it's a very bad influence when it gets out. Ha! Jin Haoyang laughed and said disdainfully, "Even if we let the Tai Ching sect know about it, so what? Elders do not arbitrarily meddle in the affairs of juniors. Not to mention whether any of my peers in the Tai Ching sect today can kill me. A 6th level of the creation realm. But even if they can, do they dare to do so?" Zheng Yuan and Deng Hui both laughed at once. Chapter 21, Fishing for Life. Songshan City, west of the city, inside a medical clinic. If the gentleman is ready to move, Then please hurry and leave. There seemed to be a hint of hatred in the young girl's cold tone. Shen Tian furrowed his brows and asked in disbelief. Why? Mortals who want to quickly step into the path of cultivation need to resort to specific feats, such as qi attraction techniques, as long as they are within the boundaries of Qingyang County. Every year, the Taiqing sect would send disciples or elders to all the major cities to teach the qi drawing technique, and would even give out qi drawing pills to people of the right age to supplement it. Therefore, in Qingyang County, the reputation of the Taiqing sect was not to say that it had gone down through the ages. That's not exactly inviting hate. The situation at hand was completely unlike anything he had ever encountered in his second life or even the rest of his lives. It's nothing, please immortal, hurry up and leave. The young maiden was clearly unwilling to interact with him any further. She gave the order of expulsion, and then she pulled her brother out of the room without looking back. Sister, if we had known that he was a disciple of the Taiqing sect, we wouldn't have saved. The young teenager straightened up and was about to say something, but his sister covered his mouth. Brother, don't say it. Our parents always told us that healers are kind. We can't see death. Even though the two men's voices were very small, with Shen Tian's cultivation level, it didn't take a moment's effort to hear at all, and he lapsed into a brief silence. Then he took out a healing elixir and swallowed it, and his injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. A moment later, Shen got out of bed and walked out of the room. Outside the room was a small courtyard with a medicine stand in the corner of the. It was just that the herbs drying above had been piled to the side by the wind, and some had even fallen to the ground, untended. Shen Tian looked up at the sky. It was midday, but the sky was a little overcast. This pair of siblings was named Zhao Xian and Zhao Che. In his second life, he was saved by these siblings. Later in the conversation learned that two people's parents and even more than 90% of the people in the city were swept away by the devil cultivator. In order to repay the favor, Shen Tian did not care about recuperating from injuries, and then went to rescue. Only after arriving at his destination did he learn that it wasn't the demonic cultivator who had taken the mortals. Instead, it was an outer sect elder named Tu Gucho from the little sacred mountain. The reason why Tu Gucho captured the mortals was to make a deal with a devil practitioner named Old Man Devouring Blood for the purpose of refining blood food. In the end, Shen Tian was undefeated and was similarly refined into a blood meal. He suddenly turned his head to look into a room and said, having saved my life, I will get your parents out. Farewell. Shen Tian said and turned around to leave. This trip was originally for the one life body, and now that karma has been turned on, the strength was also not comparable to the second life. He didn't want to waste time, just kill directly. Are you really a disciple of the Taiqing sect? The door to the room behind him was pushed open. Zhao Che's fists were clenched and his eyes were a little red. His tone was shaking slightly. Shen Tian's figure stopped and looked back. The doubt on his face intensified as he asked, why would you ask that? Because you're different from them. Zhao Xian recalled her encounter at the entrance of the city lord's mansion a day ago. Seeing that Shen Tian was still puzzled, she tentatively told what she had seen and heard that day. A disciple of the Taiqing sect is telling you to kneel down and beg? Shen Tian frowned as he looked at the two and said, I'll go over and take a look. He remembered that these mortals captured by Tu Gucho hadn't been refined into blood food yet, so he wasn't in too much of a hurry. Can you take us there? Shen Tian didn't say anything and raised his hand, bringing the two of them up, all the way towards the location right in the center of Tsangshan City. A few moments later, a wail reached his ears. Shen Tian landed on the ground with Zhao Xian and Zhao Che as he looked ahead. One could only see a group of mortals kneeling in front of the city lord's mansion at the moment, and on their bodies, they were still carrying injuries. His face lowered, and without speaking, he raised his hand to disperse a piece of spiritual light to envelop a group of mortals. Like a drought with sweet rain, the injuries of the kneeling mortals recovered in an instant. They looked up in droves. It's the Zhou siblings. The Zhao family ran a medical center, and the vast majority of people in Tsangshan City knew them. Is this another immortal? However, when the crowd of mortals saw Shen Tian, they couldn't help but all show a deep awe in their eyes. Shen Tian said, I am the holy son of the Taiqing sect. You guys get up. The crowd of mortals looked at each other in disbelief, but all of them did not make a move. In the meantime, City Lord's mansion, backyard, Jin Haoyang, who was fishing, suddenly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth hooked up into a smile. Here comes the fish. Zhang Yuan, Dang Hui, go, let him come in to see me. Yes, senior brother Jin. At this point, outside the City Lord's mansion, Shen Tian was about to go up, when the vermilion red door in front of him suddenly opened. Two figures walked out. Seeing them, Shen Tian instantly understood, and he said, disciples of the 10,000 sword sect? Not bad. Zhang Yuan yawned and admitted without the slightest bit of avoidance. The faces of the crowd of kneeling mortals changed, instantly raising their heads and staring angrily at the two. This included Zhao Che and Zhao Xian as well. I didn't realize that they had been tricked. How dare a group of pariahs look at us with such eyes? They are really looking for death. Tang Hui's eyes turned cold and the powerful aura of the first level of the creation realm on his body instantly pressed towards the crowd of mortals. Only, the aura came and went quickly. Snap! A crisp slap rang out, and Deng Hui's head spun twice in place. She slammed down hard, convulsed twice, and was never heard from again. Zhang Yuan's pupils suddenly shrunk, and anger crossed his face. As soon as he opened his mouth, he only felt a chill on his neck and then all that could be seen was his head flying high. Two corpses fell in front of his eyes, but Shen Tian ignored them. His time was never wasted on such goods. In the backyard, Jin Haoyang's face instantly sank. You dare to kill my 10,000 sword sect disciples? Shen Tian's gaze looked through the gate to the backyard as he said, don't gabble here. Give you a chance to strike out at this seat. Seek death. A furious shout rose to the sky. Immediately afterward, he saw a bamboo pole suddenly hanging high above Shen Tian's head. Jin Haoyang's figure appeared high in the air as he held the bamboo pole and threw it violently. Thumbs up! A silver-colored thin thread instantly dropped down toward Shen Tian's neck and twisted. Jin Haoyang only loved fishing in his life, and even his own magic treasure was a fishing rod. Since the day I set out to fish, I made a vow for myself, in this life, never Air Force. He was sitting high in the sky, holding a green bamboo pole, his cold eyes looking down. This pole is out. No fishing, just life. Thin silver threads flew down. Shen Tian probed his hand upward and blocked it, and the thin silver-colored thread instantly wrapped around his hand. Seeing this, Jin Haoyang couldn't help but snort. Unconscionable. The green bamboo pole in his hand was violently lifted. Up. Nuisance. The silver-colored thin line was instantly taut, seeming to pull Shen Tian's arm off. At this time, Shen Tian was taking advantage of the situation to pull violently. A terrifyingly huge force came. Jin Haoyang's face changed drastically. His body swayed, and then he suddenly fell down. His tone was thick with horror. How is it possible? Your power. Shen Tian violently pulled the thin thread with one hand, while the other hand directly raised his fist and blasted onto it. You're trolling for your father. Chapter 22, A Visit from the Little Sacred Mountain. A force of 10. When he met this kind of goods, he didn't even bother to perform sword moves or sword gestures. It was just purely using his physical body and spirit sea to cope with it. And how could Jin Haoyang not imagine that Shen Tian's strength would be so terrifying? He was unsteady in his center of gravity and, in an instant, he fell from the clouds. Shen Tian did not hold back. The two major spirit seas were mobilized, and the thick spirit power converged in his fist. The shocking fist power rose up to the sky. The crisis of death struck his heart, and Jin Haoyang roared in terror. No! You can't kill me! I am the younger brother of the contemporary sword son of the 10,000 sword sect. Do you know what the consequences of killing me would be? Shen Tian ignored it. Boom! Amidst the rain of blood in the sky, the screen slowly faded away. Snap! Only a green bamboo pole hung down from the sky and stuck straight in front of Shen Tian's body. He reached out and grabbed it, a slight glint in his eye. In his heart, he couldn't help but say to himself, it's a material with excellent toughness that can be incorporated into the hilt of my brow sword. That roiling rain of blood couldn't come close to his circumference. This battle started quickly and ended quickly. Shen Tian had long ago protected Zhao Xian and the others. Otherwise, in a battle between creation realms, a single breath would have obliterated countless mortals. Putting the green bamboo pole away, he then turned his head to look at Zhao Xian and the others. Said, I will save your parents. After saying that, Shen Tian's figure directly rose up into the sky and flew in the direction of his memory. And at this moment, Zhao Xian and Zhao Che and the others had long since looked dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen a high and mighty immortal killed. The heavy odor of blood hit his nose, and some mortals could hardly stand it and dry heaved on the spot. Zhao Xian stretched out her palm, and a drop of blood rain drifted down her palm as she murmured, So, then there's no difference between an immortal who claims to have an elevated life and a mortal. Since she was a child practicing medicine with her parents, she was used to seeing life and death, and in the face of this scene in front of her, not only was there not the slightest fear in her eyes, but there was also some excitement. Shen Tian remembers that Tu Guqiu is now hiding in a cave about 300 miles from Songshan City. He was not in a hurry to rush, but instead imperialized his brow sword. The golden jade small sword hovered in front of him, its golden aura overflowing. A stern aura flowed out from among them, and the might was horrifying and incomparable. Within the sea of consciousness, Fonao Tian couldn't help but marvel out. Master, this eyebrow sword of yours is now afraid that it can easily obliterate any peak master of the Tai Ching sect. right? The several peak masters of the Tai Ching sect, except for that fifth peak master Morong Bing. The remaining few were all at the first level of the spirit transformation realm. Shen Tian felt the terrifying power in the brow sword, but he shook his head, said, "Your eyes are too low. Speak less in the future." Feng Ao Tian. Without relying on the brow sword, Shen Tian, who possessed the innate true fire and sword power, was already not afraid of any peak master. And now that this brow sword had been raised for more than a month, if we were still just using the battle power of a peak master to make comparisons, then wouldn't he have saved his strength for more than a month for nothing? So, to be more precise, the brow sword, which now, it was completely capable of seriously injuring Nangong Jin, who was at the fifth level of the spirit transformation realm. In addition, the power of this brow sword was dependent on his own spiritual power. So if Shen Tian's cultivation level increased, the power of the brow sword would also increase. Ignoring Feng Ao Tian, Shen Tian took out the green bamboo pole. Black flames flared up silently. Jin Hao Yang is dead. This green bamboo pole will become ownerless. After a few short breaths, this replacement for the spirit fire even a day and night are difficult to melt. The slightest bit of the green bamboo pole at the moment is turned into a green liquid. Congeal. Under Shen Tian's control, the green-colored liquid began to wrap the hilt of the golden jade small sword. The divine pattern spread. An array of green light was gradually added to the radiant golden aura, and its power, too, has increased by 3 points. If earlier it was that he was able to seriously injure the fifth level of the spirit transformation realm, Nangong Jin, then now it was that he was able to directly obliterate. This result, Shen Tian was very satisfied. Then he put the golden jade small sword into the center of his brow. Continue to contain. At this point, an endless stretch of mountains appeared ahead. This was the border between Qingyang County and Wanjian County. That Tu Guqiu is hiding here. Within a short time, he arrived in front of a valley. Under a boulder on one side of that deep valley, there was a hidden huge cave entrance. Shen Tian was about to move, when his heart suddenly stirred, and then, he looked at the front not far away. Fellow Taoist is an elder of the Tai Ching sect? Two women stood on a hilltop and, the person who spoke had an extraordinary appearance and exuded an aura of the sixth level of the realm of creation cultivation. Shen Tian didn't hide his breath. Therefore, Su Jingyao momentarily assumed that he was an elder of the Tai Ching sect. After all, in her memory, there was no particularly outstanding existence in the younger generation of the Tai Ching sect nowadays. Their Dongfang Jie, who was the head of the 9 true legends, was only at the peak cultivation level of the spirit sea realm now. Now that it's less than 2 months before the demon removal ceremony, Su Jingyao even doubted that the Tai Ching sect would be able to come up with a young disciple of the creation realm at that time. Lu Jiai, who was on the side, interjected at this time. "Senior sister Su, there's no need to ask." Su Jingyao thought about it, then she looked at Shen Tian again. Opening the door, he said, "You should be here for the appearance of demonic cultivators in Sanshan City, right?" After she finished, she added, "I forgot to introduce. We are disciples of the 100 Flower Valley." Su Jingyao didn't say her name. Obviously, as the 100 Blossoms Valley senior sister of this generation, she had no intention of wanting to make the acquaintance of this young man in front of her. Rather, "I've heard that the Tai Ching sect has produced a once-in-a-century young genius in this generation." It seemed to be called something like Shen Tian, and it was said that that person had made the great Dao Bell reach 7 rings when he first joined the sect. It's just a pity that the cultivation time is too short. It's said that he only broke through the spirit sea realm not long ago. Otherwise, it would be possible to go to the Tai Ching sect to make friends with them. Shen Tian swept a glance at them and didn't say much, just nodded his head and calmly said, "Not bad. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Su Jingyao looked towards the large hole in the depths of the valley. Helplessly, he said, "The demonic cultivator who captured the group of mortals in Sanshan City is in existence at the 8th level of the creation realm, and even if it's me, I don't have the slightest way to take her." As she said that, she looked back at Shen Tian again and said seriously, "So, I suggest that you hurry back and let the stronger elders or even the peak master handle it." Shen Tian knew that there was some truth in what she said. However, he did not do as he was told. Instead, he looked toward the large hole and said, "That demonic cultivator will make his move soon. There's not enough time." In the second life, he was passively injured, so the duration of his coma was out of his control, and in that life, Shen Tian came to rescue people shortly after waking up, just in time to catch Tu Guqiu refining blood food, and by that time, half of the mortals had already lost their lives. And in this life, Shen Tian purposely woke up a day early, for the sake of being able to save them before the other side does. At the same time, he didn't meet either of these two women in his second life. On the contrary, there had been a few bodies of cultivators found in that cave entrance, and one of them was even from the 9th level of the creation realm. This was enough to show that the real danger wasn't actually Tu Guqiu, who was at the 8th level of the creation realm. Instead, it's someone else. Shintian knew very well that the real danger was none other than the blood-devouring old man who had never shown his face in front of people. When Su Jinyao heard this, her face sank a few points. Right now, even if she wanted to call someone, it was too late. Should we just stand by and watch nearly 100,000 innocent mortals lose their lives? Just then, an unearthly aura suddenly flew in from the sky. The three men looked up in unison. The visitor was a young man with a slender figure and handsome appearance, who was dressed in a blue robe that, the chest is embroidered with golden ancient mountains. Someone else is here? When she saw the visitor clearly, Lu Jiai's face heated up with joy. It's the people from the little sacred mountain. Chapter 23, I'll make a move. Come and save me. 9th level of the creation realm. Feeling the breath on the arrival, Su Jinyao was obviously relieved as she whispered, Great, those mortals are finally saved. I didn't realize there was actually someone else who got there before me. The blue-robed youth stopped. His eyes swept over the three Shintian people one by one. Finally, it fell back to Su Jinyao, who was the first to introduce himself. Previous core disciple of the little sacred mountain, Feng Tianyi. I'm sure a few fellow Taoists are also here for that demonic cultivator? Su Jinyao also politely returned the smile as she nodded her head and said, 100 Flower Valley. Su Jinyao. This one next to me is my senior sister, Lu Jiai. So you're Su Jinyao. Feng Tianyi had a very surprised expression on his face. I've heard about you from the Holy Maiden. Rather, I didn't expect to meet you here. Regarding the things happening around him, Shintian did not pay attention to them. He was confident in his strength. With that, he moved directly to the cave. This action of his caught the attention of the three at once. What is this guy doing? Isn't he afraid of death? Lu Jiai couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Feng Tianyi looked at Shintian's departing back and asked suspiciously, 5th level of the creation realm? This person has also come to rid the world of demons? Su Jinyao froze for a moment, hearing Feng Tianyi's words. She spoke. This person is an elder of the Taiqing sect. Nearly 100,000 mortals were taken from Sangshan City. He should have been eager to save them, so he was impulsive. Lu Jiai couldn't help but say, if we just rush in like this, I'm afraid we'll scare the snakes. No harm done. Feng Tianyi laughed. Since the little sacred mountain sent me here, then I'm not afraid of startling that demonic cultivator. On the contrary, we don't have to cover up at all. In the face of absolute strength, directly killing our way in is the simplest and most effective way. Feng Tianyi knew that the demonic cultivator was actually an outer sect elder named Tu Guqiu from his own Holy Land. He was well aware of his opponent's strength, so he wasn't afraid in the slightest. Good, then we join forces, Su Jinyao said. Later on, I'll trouble you, fellow Daoist Feng, to hold that demonic cultivator back first. How about I come back to help you after I'm done rescuing those mortals? Although Feng Tianyi did not feel that he needed help, he still nodded. With this, Su Jinyao looked at Lu Jiai again and said, Senior sister Lu, you will stay here to meet us. Lu Jiai knew that her cultivation level of the 1st level of the creation realm would be of little use if she went in, so he immediately agreed. Okay, Senior sister Su, you guys pay attention to safety. Aha! Su Jinyao and Feng Tianyi exchanged glances. Then they flew toward the cave in unison. Shintian quickly arrived in front of the huge cave entrance. Seeing the darkness and dampness within it, and the slightest hint of a cold wind mingled with the odor of blood, he did not hesitate to, jumped right in. In front of him was a passageway that wasn't exactly spacious, and the deeper he went, the stronger the smell of blood became. Mo had gone about 1,000 feet deeper, and the front suddenly became clear, seeing a huge cave cavity appear in front of him. This cave cavity is extremely high and it is studded with hundreds of moonstones. Under the glistening clear light, a passageway was intertwined and entwined and connected in all directions, as if it were a beehive. Inside each passageway were hundreds of hollow-eyed, muddled, puppet-like mortals, and at the end of these passages, they all converged on a huge altar. The altar was engraved with deep dark red blood grooves, and underneath the altar was a blood pool with a diameter of 1,000 feet long. The blood pool stank unbearably, and with the white bones floating in it, it was hard to imagine just how many people had been buried here. Shintian was standing right above this cave cavity, and he looked at the altar below with an icy expression. It was on this altar that his own self was refined into a blood meal by Tu Guqiu. Fellow Daoist, wait! A sudden whisper came from behind him. Shintian turned around and realized that it was Su Jinyao and Feng Tianyi. Su Jinyao came to Shintian's side, frowned slightly, and said in a low voice, I know that you are eager to save others, but do you realize that instead of saving them, you'll get them killed? Later on, fellow Daoist wind will hold back that demonic cultivator, and then you and I will take advantage of the opportunity to save the others. Got it? Su Jingyao spoke out their plan and wanted Shintian to cooperate with her. Just straight up? Shintian couldn't help but say, don't make any more other plans, just in case. Snap. A palm suddenly pressed on Shintian's shoulder, and Feng Tianyi walked out from the other side of the room. Seeing him with a confident smile on his face, fellow Daoist, you don't understand the world of heavenly pride. I, who once defeated a cultivator at the peak of the creation realm, am now just facing an 8th level of the creation realm. Do you think I need any more scheming? Shintian, I know you're afraid of that demonic cultivator at the 8th level of the creation realm. Feng Tianyi looked towards that altar and smiled faintly. But don't worry, I will make a move. Shintian was silent. People have said so, what else can he say? Besides, if Feng Tianyi can hold back that Tu Guqiu, it would be easier for him to move around on his own. Seeing that Shintian didn't have any more comments, Feng Tianyi suddenly stepped forward and said, you two and watch how I took down this demonic cultivator. When he said that, he walked directly into the air above the mouth of the altar. Under his breath, he shouted aloud, Tu Guqiu, get the hell out of here. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly surged out from somewhere within the passage. People of the little sacred mountain, you damn dogs have really found your way here after all. With a sharp, angry cry, a cloaked middle-aged woman appeared over the blood pool. Feng Tianyi looked at the fishy and stinking pool of blood below. His heart was filled with anger. Tu Guqiu, in vain you are a righteous cultivator. How dare you commit such a treacherous act? Tu Guqiu's eyes were streaked with blood. It's you, Feng Tianyi. The aura of the 9th level of the creation realm was like a spring in Feng Tianyi's body. He bellowed, since you recognize me, then why don't you quickly ambush me? Humph, if it weren't for you guys, I wouldn't be on this path. There was deep hatred in Tu Guqiu's eyes. It's all your fault for forcing me. Stubborn. Feng Tianyi stopped talking nonsense with her. He flipped his palm and a great seal of golden light instantly suppressed towards Tu Guqiu. The seal of Cthulhu. Song Tian seal. Spirit grade upper grade martial art. It was Feng Tianyi's famous stance. At first, he relied on this seal to defeat a cultivator who had just stepped into the peak of the creation realm. Seeing that the air was roaring from the pressure of that great golden light seal, and the violent air current swept through the entire cave cavity. Countless white bones were directly crushed into pieces under this great seal. This strike of his could not be received by even a 9th level cultivator of the creation realm. The great seal was overridden in a moment. Boom! The entire cavern trembled. The golden light quickly dissipated. However, Tu Guqiu's figure disappeared. Feng Tianyi's brows furrowed, and he suddenly noticed that his strike went down. This blood pool didn't seem to be affected in the slightest, and in the next moment, a violent crisis suddenly rose in his heart. Divine walking steps. Feng Tianyi executed his body technique and instantly retreated tens of feet violently. A bloody arrow shot past him. Hiding? Tu Guqiu's voice mixed with monstrous resentment came from the blood pool. I'll see how you can still hide. In the next moment, a shocking wave rose from the pool of blood, followed by four monstrous bloody hands violently poked out from around the altar. And then they all grabbed towards Feng Tianyi in unison. This breath is not good. Feng Tianyi obviously felt an aura from the blood pool that made his heart palpitate. The four bloody hands blocked his entire circumference. Feng Tianyi could not escape at all. I'm afraid this wasn't Tu Guqiu's hand at all. Put! The bloody hand came down with a bang. Feng Tianyi screamed miserably as he looked up high, shouting in terror under his breath. Two fellow Taoists, come quickly and save me. Chapter 24, come on, keep laughing for me. The scene happened so fast that Su Jingyao didn't even have time to save those mortals before she already saw Feng Tianyi being seriously injured, smashed down on the altar. Save me, or none of us will be able to escape. Feng Tianyi was afraid that Su Jingyao would abandon him. And mice? Hearing Feng Tianyi's plea for help, Tu Guqiu instantly locked his gaze above the cave cavity. In an instant, Su Jingyao only felt that she was locked by a terrifying gaze. She knew that Feng Tianyi had a point, so she wanted to call Shintian to join her, but she suddenly realized that Shintian had actually disappeared at some point. Su Jinyao's face was instantly unsightly. Get your ass down here. Another bloody hand probed out from the sea of blood and grabbed at Su Jinyao. Su Jinyao didn't sit back and wait for death, and hastily made a move to fend it off. However, in the face of this monstrous bloody hand that even Feng Tianyi, who was at the 9th level of the creation realm, could not resist, with only the 6th level of the creation realm, she was even more unable to resist. She was instantly slapped away and similarly smashed down on the altar. Clamor. Tu Guqiu emerged from the pool of blood. She walked up to the altar and stomped on Feng Tianyi's chest. There are three of you. Tell me where the other one is. Just now. Tu Guqiu briefly searched with his spiritual sense, but he didn't find any figure. Su Jinyao's face was weak. She clenched a mouthful of silver teeth. Her heart was remorseful and hateful. Although they all came here to get rid of demons, this improvised team could not be trusted at all. Feng Tianyi endured the severe pain and spat out a mouthful of blood as he laughed at himself. A mere 5th level of the creation realm. Long gone. Before his words fell, a voice suddenly sounded not far away. Erase the mark you planted on these mortals. Tu Guqiu, Feng Tianyi, and Su Jinyao looked over in unison. Only a figure appeared in mid-air. It was Shen Tian. Seeing him, Su Jinyao and Feng Tianyi first had a slight joy in their eyes, but it was soon replaced by a strong sense of despair. Joyfully, he didn't expect that this cultivator of the 5th level of the creation realm actually didn't run away. The despairing one was that now there was only 1/5 level of the creation realm left. What use could it be? It's really just a 5th level of the creation realm. Tu Guqiu felt the aura on the other party and was instantly happy. After hearing Shen Tian's words, as if she had heard some kind of joke, Tu Guqiu grinned and, sideways, he sneered, "Kid, what did you just say? I didn't hear you. Repeat it again." Thumbs up. A sword light flashed. Blood flew across the room and an ear flew high. Ah! Tu Guqiu screamed miserably. She covered her right ear and looked at Shen Tian with a face full of disbelief. The sword was so fast that she didn't even react. Su Jinyao and Feng Tianyi were even more stunned. Don't ask for it if you don't have a good ear. Shen Tian faintly withdrew his sword. Now, do you still want me to repeat myself? Shame. Strange shame. Being humiliated by a 5th level of the creation realm in such a naked manner. Tu Guqiu instantly became furious. You seek death. A bloody hand surged out from the blood pool, then attacked and killed Shen Tian again. Look out! Su Jinyao had seen the terror of this bloody hand and immediately shouted a warning. Shen Tian, however, ignored it, and he clenched his fist with one hand, with a faint black flame lingering on his fist. This is the innate true fire that can burn everything in the world. He raised his fist, stepped left, and threw a punch. Zip! Pounds of blood mist rose up, and the bloody hands nourished and dissolved. Tu Guqiu's face suddenly changed, and in the next moment, he only saw a silhouette rushing out of that blood mist. Ah! There was another miserable scream, only to see Tu Guqiu's entire body flying high. Shen Tian's figure flashed and appeared above her, then raised his foot and stomped hard on her chest. Bang! Tu Guqiu's entire body slammed down heavily on the altar. It was lying right in front of Su Jinyao and Feng Tianyi's eyes. The blood mist dispersed. Shen Tian's figure appeared on the altar, and he stomped on Tu Guqiu's face, looking down on her. Su Jinyao and Feng Tianyi looked at Tu Guqiu, who was like a dead dog being stepped on in front of them. The expression fell into a long, dull stupor. This person, is he really only at the 5th level of the creation realm? Ah! Tu Guqiu tried to struggle, but it didn't work in the slightest, and she recognized the reality that she herself didn't have the power to fight back at all in front of this young man, but she wasn't the least bit panicked. You can kill me but you don't. It's because there are people you care about among those mortals, isn't it? Tu Guqiu knew very well that it would be very easy for the man in front of him to kill himself if he wanted to do so. Obviously there are scruples. Nice. Shen Tian admitted truthfully. A mere 8th level of the creation realm. He could completely kill the other party with a single sword. It's just that those mortals have the mark planted by Tu Guqiu, and once Tu Guqiu dies, those mortals will likewise die. And this karma originated from the saving grace of Zhao Xian's siblings, and finally Tu Guqiu's refining. If he wanted to get this life body, he had to save Zhao Xian's siblings' parents first. I purposely planted the mark ahead of time just to prepare for today. Come on, little scumbag. Have the balls to kill me. Tu Guqiu suddenly laughed out loud in maniacal triumph. No, you wouldn't dare. Ha ha. However, in the next second, the smile on her face suddenly froze. Because, in Shen Tian's hands, out of nowhere, a little fatty who was in a coma appeared. This is Tu Lishang. Feng Tianyi recognized the little fatty's origin. Tu Guqiu has a baby son named Tu Lisheng. Tu Lishang was born arrogant and domineering, and was infamous in the little sacred mountain outer sect. He often does things to bully men and women, and many male disciples have been tortured to death by him in various ways. The female disciples are going to be even worse. The slightly attractive ones will be captured by him, raped first and then killed. The outer sect's crowd of disciples resisted more than once, but were ultimately suppressed by Tu Guqiu. She was very doting on this son of hers, as evidenced by his name, Tu Lusang. Lusang, i.e., enjoying life, and in her opinion, this precious son of his came to this world to enjoy life. So no matter what Tu Lishang wanted to do, Tu Guqiu would tolerate him without any bottom line. Until sometime, Tu Lisheng messes with a teenager who comes from a humble background, is quiet and loves to keep to himself. That teenager was also a master who wasn't afraid of death, and directly wasted Tu Lisheng. Not only that, it also shattered Tu Lisheng's entire body's meridians and pierced his heart with another sword. It's a pity that Tu Loxang didn't die, because Tu Guqiu appeared in time to protect the heart vein of this precious son of hers. As for that teenager, he was tortured by her for 10 long years. Later on, Tu Guqiu wanted to ask the senior management of the Holy Land for the precious medicine to renew his vein. However, the little sacred mountain not only refused directly after knowing what Tu Guqiu's mother and son had done, but also wanted to cane them on the spot as a warning to others. However, Tu Guqiu fled early with his son, and there was no hope of seeking medicine from the Holy Land. So after hearing that a demonic cultivator named Old Man Blood Eater could save Tu Lisheng, she began to capture mortals to refine blood food to trade with that demonic cultivator. At this moment, after seeing his precious son, Tu Guqiu's face instantly turned white. Shen Tian cupped Tu Lisheng's throat with one hand and lifted him in midair. The paw on her face grew harder. Come on, laugh, keep laughing. Chapter 25, Laughing So Hard. Are you playing with me? Son, how did you find my son? Tu Guqiu hissed with his cloak of hair. Release my son. Snap. Shen Tian slapped Tu Lisheng's face, and Tu Lisheng immediately woke up. He was caught in mid-air, his limbs flailing as he cried out in terror. Mother, mother, save me. Help me. Shut up and say another word and I'll cut out your tongue. Shen Tian slapped Tu Lisheng's face again. Tu Lisheng was so scared that his face was so pale that he didn't dare to make another sound. Shen Tian then looked at Tu Guqiu again as he sneered. Come on, keep laughing for me. You. Tu Guqiu's eyes were filled with blood. Snap. Shen Tian didn't hold back and slapped him again. Tu Lisheng spewed out a mouthful of bloody teeth, and his cheeks instantly swelled up as if he were a pig's head. He whimpered and wailed. It hurts. Mother. Smile. You smile. Ooh-hoo. I don't want to be hit anymore. Fine. I'll laugh. Don't hit me, son. When Tu Guqiu heard her precious son's cries, she was heartbroken, and she looked at Shen Tian and forces a smile. Ha. Only, her laughter was like a ghostly cry. Snap. Shen Tian, however, slapped him again, and Tu Lisheng whimpered and the cheeks were so swollen you couldn't open your eyes. I laughed. Why are you still hitting my son? Tu Guqiu roared. Shen Tian said, laughing quite happily just now. Why are you laughing so hard now? Are you playing with me on purpose? Tu Guqiu's face stiffened, while Su Jinyao and Feng Tianyi on the side had long been looking dumbfounded. Wanted to laugh but didn't dare. Shen Tian was also too lazy to talk nonsense with her again, lifting his foot and kicking it to fly and roll to the side. At the same time, he said in a deep voice, you only have 10 breaths to erase the marks planted on these mortals, or he dies. Shen Tian's thumb slightly exerted force, and Tu Lisheng's legs suddenly kept fluttering in mid-air. In fact, he could forcibly erase the marks on a group of mortals, but then Tu Guqiu would realize that this way, there is no guarantee that the other side will not fish out of water, and if you want to erase it without a sound, then you have to have at least the cultivation of the spiritualization realm. Therefore, Shen Tian had targeted Tu Lisheng from the start. Stop! Tu Guqiu shouted in fear. I can erase the mark. Now his own baby son in the hands of the other side. Tu Guqiu knows that today's matter is difficult to make good. She and Tu Lisheng had to make good use of these mortals if they wanted to stay alive. So they said, but it's all human life. I can only exchange one for one. So, take your pick. Who are you going to save? Tu Guqiu is not stupid. If all the mortals are released at once, then she and her own son would surely never see the sun tomorrow. This is the time to know that everyone is equal. Shen Tian laughed out loud. But I like people like you. Tu Guqiu had not yet understood what he meant by this, and the next moment then he saw a sword chi suddenly shoot out from Shen Tian's hand. Thumbs up, blood flashes. An arm landed right in front of Tu Guqiu. Tu Lisheng covered his wounds and cried out. Shen Tian revealed a row of white teeth. You choose. The next sword. Cut the hand or the leg? Tu Guqiu was stunned as she picked up the severed arm that rolled down in front of her. She didn't say a word. Only his eyes were full of resentment as he looked at Shen Tian. Shen Tian was unmoved, and another sword she shot out. A bloody thigh once again rolled down in front of Tu Guqiu. Tu Guqiu still didn't say anything, only just as she was about to try to pick up the broken leg. Shen Tian, however, directly shot out a sword chi to twist it into blood mist. Tu Guqiu's eyes were wide open. Shen Tian ignored her and instead looked at Tu Lisheng, smiled warmly and said, silly boy, don't worry, this seed can't afford to kill you. And your mother knows you can't die. Sweat oozed from Tu Lisheng's forehead, only feeling that the man in front of him was like a demon. Shen Tian got close to Tu Lisheng's ear and said, "However, I will first disable all 5 of your limbs. Then again, slowly, your bones are crushed one by one. And finally your skin and flesh are torn apart a little at a time and filled with fecal water." "Ah, no, don't do this to me." Tu Lisheng pissed himself in fear as he looked at his mother and yelled, "Mother, please, say yes to him. I don't want to be tortured anymore." "Oh, he hasn't suffered much since he was born." Shen Tian's words had undoubtedly shattered his psychological defense completely. Tu Gucho's face had long been unsightly. Shen Tian's those tortures, even she felt a burst of heart palpitations. If it is placed on their own son, she simply do not dare to imagine. Just, seeing that Tu Gucho was still hesitating, Shen Tian once again swung his sword to grind Tu Lisheng's only remaining leg a little bit into a bloody mist. Tu Lisheng died in pain as he cried, "Mother, I'm in so much pain. Help me, some lowly mortal. My child begs you, mother, grant him that. Say yes to him. Enough." Finally, Tu Gucho could no longer bear to watch his precious son suffer from this torture. Straight away, he gave up struggling. "I promise you that I will erase all the marks of all mortals, but only if you must swear by the heavenly Tao that you will not hurt my son again." Shen Tian also knows that it's too late. It was enough if Tu Gucho first erased the marks on the crowd of mortals. At that moment, he nodded and said, "All right, I, Shen Tian, hereby swear by the heavenly Tao, if you truthfully erase all the marks of all the mortals here, I will not harm Tu Lisheng again. If you go against it, you will die from the backlash of your cultivation." Shen Tian was unambiguous and directly swore by the heavenly Tao, and after he had finished speaking, an invisible force then fell upon him. Tu Gucho also did not expect Shen Tian to be so decisive. Since the other party had done so, then she didn't hesitate any longer, and immediately began to erase the mark. A moment later, she said, "I have erased the marks of all mortals, and now you can let my son go." Shen Tian, however, did not do as he was told, but instead looked into the depths of that one passageway. "Where is this? Are we going to die? Help! Immortals, save us!" Seeing that those mortals were no longer muddled, Shen Tian knew that the marks on them were indeed all erased. In this manner, he glanced at the blood pool, then turned his head to look at Feng Tianyi. Said, "Please take these mortals out first." Feng Tianyi was obviously a bit flattered as he rose from the ground and said, "Please rest assured, fellow Daoist." Apparently, after this scene in the party, Feng Tianyi had already unconsciously taken Shen Tian as his backbone. When he said that, his body swayed and appeared directly in front of those passages, and with a wave of his hand, with that, he flew towards the outside of the cave with a group of mortals. Throughout the entire process, Tu Gucho didn't say half a word or make half a move. On the contrary, it was Shen Tian who couldn't help but feel a little strange in his heart. Only after seeing Feng Tianyi take all the mortals away did Tu Gucho speak. "Now, can you release my son?" "Sure." Shen Tian grinned, then carried Tu Lisheng to Su Jinyao and let go. Su Jinyao looked up at him. Shen Tian's expression was calm and his tone indifferent. "Kill." Chapter 26 Blood-Eating Descends. "I want to eat you." "He won't kill it, but someone else can. And let's just say you put it in or not." Su Jinyao was slightly flabbergasted, then quickly responded, "Good." After saying that, she directly raised her hand and slapped her palm at Tu Lisheng. Tu Lisheng was pissing his pants, screaming in terror, "Mother, I don't want to die. Save me, save me, stop." Tu Gucho also finally understood Shen Tian's intentions. She instantly panicked and frantically grabbed at Su Jinyao. "Humph." Shen Tian snorted coldly and kicked Tu Gucho off. Tu Gucho smashed down into the pool of blood, but it was as if she couldn't feel any pain, just looking at Tu Lisheng with eyes full of despair. Bang! Accompanied by a sound that sounded like a watermelon exploding, Tu Lisheng's shouts came to an abrupt end, only to see that Su Jinyao directly slapped Tu Lisheng's head into a bloody mist with a single slap. "It's simply too dead to be true." "No, my son!" Tu Gucho cried out in grief. She climbed up from the pool of blood, looked at Tu Lisheng's corpse, and yelled up to the sky, "Son, it's my mother who has caused you harm. I'm sorry." Her eyes were crimson and her long hair flew wildly. She looked at Shen Tian and Su Jinyao with eyes full of resentment. Hissed, "I will kill you all to avenge my son." Tu Gucho fell to her knees on the altar, and she sprayed out a mouthful of essence blood to spill into that one blood trough. In a flash, the entire blood slot lit up, the blood pool began to churn, and a terrifying aura flowed out from it. It looked as if something horrible was about to be born. When Su Jinyao felt this aura, her face instantly changed, and she came to Shen Tian's side, wanted to open his mouth to call him, but suddenly just remembered that he didn't even know what the other person's name was. Su Jinyao couldn't help but feel a bit chagrined in her heart for her innocence, but right now was obviously not the time to dwell on such, and with a strong sense of caution on her face, she inquired, "Fellow Daoist, what should we do? You are all my son's murderers, and none of you will escape." Seemingly sensing Su Jinyao's intentions, Tu Guqiu suddenly looked at the two of them, her gaze, with a maniacal blood craving. "Invite the blood-devouring elder to descend." A blood-colored gate slowly rose from the sea of blood. Before that bloody door even opened, Su Jinyao detected a strong palpitation. This is. Her face brought up a thick panic, and without being able to think about it, Su Jinyao wanted to pull up Shintian and escape. "Fellow Daoist, I've practiced the Earth-grade lower-level body illusion flower technique. Follow me." But she directly pulled a blank, because at this time Shintian not only didn't escape, instead, he also charged directly at Tu Guqiu. In his second life, he died at the hands of Tu Guqiu, and now if he wants to get this body, then it was necessary to return the favor in its own way, i.e., refining Tu Guqiu into a blood meal. In just the blink of an eye, Shintian arrived in front of Tu Guqiu. Tu Guqiu looked at Shintian. She grinned widely, trying to stop me. "Too late, ha ha, stop you?" Shintian let out a light snort and lifted Tu Guqiu up by pinching his throat, followed by a stomp of his feet. A stream of spiritual energy was injected into the altar at his feet. The altar was instantly activated, and a blood-colored flame was silently ignited. Su Jinyao sensed the crisis and immediately flew away from the altar. However, she did not choose to flee, but stood in the distance looking at Shintian with a face full of shock and worry. "This is impossible. Why can you activate the altar?" Tu Guqiu was incredulous, and then he shouted in horror, "Wait, what are you doing? Don't you like to refine people?" Shintian smiled coldly and directly manipulated that blood-colored flame to wrap Tu Guqiu up. "Refine it for me." "Ah!" Tu Guqiu screamed miserably, starting from her legs, and her entire body was melting into blood. Just then, boom! A terrifying aura suddenly swept through the entire cave cavity. Seeing that the blood gate in that blood pool had completely opened, Su Jinyao's face changed drastically, while Tu Guqiu shouted in excitement, "Elder Blood Eater, save me!" In the next instant, only a dry hand was seen poking out from that bloody door. Hiss, old me smells it. Such strong flesh, such thick roots, such a fresh soul. Kudu, with a sound as hoarse and unpleasant as a stone grinder. A bald old man with dry skin all over his body and eyes that revealed a bloody light surged out from that bloody door. The blood gate slowly sank behind him, and the old man was about to die. But after looking at Shintian, instead, his eyes erupted in a chilling burst of refined light. "Genius! His old man smells genius." He grinned and spat out a dark red tongue of very exaggerated length. "Delicious! What a delicious genius! How long has it been since old me has tasted such a delicious genius?" The old man's voice with thick excitement reached his ears, causing Su Jinyao's scalp to tingle for a moment, especially after sensing the aura on the other party. Her face turned even more pale. Transformation. A first-level demon cultivator of the transformation spirit realm. It's over. She could never have imagined that she would run into a demon cultivator of the spirit transformation realm here. No wonder Tu Guqiu was able to defeat Fengtianyi, who was at the 9th level of the creation realm, so easily. It turned out that there was actually a demon cultivator of the spirit transformation realm lending his strength behind him. There was despair spreading in Su Jinyao's heart, facing such a horrible thing. Even with an earth-grade level body technique in her possession, she could hardly see a glimmer of hope for survival. Shintian was silent, only accelerating the speed of refining in his hands. "Elder Blood Eater, save me!" When Tu Guqiu saw the old man, he exclaimed in surprise. It was only then that the blood-devouring old man looked at Tu Guqiu, whose legs had all turned into blood. "Did you call the old man out?" Tu Guqiu hurriedly shouted. "It's me, Elder Blood Devourer. Can't you remember? I've already offered you 400,000 mortal blood meals, so it's you." It dawned on the blood-crazed old man that, but then he looked at the crimson blood and said, the 8th level of the creation realm was actually refined by a 5th level of the creation realm instead. "You're really a waste." Tu Guqiu's face stagnated, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "Elder Blood Devourer, as long as you save me, I will get you more mortal blood food." Mortal blood food? However, the blood-devouring elder suddenly shook his head as he looked at Tu Guqiu and, licking his lips, he said, "No more mortal than you." Jia. Tu Guqiu's face instantly changed drastically. "No, you can't do this to me. When I made the deal with you, you said you'd keep me alive." Stupid. Sarcasm flashed in the eyes of the blood-devouring old man. What kind of person is the old man? You're actually telling a demonic cultivator your word. How stupid. Ha ha. The blood-devouring elder didn't have the slightest psychological burden. and all that remained in Tu Guqiu's eyes was deep remorse. Die! Shen Tian suddenly pinched hard, and a powerful blood fire ignited on the altar, and Tu Guqiu screamed miserably. It completely turned into blood water and flowed into the blood pool. An illusory body that onlookers could not see flew directly into Shen Tian's body. Finally, he got a second one-life body. And throughout this entire process, the blood-devouring old man had always stood idly by and even looked forward to it. It was not until Shen Tian had completely refined Tu Guqiu that the blood-devouring old man looked at Shen Tian again. He didn't rush to enjoy the freshly refined blood food, but instead laughed. Kid, on account of this delicious blood and soul of yours, I can give you a chance to escape. When dealing with this kind of genius, he didn't like to directly pinch and devour it. Rather, they like to give them hope before they despair, as a cat plays with a rat. Fellow Daoist, quick, follow me. Su Jinya's figure flashed and came to Shen Tian's side, although she also knew that old man blood devourer's mind. But it was not a hope for escape. However, Shen Tian did not make the slightest movement, but looked at the blood devouring old man and said, "Run? Why would I run?" Not only was Su Jinyao confused, even the blood-devouring old man froze for a moment as he was puzzled. "You're not afraid of me? Guess why I had to wait for Togukia to summon you before I made my move to kill her?" Shen Tian grinned. Old man Blood Eater narrowed his eyes. "Why?" "Because laborers want you to death." In the next moment, Shen Tian attached black flames to his hands. The entire person directly turned into a black stream of light and rushed towards the blood-devouring elder. Chapter 27, Eat, 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 I'll let you eat. The blood-devouring elder looked at Shen Tian, who was not the least bit fearful, but instead was somewhat excited about charging towards him. Somewhat confused. "Are you in the spirit transformation realm or am I in the spirit transformation realm?" However, he was happy to do so. Geniuses really do have different brain circuits, but old me likes to abuse geniuses. Ha ha, he laughed loudly and similarly rushed towards Shen Tian. Shin finger kill. Shen Tian's fingertips condensed with black flames. This was a martial art of middle grade earth grade. However, under the enhancement of the innate true fire, the power was already no less than that of a top-grade earth-grade martial art. Facing an opponent of this caliber, having only entry-level sword power was obviously somewhat insufficient, so he directly utilized the innate true fire. Blood transformation hand. The blood-devouring elder struck out a palm, which was filled with blood aura, and this blood gas, with its horrible blood poison. Even a spirit transformation realm-level cultivator would die of body ulcers if they were exposed to it. Sneer at. Only to see that Shen Tian directly pierced a huge bloody hole through the blood-devouring old man's palm with a single finger. But the same blood spread on his hands. The two fell back in unison. Old man Blood Eater looked at the bloody hole in his palm with some alarm. But then he then looked up at Shen Tian and sneered. "Kid, enjoy the old man's blood poison." It was as if he had already seen Shen Tian's hand turn into a mess of rotten meat. However, in the next instant, he saw a burst of black flame suddenly ignite in Shen Tian's hand. That blood chi instantly turned into a curl of green smoke. "What kind of flame is this?" The blood-devouring elder was shocked. However, Shen Tian didn't answer him as he summoned a long sword with the same black flame attached to it. With that, he slashed out with his sword. Heaven and Earth sword technique, rainbow through the sun. The long sword in his hand transformed into a long rainbow of black flame, which in turn transformed into a large river that, in an instant, it flooded towards the blood-devouring old man. When he first stepped into the creation realm, he used this move to defeat Feng Outyen, who was once at the peak of the Zunshi realm, and now that he is already at the 5th level of the creation realm, and with the support of the innate true fire, he once again performs this move. How much more than dozens of times more powerful? Seeing that the blood pool suddenly rippled, the blood-devouring old man's face finally changed slightly. He pressed his palm on the pool of blood, and a whole 15 bloody hands instantly flew out of the pool of blood. Surround Shen Tian Chi in the center. At most, Tu Guqiu could only cast 4 blood hands, while the blood-devouring old man, however, could cast a full 15. Chop! The great river instantly wiped out 10 bloody hands, and facing the remaining 5, Shen Tian used his finger as a sword. 5 black flame sword chi shot out. Boom! The blood mist exploded and the blood pool returned to calm. A thick color of shock finally permeated the face of the blood-devouring elder. The Su Jinyao on the altar was even more stunned long ago. With a cultivation of the 5th level of the creation realm fighting the 1st level of the spirit transformation realm, I'm afraid that even his good girlfriend Gu Evening Chung Gu Wanqing, who is also a teacher and a friend, would find it difficult to do so. When did the Tai Ching sect have such a terrifying elder like this? No, the other party didn't seem to have said that he was an elder of the Tai Ching sect. Old thing, whatever else you have to do, feel free to use it. The longsword flew back into his hand and Shen Tian stood on the blood pool in the air. gazing at the blood-devouring old man in front of him. At this time, the shocked color on the face of the blood-devouring old man, however, gradually faded away, and he looked at Shen Tian, as if spitting out snake letters like a viper. Genius! You really are an absolute genius! His form gradually sank into the pool of blood, and his long tongue licked his lips as the chilling voice came out of his mouth once again. Hiss ha! I really want to eat your flesh and blood. Gulp! That's really an incomparably wonderful thing. His blood-craving ferocious light surveyed every inch of Shen Tian's flesh and blood. It was as if he was looking at a flawless prey. It's a pity that the old man is now severely injured and his strength is 10 times less than 1, so he can't do as he wishes. But kid, don't worry. In the near future, old man will definitely be able to savor your delicacies. The blood-devouring old man's body had sunk into the pool of blood and only a dry, old, bald head remained. This is the blood sea transportation technique, which serves to allow him to teleport from one blood pool to another. And this was also one of the blood-devouring old man's life-preserving cards. Even if a cultivator at the peak of the spirit transformation realm came, he would not be able to catch him. It was with this secret technique that the blood-eating old man was able to escape repeatedly. On the altar, although Su Jinyao was frightened by his words and had a heart palpitation, however, seeing the blood-devouring elder actively retreating was still like a sigh of relief. No matter what, this was considered to have survived. However, at this time, Shen Tian looked at the only remaining head on the blood pool and grinned. You're going to eat me? Boy, live well, no need to hurry, that won't be long. Elder Blood Eater's gaze was fond. You're going to eat me, aren't you? Shen Tian suddenly retracted his sword, and a black flame emerged in front of him, and he sprayed out a mouthful of essence blood to merge into the black flame. Ooh, the black flame instantly grew and became incandescent, and at this terrifying temperature the entire cavity began to melt. Shen Tian grabbed that black flame and then pressed it onto the blood pool with one hand. Innate true fire. Burn for the laborer. Zip! The pool of blood was boiling, and the blood water melted away at a terrifying speed, and the blood-devouring elder, who originally had only half of his head left, instantly revealed a large portion of his chest. As he watched the blood pool shrinking madly, the blood-devouring elder's face suddenly changed. When he looked up, he saw that Shen Tian had already rushed towards him. Shen Tian pressed on the blood-devouring elder's head as he clasped his 5 fingers on the heavenly soul cap, and with that, with a fierce tug, he actually directly pulled the blood-devouring elder out of the blood pool hard. Since you can escape with the help of the blood pool, I'll burn this pool dry so that, how else can you escape? What? How is this possible? The blood-devouring elder exclaimed in horror, but without waiting for him to make any movements, Shen Tian directly lifted him onto the altar. He grabbed the blood-eating old man's throat with one hand and pressed him to the ground. You're going to eat me, aren't you? Shen Tian rode on top of the blood-devouring old man, raised his fist, and slammed fist after fist into his mouth. Eat. I'll let you eat. Ah! The blood-devouring old man screamed miserably, but Shen Tian did not stop at all, and his double fists poured down as if it were a torrential rain. Gonna shove me down your dried-up stomach, are you? Delicious? Still eating? The blood-eating elder whimpered in pain, half of his old face filled with horror. Answer me! Shen Tian smashed his old mouth into pieces with one punch. No! Don't eat it! I'll never eat it again! The blood-devouring old man shed tears of blood and hands and legs fluttered helplessly, and the old eyes that had been emanating a ferocious light became clear of fear. Old thing! You can't eat even if I give it to you. Waste! Shen Tian's last punch slammed into the blood-devouring old man's throat. Click! A bone crack sounded. The blood-devouring elder's eyes widened in anger, and he swallowed his breath at that. Inside the sea of consciousness, Feng Ao Tian, one side of the altar. Su Jinyao. Chapter 28, What's his name? Phew! Shen Tian heavily exhaled a mouthful of blood. He got up, and with a single hand, the 2 spatial rings instantly fell into his hands. One was 2 guchos, and the other was Old Man Blood Eaters. With a brief sweeping glance, he found that the things within 2 guchos' ring were not much to say the least. A total of some pills as well as 20,000 spirit stones. Spirit stones are the common currency among cultivators, and in the Taiching sect, the monthly salary of a miscellaneous disciple was 5 spirit stones. For the outer sect it was 50, for the inner sect it was 100, and for both true legends and ordinary elders it was 1,000. However, Shen Tian was a holy son, and the sect would send him 5,000 spirit stones every month. It's just that nowadays he doesn't have a lot of spirit stones on him, merely less than 20,000 spirit stones. Half of them were also willingly contributed up by a few people from Jin Haoyang, because more than 2 months ago, in order to buy the elixir to restore his legs for his sister Su Linger, it cost a full 300,000 spirit stones. It was his savings over the years. I'm really poor right now. Shintian couldn't help but let out a low sigh. And in his heart, he estimated that he had to find some ways to make money. Cultivation together. Nothing more than Dharma land wealth couple. Do not want a fall practice. Money is a must. Ha, there's a seal? He looked again at the ring of the blood-devouring old man. A little puzzled. And, could it be that this old thing has some unbelievable treasure? Shintian tried briefly and realized that he could break the seal set by the blood-devouring elder. But it would take a bit of time. And now was obviously not the time. And without much thought, he simply put it away. Su Jinyao came to the altar and stood 3 feet away from Shintian. That, fellow Daoist, wipe your face first. Looking at Shintian's bloodstained face, with fluttering eyes and a face full of apprehension, she pulled out a white silk with a warm fragrance from her bosom and handed it forward. Shintian looked up at her, and now he was covered in dirty blood in his hair, on his face, and all over his body. It can look like a fury. In the face of the silk sent by the other side, he turned a blind eye to it. Points of black flame flared up silently on Shintian's face as well as his body. Black hair and clothes swam silently. Nuisance. The tainted blood burned out and turned into smoke. Su Jinyao's hand that had reached mid-air froze, and in the reflection of her pair of azure pupils, a handsome face with indifference slowly emerged from the layers of lingering black flames. Now, 2 choices for you. Shintian stretched out his right hand, black and a true fire jumping in his palm as he looked at Su Jinyao. Indifferently, he said, either die, or choose to forget everything that happened today. Su Jinyao's face stared down as she looked at the black flame in front of her. Somewhat embarrassed, he sidestepped his gaze and said, it's because of this innate true fire, right? Although she did not know what is the innate true fire, but the horror of its powerful is seen with their own eyes. Shintian was silent, his expression still cold and indifferent. Su Jinyao clenched the silk in her hand and said in a deep voice, I, Su Jinyao, hereby swear by the heavenly Tao, never divulge half of the information related to the innate true fire, and if you go against it, you will definitely die with your cultivation revolting and your entire body's meridians breaking by inches. The black flames dissipated and disappeared. Shintian turned around and disappeared into the altar. Su Jinyao looked at the silk in her hand and gave a helpless bitter smile. Come up. Shintian's voice sounded above the cave cavity. Su Jinyao was stunned and hurriedly put the silk into her bosom and flew down to Shintian's side. Shintian looked at the empty cave cavity below and flexed his fingers. The innate true fire landed on the altar and began to burn everything around it. A few moments later, the altar, the blood pool, and the corpses all turned into nothingness. Shintian recalled the innate true flame, and with a sudden movement in his heart, he looked toward a corner. There appeared to be a bowl-sized pool of light blue crystalline liquid. 1,000-year jade milk. Su Jinyao exclaimed in shock under her breath. That's exactly why she came here in the first place. That, fellow Daoist, can I take a little? Su Jinyao clenched her fingers slightly and, somewhat jittery, he asked Shintian. Feel free. Shintian ignored her, and with a flash of his body, he flew toward the outside of the cave. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the cave, he encountered Feng Tianyi who was hurrying over. Fellow Daoist, you guys came out? When Feng Tianyi saw that it was Shintian, he immediately asked, didn't encounter any danger, did you? Where is my senior sister? An anxious voice suddenly came from the distance, and it was none other than Lu Jiayi who had been waiting outside. Tu Guqiu is dead. Shintian just looked at Feng Tianyi and asked, I wonder where those mortals are now. Feng Tianyi let out a sigh of relief and said, don't worry, fellow Daoist. I've sent them back to Tsongshan City. Thanks a lot. Shintian clasped his fists in reply and then flew away after saying goodbye to Feng Tianyi again. Hey, I asked you a question. Lui Qiayi was a bit exasperated and was about to stop him when the Su Jinyao's voice suddenly came from within the cave entrance. Senior sister Lu, I'm here. When Su Jinyao came out of the cave, Lu Jiayi immediately pounced on her. Senior sister, it's great that you're okay. Feng Tianyi also came forward and once again confirmed with Su Jinyao that Tu Guqiu had died after. Then he too left with a hasty farewell. I didn't think that just coming to pick up something this time would actually lead to something so dangerous. Lu Jiayi was a bit scared. Senior sister, the Southern State Demon Removal Ceremony will start soon. Let's hurry back too. Good. Su Jinyao nodded, then looked in the direction of Tsongshan City. Somewhat ashamed, he said, but before that, I'll have to inquire about the name of my savior. Until now, she didn't even know what Shintian's name was. A lifesaver? Lu Jiayi was a bit puzzled and stared wide-eyed. Elder sister, you mean that guy at the 5th level of the creation realm? Su Jinyao briefly described what had happened just now inside the cave. However, she didn't say anything about the blood-devouring elder and the innate true flame. What? There was a strong look of shock in Lu Jiayi's eyes. Tu Guqiu, who even Feng Tianyi couldn't defeat, was actually killed by this 5th level of the creation realm? How is this possible? Are all the elders of the Tai Ching sect so outrageous now? Su Jinyao was speechless. Who would have thought? The one who will save the day in the end will be the one whose name they didn't even want to ask in the first place. Songshan City. Shen Tian returned again. It was nighttime. The city of Songshan was brightly lit. The brightest place, on the other hand, had to be the city lord's mansion located in the middle of Songshan City. At this moment, more than 90% of the mortals in the entire city had arrived in front of the city lord's mansion. They all kneeled here to thank the immortal for saving their lives. Thanks more to the Tai Ching clan. Feng Tianyi didn't hog the credit. Instead, he truthfully told them that the ones who saved them were from the Tai Ching sect. Instead of going to the city lord's mansion, Shen Tian came to the west of the city in front of a medical center. The name of the clinic is simple. It's called Zhao Family Medical Center. Only a flaming red oil lamp was lit inside the Zhao Family Medical Center. No one. I think it also went to the city lord's mansion. Shen Tian simply came to the roof of an attic and lay down. He had burned his essence blood in that last battle with the blood-devouring elder, and now he only felt a wave of exhaustion in his body and mind. Right now, he didn't want to do anything but sleep. The moonlight as bright as snow spread on Shen Tian, as if covering him with a layer of white gauze. He made a pillow with his hand and slept on the ground, through robes that swam in the night wind. Far away. Senior sister. Look, that guy is there. Su Jinyao and Lu Jiayi similarly arrived at Songshan City. Lu Jiayi quickly discovered Shen Tian, who was sleeping on the roof of the room, and she said, "Senior sister, don't you want to ask him what his name is? Let's go over and ask him now. Don't talk, just wait here." Su Jinyao glared at her, and Lu Jiayi realized that her behavior was a bit inappropriate. The moment he did, he shut his mouth. Su Jinyao just stood in the distance and watched him. Chapter 29, Sister. Have you been taken over? A warmth came from all around him. Shen Tian slowly opened his eyes. The golden morning sunlight pierced into his eyes as he stretched his body and got up. Once he looked down, he realized that the Zhao Family Medical Center was already open. Now that the mortals in this city are out of danger. But what they saw and heard in that hole in the mouth still left them with a considerable psychological shadow. And this night, many of them didn't even dare to sleep, because as soon as I fall asleep, I dream of the horrifying and unimaginable mountain of corpses and blood. Therefore, early in the morning, there was a line of mortals in front of the Zhao Family Medical Center who came to seek medicine. The request is for a warming and nourishing soup that can be drunk to empty one's mind, nourish the spirit and help one sleep. Zhao's husband and wife are so busy that the supply of herbs exceeds the demand. Father and mother, my brother and I have gone in search of medicine. Zhao Xian carried the medicine basket on her back and led her brother out the door. She seemed to be born with the ability to be close to grass and trees. Every time we go out, it's always a full house. And that's something that, even her father, who had practiced medicine for nearly 30 years, was not as good. Shen Tian silently followed behind them. What Zhao Xian's siblings were looking for was a medicinal herb called Wu Ling Chao. This herb grows mostly along steep cliffs. As for why it grows on the side of a cliff, because the ones that don't grow here have been picked over. Brother, slow down. Zhao Xian's siblings divided their labor between them. Zhao Xian found the Wu Ling grass. Zhao Che was going down to pick with a hemp rope tied around his waist. The two are not very old, but they work very well together. However, for two mortals, picking the urchin grass from the cliff still carried a great deal of risk. Finally, after struggling to pick a strain of upland grass, the two of them sat down on the edge of the mountain cliff to take a nap. Sister, if only we could cultivate too. Zhao Che remembered the exciting and wonderful feeling when his benefactor took him flying. The heart is overwhelmed. Zhao Xian rested her hands on her cheeks and looked at the slowly drifting away bands of clouds in the sky and said longingly, "Yes, if we can also ride the clouds, we can pick more herbs for father and mother that we normally can't. That way mom and dad don't have to worry about our safety." The sun shone on the oozing sweat and red faces of the two men. In fact, after practicing you guys will realize that herbs are still just as hard to pick. At that moment, a familiar voice rang in both of their ears, and they turned their heads in unison. Hurtingly, he realized that it was actually Shen Tian. "Elder benefactor, why are you here?" Zhao Xian and Zhao Che's eyes instantly lit up. "I followed you here." Shen Tian shook a space ring in his hand and laughed. "Let's go. I have picked enough of the herbs you asked for you." In fact, to put it mildly, he was Zhao Xian's siblings' benefactor, and Zhao Xian's siblings were likewise his benefactor. Shen Tian took the two of them and flew all the way to Songshan City. He flew very slowly. On the road, Zhao Che watched with eyes full of wonder as the familiar mountains and rivers went away under his feet. Excitement was all over his face. Zhao Shen then had a deeper curiosity as she asked, "Elder benefactor, Why do you say that herbs are still just as hard to pick after cultivation? Shintian patiently answered. Because the herbs in the eyes of mortals and the herbs in the eyes of cultivators are two kinds of things. I see. Is it because the herbs that are useful to cultivators have likewise all been harvested, so the ones that can stay are in some of the more dangerous places? Zhao Xian quickly thought of something that, she said, it's like the edge of a cliff to me and my brother. Smart. Shintian smiled and nodded. He suddenly realized that there seemed to be some grass and wood auras flowing towards Zhao Xian in the surroundings. Zhao Xian, who had received a compliment, instantly smiled coyly. About a quarter later, the three of them returned to the Zhao family medical center. The front of the medical center was still crowded with people, and Zhao Xian and Zhao Che led Shintian into the backyard through the back door. Father, mother, we're back. Zhao Xian put down the medicine basket on her back as soon as she entered. A middle-aged man who looked to be about 40 years old hurriedly ran in, and he couldn't pay attention to Shintian in time. Instead, he looked directly at the medicine basket. Why did you come back so early? How come there's only this little bit of urchin grass? The middle-aged man clenched his brows when he saw less than a small half-basket of oolong grass in the medicine basket. Greatly puzzled. Dr. Zhao, all the oolong herbs are here. Shintian waved his hand, and in an instant, a pile of oolong grass that was 2 people high appeared directly in the small half of the yard. The medicine basket in the middle-aged man's hand snapped and fell to the ground. Yeah, why are there so many? Zhao Xian and Zhao Che cried out in shock. Shintian answered. This Wu-ling grass is actually a very low-grade medicinal herb. In the eyes of cultivators, they are no different from roadside weeds, so only mortals will pick them. I picked this much after running about 10 hills. Dr. Zhao, should that be enough? The middle-aged man turned back to Shintian and looked at him. Exclaimed, you are the immortal who saved us. He had seen Shintian when he was inside the cave. Shintian nodded and said, it's me, the holy son of the Taiching sect. Shintian, Zhao Minan has met the benefactor. Zhao Minan wanted to kneel down, but Shintian directly stopped it. There's no need to say more. Right now it's better to boil the medicine. Shintian thought about it and decided to give him a hand. And with a wave of his hand a ball of spirit fire directly wrapped up all of the uplink grass in the small half of the courtyard. This was a simple means of refining the essence of the medicinal power in the herbs. A few moments later, there was only a head-sized lump of ebony medicinal liquid left in the courtyard. He didn't stop there, however. Instead, it added some more elixirs with forgotten memories to it. Tranquility is, after all, treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Shintian's move was an attempt to directly make these mortals forget the encounters of the past few days. He looked at Zhao Minan and said, dividing these medicinal liquids into 100,000 diluted portions before giving it to them. For one night only they will never be troubled again. Or had Zhao Minan seen such a miraculous means? He immediately agreed to it. A roof not far from the Zhao family medical center. Saint's son. So, you are that heaven's pride son that the Taiching sect rarely encounters in 100 years. Su Jinyao's face was difficult to calm for a long time. She engraved Shintian's figure firmly in her heart. Shintian, Su Jinyao, remember your saving grace. She knew that maybe Shintian hadn't cared about herself at all. Even the others pressed on with the idea of saving herself, but regardless, this favor was something she took to heart. So he's the holy son of the Taiching sect. With a look of surprise on her face, Lu Jiai, I didn't expect that such a demon would actually appear in this generation of the Taiching sect. Su Jinyao sighed softly. It seems that this time the demon removal ceremony our 100 Flower Valley has to go back to 4th place again. Senior sister, have you been taken over? There was some reluctance in Lu Jiai's tone. Why else would you be cowed before the battle? As far as she remembered, Sister Su, as the senior sister of 100 Flowers Valley, but never had the idea of yielding to someone, even when facing that Gu Wansheng, the first genius of the southern state. Sister Su all have a strength that never gives in. How is it that you're now starting to admit defeat in the face of a man? As for the distribution of resources, because of the special nature of the 100 Flowers Valley, she wasn't worried about it. It was just that she felt more or less unconvinced that an entire 100 Flowers Valley of hers had been defeated by a demon of the Taiching sect just like that. Su Jinyao smiled and looked at Shintian from afar. She recalled the scene where the other party decapitated Tu Guqiu and the blood-devouring elder, and at that moment she could not help but mutter to herself, facing a demonic cultivator with no mercy, coldness, and murderousness, and facing mortals. And yet he can treat people gently and without any distinction between the immortal and the mortal. Facing this kind of person, it would be quite good to lose to him. LJY. Senior sister, there's something wrong with you. She suddenly thought of a tradition in her family's 100 Flowers Valley, and she couldn't help but stare in disbelief at that moment. Exclaimed. Wait, you don't want to talkative. And besides, it's not my turn. Su Jinyao gently hit her and said, let's go. There's still some time before the demon removal ceremony. I've got to catch up on my training. After she said that, she disappeared with Lu Jiai, who hadn't returned to her senses. Zhao Family Medical Center. Zhao Minan took Zhao Xian's siblings to distribute herbs for free. Shen Tian then came into a room. He sat down on the wooden bed and took out Elder Blood Eater's ring. It took a full half hour to break the seal within it. The items inside were instantly presented. Chapter 30 Blood Transformation Sect. 6th level of Creation Realm. The first thing that caught my eye was a pile of miscellaneous things as well as pills and spirit stones. Shen Tian roughly estimated and found that it was actually worth 300,000 spirit stones. It's really a gold belt for killing and burning. Shen Tian was overjoyed in his heart. So many spirit stones. It made him rich all of a sudden. At least there was no need to worry about spirit stones until he broke through to the spirit transformation realm. And then look at the next thing worth caring about. It's an identity token. On the front, there were the words Blood Transformation Sect. And on the back, there were the words Core Elder. The Blood Transformation Sect? Shen Tian was stunned. He knew of this clan, but couldn't say he was familiar with it. In the fourth life, in order to avoid being captured by that woman Gu Wancheng as a furnace again, so he left the southern state directly and made his way south through the land of chaos to reach the southern mountain divine realm. Of the four major divine realms in the Vermilion Flame domain, east, west, south, north, and south, the two major divine realms, the South Mountain and the West Mountain, were the Devil's Path, and the eastern and northern mountains are the right way. Although the four great divine realms were separated by the Void Ancient River, there were still places that were connected. Take for example the chaotic land between the two great divine realms of East Mountain and South Mountain. However, in general, the forces of the righteous and the devil rarely traveled to each other's territories. After all, once discovered, it was the end of being hunted to death. As for this Blood Transformation Sect, it was a rather famous devilish sect within the Southern Mountain Divine Territory. The strength is stronger than the Little Sacred Mountain. This old man is actually a core elder of the Blood Transformation Sect? At this time, Fonao Tian's voice suddenly sounded within the sea of consciousness. Shen Tian raised his eyebrows and said, you know about this sect? That's for sure. I not only know it, I know it very well. Fonao Tian had a smug look on his face, because 1,000 years ago, I am one of the several top-level reverends within the Southern Mountain Divine Realm, and also the Hall Master of the 7th Devil Hall of the Southern Mountain Divine Realm. And this Blood Transformation Sect is precisely a sect affiliated with the 7th Demon Highness. If I remember correctly, back then, the strongest within this clan was an old ancestor of the Dao Entry realm. Shen Tian's heart moved. It was the first time he understood Fonao Tian's past. At that moment, he also couldn't help but give her an extra glance. That is to say, this Blood Transformation Sect was once a force under your command? Words like that are indeed true. But, Master, you also said that it was once. Fonao Tian said helplessly. In addition, instead of these forces being in the service of the various Hall Masters, rather, they serve the Demon Temple. Moreover, I've been dead for thousands of years, and there may not even be anyone in the Blood Transformation Sect today who remembers my honors. After all, Master, you also know that the cultivators on this great domain can't live longer than 1,000 years. Fonao Tian's meaning had been made clear. If he met the Blood Transformation Sect, she was afraid it would be hard to make much of a difference. Unlike the Eastern Mountain Divine Realm and other righteous forces, the Southern Mountain Divine Realm and the Northern Mountain Divine Realm could actually be said to be one and the same, as the demonic cultivators of these two great divine realms all believed in the Supreme Demon God Temple. His Highness the Demon God has also set up the 10 great demon temples. The 10 great devil temples jointly ruled the entire Southern Mountain and Northern Mountain Divine Realm. As for why Shen Tian knew so well, because the 5th generation of his, once a demon son of the 9th Demon Hall, and the so-called Devil Son is a special cultivator who can carry the devil intent of the Devil God under special conditions. Once he became a demon son, he was expected to be promoted to Lord of a Palace, and I don't know why this old man came to the Eastern Mountain Divine Realm, and by the looks of it he still seems to have some serious injuries inside him. Fonao Tian said to himself. Shen Tian also no longer think about it. Instead, he looked to the last thing that concerned him. It was a blood-colored bead. Blood-devouring bead. Fonao Tian suddenly exclaimed. No wonder this old man fled to the Eastern Mountain Divine Realm. It turns out that he stole the blood-devouring pearl, one of the Blood Transformation Sect's 3 major clan treasures. Shen Tian could tell that the bead was a pseudo-heavenly grade magic treasure, the same as the Tai Ching Sect's Great Dao Bell. It's a bit of a shame that it doesn't really do much for you, Master. The Blood Transformation Sect's principal technique is called the Blood Transformation Technique, and from this bead alone, It is an auxiliary item that can speed up the cultivation of this technique, Feng Ao Tian explained. And its greatest function is actually that it can be combined with the other two pseudo-heavenly grade magic treasures to form a heavenly grade magic weapon. Heavenly grade magic treasures were rare, and even in the entire Eastern Mountain Divine Realm, I'm afraid there were no more than 10 of them. Of course, Master, you can use it to temper your body and strengthen your physical strength, Feng Ao Tian continued, but before that, it's best to seal its breath first. Otherwise, when it reaches a certain range, the cultivators of the blood transformation sect will be able to sense its presence. Shen Tian instantly also understood why Elder Blood Devourer had set a seal on his spatial ring. Without saying much, he directly set a stronger seal on the blood devouring bead. Although he wasn't afraid of that blood transformation sect, it was better to have less trouble at the moment. Feng Ao Tian stopped talking. Nowadays, although her residual soul was boarded within Shen Tian's sea of consciousness, yet, he still didn't forget to practice. Over the past month or so, her cultivation level had also cultivated from the 3rd level of the creation realm to the 4th level of the creation realm. Although it was only one weight, compared to cultivators in the same realm, this was already fast. Once he recovered to the spirit transformation realm, then he would be able to remake his physical body. Shen Tian put away all of the blood-devouring elder's legacy, and then his consciousness directly entered the sea of consciousness. At this moment, the depths of the sea of consciousness, an illusory body exactly like Shen Tian was sitting quietly. The second first body. It was more of a pity that this one-world body only had a cultivation level of the 1st level of the spirit sea realm. Shen Tian didn't talk nonsense and directly refined it on the spot. A steady stream of aura suddenly began to converge around them. Above Songshan City, the originally clear sky suddenly turned dark. Countless mortals looked up. It was found that there were actually thick clouds suddenly coming from all directions. If any cultivators were here, they would be able to recognize at a glance that this was spirit cloud. When the aura thickens to a certain level, it will coalesce into a cloud. However, a group of unaware mortals began to worry after seeing this vision, fearing that another demonic cultivator would appear and capture them. Only the 4 members of the Zhao family looked towards a certain room in the backyard. They knew that it was mostly the handiwork of that benefactor's predecessor. Therefore, there wasn't a trace of worry on his face. Clamor. This spirit cloud came and went quickly. In just under half an hour. The sky of Songshan City then once again returned to clear. Zhao Family Medical Center. Inside the room, Shen Tian felt the aura on his body, and his face was somewhat pleased. 6th level of the realm of creation. I didn't expect that refining a one-life body that was only at the 1st level of the spirit sea realm would even allow me to break through a realm. It's really an unexpected blessing. Of course, the breakthrough in cultivation was only secondary, and more importantly, his cultivation qualifications had once again been improved, and he had also obtained 3 major spirit seas. A one-world body. It's really not bad. The reason why he had stopped at a half-step great emperor in his 8th life was precisely because he was trapped by his qualifications. The second one-life body is also here, and it's time to prepare for the next one. Chapter 31 Tang Shan's Clues. Pin Xian Lu. Shen Tian remembers it well. The next incarnation will be on that crazy woman Gu Wanqing who yells "take you home" while treating herself as a stove. In addition, after he was captured by Gu Wanqing in the 3rd life, the other party disliked him for having too low a cultivation level. Being a furnace was not effective, and he was given a lot of resources on purpose. In this way, Shen Tian's cultivation had been rapidly improved under the other party's various means of coercion, until finally, he managed to break through to the realm of creation after they. It was only then that Gu Wanqing began to inflict inhumane abuse on him. At that time, Shen Tian wanted to escape. But Gu Wanqing was already at the spirit transformation realm cultivation level, and although in the dual cultivation, his cultivation had also been enhanced to a certain extent, but how could it compare to the other party? In the end, after a full 99 times, Shen Tian could not bear the humiliation and killed himself. In this life, tragedy will not repeat itself. Shen Tian made up his mind and secretly thought, getting this one-world body, I think I'll be able to break through directly to the spirit transformation realm as well. At that time, if I can strengthen this brow sword even further, I'm afraid I'll be able to cut down the true spirit realm. The power of the brow sword increased dramatically every day, plus after the cultivation level was raised by 1 level. Nowadays, the eyebrow sword could already instantly kill cultivators at the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. If we can find strengthening materials to incorporate into the sword body, we will definitely be able to strengthen it again. And at that time, it was the 7th or 8th level of the spirit transformation realm that could be decimated. Shen Tian opened his eyes and jumped off the bed. It was getting late outside, and the Zhao Family Medical Center had returned to its usual peace and quiet. He pushed the door and walked out. Benefactor Senior. Zhao Che. who was drying herbs in the courtyard, called out when he saw him. Shen Tian smiled and nodded. Zhao Xian, who was grinding herbs with a milling trough not far from the side, stopped her hand movements. She looked up at Shen Tian and asked with some reluctance, "Elder benefactor, are you leaving?" Aha! As soon as Shen Tian's words fell, Zhao Minan and a middle-aged woman walked in from the front hall. Zhao Minan was the first to speak. "Un Gong, I've already parted with all the tonics you asked us to distribute. Hard work, guys." After Shen Tian said that, he looked at Zhao Xian and Zhao Che and asked, "You too, would you like to come with me to the Tai Ching sect to cultivate?" Zhao Minan and the middle-aged woman stared in unison. Zhao Che was a bit excited and ran over to look at Shen Tian. "Elder benefactor, are you telling the truth? My sister and I can go to practice?" Zhao Xian had the same deep anticipation in her eyes. "Sure." Shen Tian looked at Zhao Xian and said, "After my general exploration, it was discovered that you possess a wood spirit chi within your body, and it is because of this wood spirit chi that you are able to discover various medicinal herbs so easily." Wood spirit chi? Zhao Xian was a bit uncertain. Shen Tian explained, "Simply put, it's a very rare talent. You will be extremely talented in the Tao of pill refining." He made a rough estimate of the Zhao Xian's talent should be able to bring the Great Tao Bell to the level of 5 or even 6 rings. He continued, "Think about it. I will leave Tsangshan City early tomorrow morning. If you can't leave your father and mother, I can take them with me." After Shen Tian finished speaking, he re-entered the room. The color of the moon is like water. It was a quiet night in Tsangshan City, and all the mortals slept very peacefully. Shen Tian arrived at the city lord's mansion by roughly giving a word to Patriarch Nangong Jin about what had happened within Tsangshan City in the past few days. In addition, he also told the story of how he had killed the 3 people from the 10,000 Sword sect. Of course, nothing was said about the blood-devouring old man. After hearing Shen Tian's words, Nangong Jin was silent for a moment. Then he laughed out loud and said, "Good, it's a good idea. This kind of scum should be killed. Besides, Xiao Tian, don't worry, if something happens, this patriarch will take over for you." The transmission was broken with Nangong Jin. At that moment, an illusory figure suddenly flew over in the distance. It was a woman in a black dress. "Master, I sense the traces left behind by Tanshen." Fonao Tian spoke in an urgent tone, pointing to the sky to the left. "I found him fleeing all the way in this direction, but according to the traces remaining, that was over a month ago." Shen Tian looked up, his gaze slightly chilled. "I think I probably know where he is." This direction was clearly the direction to the decennial demon removal ceremony in the southern state. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, "Elder benefactor, we have decided to go with you to the Tai Ching sect." Zhao Xian and Zhao Che made a decision. And for them too. This is certainly a great opportunity to be had. Shen Tian looked at both Zhao Minan and his wife and asked, "What about you guys?" Zhao Minan took his wife's hand and shook his head with a smile. "We've lived here for decades. There are too many existences that are hard to part with to bother the envoy." Shen Tian nodded his head. Finally, under the earnest and unwilling gazes of Zhao Minan and the two of them, he took Zhao Xian and Zhao Che and flew up into the sky. Before leaving, Shen Tian also did not forget to leave pills and techniques that would help draw qi into the body for the two men. In this way, Zhao Minan husband and wife may also be expected to step into the immortal path. Half a day later, Shen Tian brought the Zhao Xian siblings to a bustling city. On the city gate hangs the words Qingyang City. This was the largest city in Qingyang County, and it was situated at the foot of the Taiching clan's MT. It is dotted with major cultivation families, and more than 90% of the people in the city are cultivators. Wow! So many immortals. It was the first time Zhao Xian and Zhao Che had seen so many cultivators, and both of their eyes were yearning beyond measure. Numerous disciples of the Taiching sect could be seen coming and going even before they entered the city. "Greetings, Lord Saint's son." There were quite a number of disciples who recognized Shen Tian, and they all called out to him with red faces. Shen Tian did not mind. All responded one by one. After entering the city, Zhao Xian and Zhao Che were both holding hands, their demeanor somewhat formal. However, everything around them was incredibly new to them, so their eyes were filled with exuberance. Shen Tian wasn't in a hurry to bring the two of them back to the clan at this moment, and he laughed. "Go. I'll show you two around first." Coo. The few people had just wandered not long before Zhao Che suddenly scratched his head in embarrassment. Zhao Xian pulled him to her side and pulled out another large cake from her bosom and broke off a piece and handed it over. "Brother, you're getting hungry fast." "Hey." Zhao Che heatedly smiled. "Thank you, sis." At this time, Shen Tian came to the side of the two. Zhao Xian saw his gaze fall on the large cake in her hand, and her small face blushed, breaking off another large portion and handing it over. "Elder benefactor, are you hungry as well?" Shen Tian took it, tasted a mouthful, and immediately raised his eyebrows and said, "You two are growing your bodies. How can I eat this?" After he said that, he directly pulled up the two of them and said, "Let's go. I'll take you guys to eat something delicious." If not for Zhao Chei's sudden hunger, Shin Tian would have forgotten that the two of them were still mortals. It's the need to eat. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of a restaurant with a crowded front door. Pinsent Mansion. The upper and lower 7 floors are considered to be the largest restaurant in Qingyang City and even the entire Qingyang County, and are extremely famous. Shin Tian directly took the two of them up to the 5th floor, opened a private room, and ordered a table of good food. The table was full of dishes, and the two of them couldn't stop looking at it. Zhao Chei, in particular, was drooling. Shin Tian looked at Zhao Xian and the two of them and laughed. "Don't think too much. Just eat." The two men nodded heavily and, without further equivocation, began to feast. Of course, in the face of food, Shin Tian also had a big appetite. However, before the three of them could eat much, there was a sudden knock at the door. Elder of the Tai Ching sect, Lin Qiwen, seeks an audience with Lord Saint's son. Chapter 32 Morong Bing is looking for you. Lin Qiwen? Shin Tian froze and waved his hand to open the door, and the one who came in was a young man who was about 30 years old. He knew of this Lin Qiwen, and had once dealt with the other party when he himself was still the 9th true master. The other man is also very optimistic about his potential, so he often hangs out with him. To be exact, Shin Tian, as a rare genius of the Tai Ching sect in 100 years, many of the elders were friends with him. He was not surprised that the elder of the Tai Ching sect was able to find himself. It was because although this Qingyang city had traditionally had the position of the city lord of the city mansion rotated by the 3 major cultivation families in the city, it was actually under the management of the Tai Ching sect. Therefore, Shin Tian estimated that he had not yet entered the city. His whereabouts had been learned by the Tai Ching sect. Of course, that's because he didn't hide his tracks. Shin Tian laughed. "Elder Lin, coming to find me at this time. You didn't come here specifically to rub it in, did you?" Having said that, he still called out to the waiter and ordered a pot of heavenly immortal drink. The heavenly immortal drunk is the signature of the pinnacle of immortality. One pot is worth 100 spirit stones. Although it was not as good as 1,000 spirit stones a pot of fairy drunk, it was still very not bad. Shin Tian knew that Lin Qiwen loved Tian Xian drunk for 10 minutes. However, he who had a salary of 1,000 spirit stones a month usually seldom spent money to come here to drink. Right now, he was carrying more than 300,000 spirit stones on his body, so Shin Tian was generous. "It's still the Holy Prince Sama who understands me." Lin Qiwen let out a loud laugh when he saw Tian Xian drunk. It was also unobtrusive and sat down right next to Shin Tian. Zhao Xian and Zhao Chei on the side were a bit formal. Shin Tian gave them a brief introduction to each other. The two then continued to eat in a well-behaved manner. Lin Qiwen was indulging in the fragrance of heavenly immortal drunk's wine when he sensed Shin Tian's aura on his body. He couldn't help but wonder, "You fellow, how do I feel that the cultivation aura on your body is even stronger than peak master Morong's? Cultivation aura and strength bring not the same kind of oppression." He naturally knew that more than a month ago at the Saint Sealing ceremony Shin Tian had completely abused Morong Bing, the Lord of the 5 Peaks, who was at the 5th level of the creation realm, with a cultivation of the 1st level of the creation realm. And at that time, Shin Tian's cultivation breath could be far less than Morong Bing. Shin Tian took a bite of the dish to himself and spoke in a breezy manner. "You feel right. I've already broken through to the 6th level of the creation realm." Snap! Lin Qiwen's chopsticks fell to the ground as he stared at Shin Tian in a daze. Then he violently lifted the jug and poured it into his mouth. Boo! Lin Qiwen didn't say anything and just drank to himself there. "Mud, what's going on today?" It was only after a good little while that Lin Qiwen, whose cheeks were red, stopped. He said somewhat drunkenly, "How come the heavenly immortal drunk that used to take a long time to drink is finished so quickly today?" This heavenly immortal drunk is very strong. It was brewed from rare spirit fruits. It takes a moment to refine a sip of an unusual creation realm drink. Otherwise, one would be drunk and delirious. As in, hey, a full pot of heavenly immortal drunkenness. I'll bore it in one gulp. Lin Qiwen shook his head and hemmed and hawed. "Shin Tian, do you think I'm good?" Shin Tian ate his food and said, "Don't look, put." Lin Qiwen sprayed a mouthful, then added, "Also, to be powerful, it's still you." When he met Shin Tian 5 years ago, he had just stepped into the creation realm and was promoted to the position of elder. Now that 5 years had passed, he himself had only broken through to the 3rd level of the creation realm, while the other party had already long surpassed him by far. How can the gap between people be so outrageous? It was a long time before Lin Qiwen gradually came to his senses. Looking at the table at the dishes already almost eaten, he slapped himself and said, "I almost forgot about the main thing. It's really a mistake to drink and drink. Shen Tian, I came here specifically to remind you. Seeing Lin Shiwen finally speak up, Shen Tian instantly looked at him. Lin Shiwen said, do you know who's been looking for you the hardest in the past few days since you left the clan? Looking for me? Shen Tian froze. It's Morong Bing. Lin Shiwen didn't sell the story either as he said, didn't you chop off her hand at the sacred sealing ceremony before? Did you even snatch her wine pot as well? She's used to dashing around in this sect. How can she endure your humiliation? In the Taiching sect, everyone knows that the Lord of the Five Peaks, Morong Bing, has a father named Morong Han. It's the Supreme Elder. As for the 3 Supreme Elders of the Taiching sect, those were all at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Take this Morong Han for example. He was at the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm. But don't you worry. Lin Shiwen is worried that Shen Tian is under pressure. Immediately comforted. She may not really be able to do such stupid things. Not to mention that now Elder Morong Han is still in seclusion, and won't come to trouble you for a while. Furthermore, this Taiching clan is not her Morong family's. As the first 9 rings genius ever in our clan, the patriarch as well as the other 2 supreme elders will definitely not allow their father and daughter to mess around with you. Shen Tian's face was always as normal, not putting this matter too much on his mind. Elder Lin, I don't know if you have any high-level materials for forging magic treasures? Before the demon removal ceremony, it's best to have the reinforcement of the brow sword done well in advance. Unfortunately, during this period of time, although Shen Tian had intentionally searched, he did not have any clues. Premium materials? Lin Shiwen looked at his spatial ring and quickly took out a bunch of things. He said, the materials that I can use to refine magic treasures are all in here. Take a look yourself and see if there are any that can be used. Just take them directly if you have them. Shen Tian glanced at it, then unsurprisingly shook his head. So, Lin Shiwen was ashamed. He put away the materials on the table and thought for a moment. He added, since you want to find high-level materials, perhaps you can visit the Forge Pavilion. There, basically the vast majority of materials you can find. The Forging Pavilion, i.e., a place that specializes in building magic treasures for cultivators. Lin Shiwen's thoughts coincided with Shen Tian's, and that, in turn, was one of the main reasons why he stayed in Xingyang City. He wanted to take his chances at the Forge Court. You can always come to me if you need anything. I'll go back and ask for you. If there are clues set to come to you immediately. Lin Shiwen left a promise for Shen Tian, then excused himself and left. Shen Tian also did not stay any longer, and after he had enough wine and food, he took Zhao Xian and the 2 of them to the Forge Pavilion. The Forge Pavilion, which looks like a large tripod in shape, with thick green smoke rising from it. There was an endless stream of monks at the gate. Shen Tian led the 2 men inside. Go directly to the area that specializes in selling various materials. Half an hour later, the entrance to the Forge Court. You go slowly, Saint's son. A steward personally sent Shen Tian to the door. Looking at the palm-sized piece of crimson plume iron in his hand, which was like a plume, Shen Tian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, professional things still have to be bought in a professional place. Chapter 33, Injuries. This crimson plume iron is the vermilion bird divine iron. Legend has it that it was birthed from the place where the vermilion bird was born, and it contained a trace of the vermilion bird divine flame within it. The extraordinary nature of this item could be seen just from its description. And there was no other reason why Shen Tian was able to buy such a divine object. Only this object had remained in the Forge Pavilion for decades because no one could make it melt in the slightest. Unable to melt and hard, even the best materials can only look on in disbelief. That's one of the reasons. The other reason was that this Forge Pavilion was actually the property of the Taiching sect, and its owner, it was none other than the 4th Peak Master among the 5 Peak Masters of the Taiching sect. After learning that Shen Tian wanted to purchase high-level materials, the steward of the Forge Pavilion directly requested the 4 Peak Masters. So, without saying a word, the 4 Peak Masters fetched a bunch of treasures, of which, there's this vermilion bird divine iron. Shen Tian felt the heavy blazing heat in his hand. He was very clear about the rare value of this vermilion bird divine iron. If it was placed in a place like the Central State, this item would have been auctioned off for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of spirit stones. Soon after, he put away the vermilion bird divine iron and brought Zhao Xian and Zhao Che directly back to the Taiching sect. Xingyang City was located right at the foot of the Taiching sect, so in less than a moment, he returned to his cave. The 2 of you can stay at my place from now on. Shen Tian brought the 2 of them to a side hall of the main hall, which was furnished. If you look up, you can see a large bed surrounded by a pink veil, a dressing table set with spirit jades against the window, a closet with various gilt gowns, and other items, all of which show that it was once a woman's room. Elder and Jean. This is the bedchamber of a certain woman. right? Zhao Xian looked at the lavish decorations and couldn't help but ask. Aha! Shen Tian nodded his head, and without half a moment's hesitation, his fingertips pointed out a black flame that, all the items in the bedchamber burned out silently in an instant. And then he said, since the owner has changed, it's time to refurbish the things inside. Zhao Xian, you can stay here. After Shen Tian said that, he took Xiao Che to the next room again. From the second world. Although he didn't live long after being saved by Zhao Xian's siblings, but they still counted as his benefactors. Letting them live within their cave first was not a bad idea. I just hope that they won't be like that Su Linger in the future. But not everyone in this world is ungrateful. He doesn't think of everyone as bad just because one person he meets is bad. Of course, defense is not an option. After placing the two of them, Shen Tian then said, tonight, you guys have a good rest. Tomorrow I will take you to test your talents. Zhao Shen and Zhao Che nodded very seriously and expectantly, saying, good. With that, Shen Tian returned to his room, sitting cross-legged on the bed. The vermilion bird divine iron fell into his hands. If this item is incorporated within the brow sword, it will certainly be able to obliterate the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm with a single strike. Feeling the heavy weight of the vermilion bird divine iron again, Shen Tian's heart's delight remained unconcealed. It was rumored that the vermilion bird divine iron contained a hint of vermilion bird divine flame within it, but he knew that this was actually not a rumor. More accurately, if this could be forged in a special way, his year, or it would be expected that a strand of vermilion bird divine flame would be birthed with this item. Of course, that takes a long time, and it was anyone's guess as to whether or not the vermilion bird divine flame could be birthed. Shen Tian no longer thought much about it, and a blazing black flame ignited in his palm. The vermilion bird divine iron was born in the place where the vermilion bird divine flame came out, so naturally it was far from being melted by ordinary flames. However, this did not include the terrifying flames like the innate true flame that could even burn out the void. Sneer at. The vermilion bird divine iron suspended in Shen Tian's hand began to dissolve at a speed that wasn't really fast. A full 2 hours later, it was only then that the vermilion bird divine iron completely melted. Looking at the crimson liquid in front of him, Shen Tian seemed to be able to see a vermilion bird shadow in it. He summoned his brow sword and began to incorporate this crimson liquid into the sword. Another 2 hours. The entire hall was suddenly filled with a gust of fiery and overwhelming aura. Shen Tian looked at the small red gold sword in front of him that had a scarlet flowing fire swimming vaguely in its appearance. The heart was overjoyed that it was finally a done deal. Hiss, this palpitating sensation. Master, now, I'm afraid that this eyebrow sword of yours can't even stop the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm. Within the sea of consciousness, Foneo Tian could likewise feel the terrifying power contained within the brow sword. A gasp escaped her lips. I've only been dead for 1,000 years, right? How come all the cultivators in this era are so outrageous nowadays? Starting to rub your hands together? At the 6th level of the creation realm, he refined himself a great killing weapon that could obliterate the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm. Who would believe this? Foneo Tian couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion and said, alas, master, sometimes I really wonder if you're some great power reborn, or if you've been taken over by a great power. Shen Tian, he put away his brow sword, starting to cultivate. Now that there was still more than a month to go before the demon removal ceremony, the cultivation could not be slacked off. He immediately swallowed a spirit-embracing pill and began to cultivate. But just then, Shen Tian, get your ass out here. A cold cry suddenly resounded outside the cave. Boom! A loud shock suddenly emanated from the main hall. Ahem! Shen Tian's cultivation was interrupted, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. For a moment, he only felt that his meridians were swollen and painful. And the 3 major spirit seas in his body were even more agitated, and it was difficult to calm down for a long time. Someone is attacking their cave? A cold killing intent violently spread out from his body. You can't be easily disturbed while practicing. Otherwise, the light one will hurt the foundation, and the serious one may be killed by the backlash of the cultivation. Fortunately, his cave was protected by a protective array, otherwise Shen Tian would have suffered more serious injuries. With a flash of his body, he appeared directly outside the cave. Seeing this moment, a woman was blasting a palm onto Shen Tian's protective grand formation, and this person, it was Morong Bing who had had one of his hands chopped off by Shen Tian. However, today, her broken hand has long been restored as before. After learning that Shen Tian had returned to the sect, Morong Bing had also rushed here without stopping. Shen Tian, listen carefully, today this peak master came to find you for. Morong Bing was about to continue speaking when a deadly sense of crisis suddenly struck his heart. Her gaze condensed, and she suddenly looked at Shen Tian clenching his fist and blasting a punch towards himself. The power of this punch was extremely terrifying, and before it even got close, Morong Bing then just felt like his head was going to explode. The moment Shintian made a move. It was actually a killing move. Morong Bing's face changed. She couldn't have imagined that the Shintian had dared to kill himself in the Tai Ching sect. However, she did not completely panic, but raised her hand to imperialize a jade slip. This jade slip had a protective effect that was difficult to breach even for spirit transformation realm cultivators. Shintian, this protective jade slip was handcrafted by my father. Even the spirit transformation realm would have difficulty blasting through it. Looking at the protective light screen that appeared in front of him, Morong Bing instantly grinned and revealed a hint of sneer. If you want to kill me, you're not qualified. However, the next moment, her expression then froze. Chapter 34, In Seclusion? I'll reunite your father and daughter now. Only to see that Shintian had a gloomy face and blasted a heavy fist onto the light screen. Click! Cobwebs began to spread across the curtain of light. 2 breaths later, in Morong Bing's horrified eyes, the light curtain that even the remaining 4 peak masters had difficulty shaking then completely collapsed. This can't be possible. Morong Bing looked horrified, but without waiting for her to think more about it, a demonic-like whisper rang in her ears. Are you looking for death? Shintian pinched her throat and lifted her up, his voice icy cold. Xiao Tian, don't be impulsive. A loud voice suddenly came from the distance. The person who came was none other than Nangong Jin, and behind Nangong Jin, there were several remaining peak masters and a group of elders. Among them was Lin Chiwen. They all sensed the attack on the Holy Sun's protective array. Therefore, they also arrived here without stopping. Seeing the scene here, Nangong Jin looked at Shintian. Xiao Tian, calm down. Killing her elder Morong Han will never stop. Shintian's nature he could be said to be more than clear, in case he really killed Morong Bing on impulse. At that time, when Morong Han became furious, even he would not be able to stop him. After admonishing Shintian, Nangong Jin looked angrily at Morong Bing again and cursed. Morong Bing, what are you mad about? Ha! Morong Bing was breathing hard and her face was flushed, but she was instead without a trace of fear. Instead, he looked at Shintian with difficulty and said, Shintian, the matter of you humiliating me can't possibly be forgotten just like that. Today, I have come to tell you that my father has learned of your humiliation of me. He has decided that he will leave the customs in 5 days, and when he does, he will definitely find you to settle the score. Aren't you arrogant? If you dare to do it, don't leave the Tai Ching sect within these 5 days. She came here to prevent Shintian from hearing the wind in advance and running away. Your bottom line is Morong Han, right? Shintian's expression remained cold. Morong Bing grasped his hand in death and said hatefully, Humph, cultivation looks at more than just talent and background. My father, Morong Han, is none other than the Supreme Elder. However, you are, after all, the Holy Son of. We're not going to kill you. My father said that if you can take 3 moves from him, this matter can be put to rest. Otherwise, I will cut off your hands and make you apologize to me on your knees. Arrogant as you are, dare you take it? Her father's impending exit gave her a tremendous amount of backbone, saying that it was 3 moves, but not saying how many % of her strength she would use. As long as his own father stepped in, he would at least let him taste the taste of a broken hand and humiliation. Morong Bing, do you really think that this Tai Ching sect of mine is your family? How could Nangong Jin not see Morong Bing's intentions? He grimaced and he said, this patriarch has underestimated your cheek. I didn't expect you to actually do such a thing. Besides, this matter is your fault, and now you want to be unforgiving. Let me tell you this, if you guys want to touch Xiao Tian, then you'll have to go through me first. The faces of the remaining few peak masters and elders were equally unsightly. Morong Han was at the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm, but Shintian was only at the 6th level of the creation realm. What's in the way? Not to mention 3 moves. It would be a miracle for Shintian to last even half a move under him. This Morong father and daughter duo clearly wanted to take revenge on Shintian. The head of a peak had joined forces with the supreme elders to retaliate and oppress the sect's saint son. This was simply the shame of the Tai Ching sect. Shintian was the hope of their clan. No one wanted to see such a thing happen, but right now they can't do a thing about it. Simply because, this Morong Han was the former patriarch and the 3rd strongest person in the Tai Ching sect. Just then, threaten me? Shintian suddenly sneered and asked, tell me, where is your father in seclusion? Morong Bing had smugness in his eyes. What? Are you starting to get scared now? Let me tell you, you won't get away with this. She thought that Shintian was trying to escape. Shintian didn't look at her again, but looked at Nangong Jin. Patriarch, where is Morong Han in seclusion? Although Nangong Jin was a bit puzzled, he still said, it's in the back east region of the Tai Ching sect. Good. At those words, in the stunned gazes of Nangong Jin and the crowd of peak masters and elders, Shin Tian actually lifted Morong Bing and flew straight toward the back east of the mountain. He looked at Morong Bing and laughed coldly. Don't worry, there's no need to wait 5 days. I'll reunite you father and daughter in no time. Looking at the direction Shin Tian went to, the faces of all the peak masters and elders were all dumbfounded. The crowd couldn't help but ask, what is the Holy Sun up to? Is he trying to come to the door and apologize for his mistake? Some people felt that Shin Tian was going to take the initiative to come to the door and admit his mistake. After all, those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. There is no shame in bowing down at the right time. Have you ever seen a man come to the door at the throat of another man's daughter and admit he's wrong? Maybe he's trying to use Morong Bing to threaten the Supreme Elder. Hearing this, the crowd felt reasonable. But then, an elder sighed. But honestly, the Saint's son is indeed a bit too impulsive at times. If not, he wouldn't be in this dilemma today. The elders fell into silence. Nandong Jin's face changed a bit and said, Go! Honestly, he is not very clear about what Shin Tian is going to do. What do you want? Morong Bing looked at Shin Tian, and a bad premonition rose in her heart. Shin Tian didn't say anything, and within a short time, he arrived at the eastern part of the back mountain. He stood in mid-air, his spiritual sense sweeping in all directions. Soon, his gaze locked onto a mountain peak that was 1,000 feet tall. This peak doesn't look like anything special on the outside. Only a small, simple bamboo building was constructed on it. However, Shin Tian could still feel that at this moment, there was a powerful aura contained within the mountain peak, and its cultivation aura was a little stronger than the 7th level of the spiritualization realm. It looked as if he was preparing to impact the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm. This is your father's place of seclusion, right? Shin Tian glanced at Morong Bing and, the corner of his mouth hooked into a sneer. What exactly do you want? The bad feeling in Morong Bing's heart grew stronger. Don't worry, I'm just calling someone the way you do. As Shin Tian spoke, there was an additional long sword in his hand. Chop! As the words fell, the 3 great spirit seas mobilized, and an overpowering aura erupted on his body. The long sword in his hand slashed down. Thumbs up! A stern sword light that was strong enough to break through the clouds flashed by. In the dull eyes of Morong Bing, only to see that the mountain peak in front of them was actually directly split apart by a sword. Boom boom! Mountains crumble and dust flies. A curtain of light slowly emerged. And in that curtain of light was a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on a stone platform. It's none other than Morong Han. Nandong Jin and the others also came to this place at this moment, and seeing the scene before them, they looked stupefied for a moment. Morong Bing burst into a rage, and there was still a hint of panic in her tone. What are you doing? Don't you know that cultivators can't be disturbed when they are practicing? Are you trying to get my Tai Ching sect's Supreme Elder killed? So you also know that you can't disturb other people's cultivation. Shin Tian sneered and, the long sword in his hand chopped down again. Only, this time, a faint black flame was attached to his sword. Stop it! Morong Bing shouted anxiously, but Shin Tian was not the least bit moved. Click! This sword, heavily chopped on that light curtain. Chapter 35, 3 moves? You only need to take 1 move from me. A crack appeared in the curtain of light, visible to the naked eye. Morong Han's body, who was sitting in it, suddenly trembled violently, and a trace of crimson blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Morong Han is injured. Father! Morong Bing yelled. Nandong Jin and the others were greatly shocked and looked at Shin Tian with some uncertainty. What is the Holy Sun up to? Are you trying to kill yourself? Next moment, a terrifying aura came out directly from the light curtain. Asshole! Who dares to disturb old man's cultivation? Morong Han's eyes snapped open, bursting out with 2 streams of brilliant light as he yelled up to the sky, and the aura with violent anger shook out crazily, and the surrounding mountains were shaken. Feeling the aura that came surging in like a wave of water, the crowd all stormed backward. Even the 4 peak masters of the 1st level of the spirit transformation realm couldn't help but retreat 1,000 feet. The only ones who can still stay in place are Nandong Jin and, facing this powerful aura, Shin Tian did not advance or retreat. He just silently protected Morong Bing to his body. Shin Tian, you! Morong Bing's face was ugly, and she burst out a bird's tongue. She wanted to say something more but it was too late. The furious Morong Han didn't pay any attention to Morong Bing at all, so that powerful aura instantly blasted onto her body. Put! Morong Bing sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his breath wilting. As for Shin Tian, who was protected by Morong Bing's body, he was unharmed. Daughter! It was also at this time that Morong Han finally noticed his daughter. Protecting his daughter, he saw the other party's tragic situation and immediately yelled, Who dares to hurt my daughter? Morong Bing's face was incredibly pale and weak. Father! Old thing! Stop screaming! Shin Tian's figure surfaced from behind Morong Bing as he looked at Morong Han in front of him. Said, You're the one who told me to take your 3 moves, aren't you? Are you, Shen Tian? Moronghan stood up from the stone platform, tore open the curtain of light, and walked out step by step, and with each step he took, the aura is 1 point more gloomy and depressing. You want to threaten me with my daughter? A tyrannical voice came out of his mouth. Ha ha ha. How many years has it been that? It's the first time someone has dared to threaten this seat like that. You are the first and will be the last. Feeling this cold aura, Nandong Jin's face also instantly changed drastically. This time, Shen Tian was really impulsive. He was about to step forward to speak when Shen Tian spoke. Chirp! Shen Tian sneered, then kicked Morong Bing toward Moronghan. Threaten you? You're also worthy? Moronghan looked at Morong Bing, who was flying towards him. The morose grin on his face stiffened violently. Nandong Jin and the others were even more confused. What is Shen Tian up to? Kid, I for one don't like leaving threats behind. And I especially don't like being threatened. Shen Tian directly interrupted him. Cut the crap. Didn't you say that you'd let me take your 3 moves after 5 days? Moronghan helped his daughter to the side, narrowed his eyes and, surprised, he said, you interrupted this elder's seclusion with such a big battle just to take the move now? You came to the door looking for a fight? He had to say that he was somewhat unable to understand Shen Tian's brain circuit. But then, he sneered. 3 moves, that was 5 days later. And now, 5 moves, 1 move. Shen Tian suddenly spoke. What do you mean? Moronghan and even Nandong Jin froze. I will only make 1 move. If you can take it, this saint's son is at your disposal. Shen Tian was cloudy. There was silence all around. Everyone looked at Shen Tian with a stunned expression. Were they dreaming? Or were they inverting the Big Dipper? Pooh-ha! Moronghan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Kid, are you serious? Nandong Jin also couldn't help but look at Shen Tian and said, Xiao Tian, you. Shen Tian's face was expressionless, standing in midair. At this moment, his aura suddenly blazed. It was as if the surrounding heaven and earth had begun to become stagnant as well. Moronghan's smile stopped. He looked at Shen Tian with some astonishment. Somehow, in the other party, he seemed to smell a hint of danger. Thinking about this idea, Moronghan couldn't help but be amused by himself. A tiny 6th level of the creation realm could threaten him. A 7th level of the spirit transformation realm? How is this possible? Why didn't you say he could kill me in seconds? Just then, a terrifying and overwhelming sword chi and sword momentum suddenly erupted from Shen Tian's body, only to see, at the center of his brow, a brilliant red-golden sword light blossomed out. Phew! Space let out a violent burst. Wherever the sword chi and sword power passed, the earth below was sliced through a deep gully. And at the forefront of the sword chi and sword momentum was a sword. A small red-gold sword with scarlet streams of fire swimming around its circumference. Brow sword. This was the eyebrow sword that was enough to obliterate the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm. Originally, Shen Tian had intended to save this sword to be a life-preserving card at the demon removal ceremony. However, now that others are threatening themselves, what's the point of keeping it? His principle is, since you're going to do me no favors while I get to you, so what are you waiting for? Mud, do it first. Besides, this eyebrow sword was originally meant to be used. Just build up your strength again when you're done. Thumbs up. That overwhelming sword chi and sword momentum pierced the clouds. Sword power. Saint's son, he actually comprehended the sword power. Comprehending sword momentum at the 6th level of the creation realm. Is the saint's son's natural talent even this terrifying? Nandong Jin as well as a group of peak masters could see that overpowering aura on Shen Tian's body. The words were full of shock, but this was no time for shock. Seeing that sword chi and sword power shaking the 4 directions, the crowd of peak masters and elders sensed this terrifying crisis and actually retreated violently once again. This time, even Nandong Jin couldn't help but withdraw thousands of feet, and Moronghan, who bore the brunt of the attack, even turned wildly pale. For, from within this little sword of red gold, he felt a strong intent to die. And this sword that, he's going to die. The 6th level of the creation realm was actually able to kill himself in seconds. Master, I don't want to die yet. Save me. At the moment of life and death, Moronghan shouted in terror. Self-inflicted. Accompanied by an old sigh, a stream of light directly met that small red gold sword. Ding! An ear-piercing pop sounded in the center of the field. Seeing that the stream of light instantly transformed into a large net winding towards the red gold small sword, trying to block the attack of the golden jade small sword. Hiss, what a terrifying power. I'm afraid that this small sword can even suppress the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm. A thick voice of disbelief rang out. Adversary, block the rest yourself. As the words fell, they saw the large net being torn into countless pieces. The red gold small sword continued to shoot toward Moronghan. Shen Tian frowned slightly, seeing that the remaining power of the eyebrow sword was obviously no longer enough to obliterate Morong Han. Fruity. In the next second, only Morong Han was seen spitting blood out of his mouth furiously and flew backwards. This remaining power was not enough to kill him, but it could still cause Morong Han to be seriously injured. Dad! Morong Bing flew over to help Morong Han up and looked at his father's injuries. A wave of horror and remorse washed over her. Shin Tian made a move with his hand, and the brow sword flew back into his brow all of a sudden. Little friend, can you lend this treasure of yours to me for a look? An old man with white hair suddenly appeared in front of Shin Tian. Chapter 36, Source World, take you to a place. No borrowing. Shin Tian narrowed his eyes at him. This old man was at the peak cultivation of the spirit transformation realm. Ha ha, okay. The old man laughed and didn't continue the topic, instead looking towards the two Morong Han in the distance, asked, one of the two of them is the clan's supreme elder, and the other is the head of a peak, and you, as a saint's son, went so far as to try to kill them just now? Naturally, Shin Tian spoke bluntly. This honest and unbelievable answer was what froze the old man in his tracks. He asked, aren't you afraid of taking the blame for being below the law? I'm not a good person by nature. Shin Tian faintly returned. I only know that if someone wants to be unfavorable to me, then kill them. As he said that, he looked at the two Morong Han again. Now that the other party is all seriously injured, it is a good time to cut off the roots. To be so frank, it's worthy of being the first genius ever of my Tai Ching sect. The old man shook his head and smiled. However, the two of them have already been punished, so we might as well leave them alive. Of course, this little sword of yours must be an unparalleled treasure. Since it has been used, I'll make them compensate you myself. How's that? Shin Tian hadn't answered. Nangong Jin arrived in front of the old man at this time and respectfully said, greetings to Elder Shi. There was only one Elder Shi in the Tai Ching sect, and that was Shi Chang, one of the three great supreme elders of the Tai Ching sect. At the same time, he's the #1 powerhouse of the Tai Ching sect. His cultivation had reached the peak of the spirit transformation realm 100 years ago, but unfortunately, after crossing the true spirit tribulation 5 times, they all ended in failure. It was said that he had lived for more than 900 years and his lifespan was about to end, and that he would fall in the near future. Hearing Shi Qing's words, Shin Tian thought for a moment. Said he, if the two of them swear by the heavenly Tao not to come back to haunt me again, I can refrain from killing them. Adversary. Shi Qing suddenly let out a low gulp. Morong Han immediately flew over with Morong Bing. The faces of the two men were bitter. Who would have thought that as the supreme elders and the lord of a peak, they had to bow down to the holy sun? But, in the end, it's not as skillful as it should be, and there's nothing to be said about it. The two of us hereby swear by the heavenly Tao that for the rest of our lives, we will never show the slightest unfavorable intent towards Shin Tianqing again. If you disobey, you will die from the backlash of your cultivation. The father-daughter duo immediately swore by the heavenly Tao. In addition, the two of you need to take out another 500,000 spirit stones to compensate him. Got it? Shi Cheng chortled at Morong Han with a cold face. Morong Han's face was fleshed out, but he could only nod his head and say, yes, master. 500,000 spirit stones was equivalent to more than 90% of his savings over the years. In this manner, Shi Cheng looked at Shin Tian again and said, little friend, is this handling result still satisfactory? Shin Tian nodded and said to Shi Cheng with respect, many thanks to Elder Shi. This 500,000 spirit stones was purely an unexpected blessing. Soon after, Morong Han handed over a spatial ring with 500,000 spirit stones within it. None of today's events should be spread. Shi Qing looked at the crowd of peak masters and elders and said, all disperse. Yes, the peak masters and elders left one after another, while their eyes still carried a long-lasting shock. Obviously, Shin Tian's actions today had simply refreshed their cognition. Shin Tian also bid farewell and left, while Morong Han's father and daughter went back to heal their wounds. Looking at Shin Tian's departing back, Shi Qing murmured in delight. The 6th level of the creation realm completely abuses the 7th level of the transformation spirit realm. It is truly a fearful future generation. Patriarch, this demon removal ceremony. He might be able to lead my Tai Ching sect to a new and unprecedented height. Nangong Jin knew what Shi Chang was talking about, and without being overly ambitious, he said, Elder Shi, Xiao Tian's strength should be at the peak level of the creation realm, and he was able to win over Elder Morong, relying mostly on that surprising magic treasure. So, his potential may be far greater than you can imagine. After all, to be able to harness a magic treasure so powerful that in itself is a far more extraordinary ability, isn't it? Nangong Jin falls into silence. Shin Tian quickly returned to his cave. Instead of cultivating, he began to concentrate on containing the Browheart sword. The next day, he brought the two of them, Zhao Xian and Zhao Che, to test their talents. In the end, As Shen Tian had expected, Zhao Xian's cultivation qualifications were very good, making the Great Dao Bell reach the level of 6 rings, while Zhao Che was relatively more ordinary, only able to make the Great Dao Bell reach 3 rings. Sort of a better presence in the eyes of the unusual. The fact that the Tai Ching sect had once again produced a genius with 6 rings meant that Zhao Xian could directly assume the position of the true transmission. But again, because there are only 9 positions of authenticity, the Xiao Heizi, who had just been promoted to the position of true transmission not long ago, was again regretfully the one who was squeezed out. Xiao Tian, Morongbing has voluntarily withdrawn from the position of the 5th peak master. Tai Ching sect, main hall. Nangong Jin purposely called Shen Tian over. Hearing this news, Shen Tian's expression did not change much. Also, there's something else to talk to you about. Nangong Jin continued to speak. It's about the demon removal ceremony. Although there is still more than a month to go before the Southern State demon removal ceremony, but all 5 of our clans agreed that we would move a month earlier. Nangong Jin was sitting above the main hall. Explaining, he said, because the location of the Southern State demon removal ceremony isn't in the Southern State. To be exact, it's in a place called the Source Realm by the Void Ancient River. Source World. Shen Tian sat in his seat and fell into deep thought. In fact, he knew what Nangong Jin had said. There were countless fragments of star realms, large and small, floating within the ancient river of emptiness. And there were countless exotic treasures spread across these star realm fragments. The world's cultivators are eager to do so, but it's a pity that in this ancient river of emptiness shrouded by powerful laws, it only opens every 10 years. Therefore, every 10 years, all the cultivators in the southern state would join forces to travel within the void ancient river in search of star realm fragments. But, the river divides into 2 banks, and this side of the void ancient river is the southern state. On the other side was the southern mountain divine realm and the devil's path. Naturally, the demonic cultivators in the southern mountain divine realm would also go within the void ancient river in search of the star realm fragment. Good and evil fought for the star realm shard. Thus came the name of the demon removal ceremony. And these fragments of the astral realm that had luckily come to rest on the shore gradually accumulated and grew in strength. And over time, then a continent of resources was formed. This continent is called the Source World. It was in this origin realm that he was captured by Gu Wanqing. And now that Tang Shan was most likely in this origin realm as well. Counting the time, we will be leaving for the Source Realm in 20 days. Nangong Jin looked at Shen Tian and laughed. Perhaps after this demon removal ceremony, my Tai Ching clan can share unprecedented resources. In short, this patriarch is looking forward to your performance. Shen Tian said, disciple will do his best. The so-called division of resources is actually the division of the very same resources of the Source Realm. You don't have to stress too much. Nangong Jin suddenly asked again at this time. Yesterday, in your battle with Morong Han, this patriarch noticed that you seem to have comprehended sword power? Well, just getting started. Shen Tian didn't hide it, and an invisible sword momentum spread out on him. It really is an entry-level sword power. Nangong Jin's face could not be calmed for a long time. This short period of less than 2 months, it was as if Shen Tian was enlightened, turning from a genius into a demon. Not only had his cultivation skyrocketed, but he had also mastered sword momentum at the 6th level of the creation realm. It's really shocking. Shocked, Nangong Jin added. I see that you should have only mastered this sword posture not long ago, right? Shen Tian nodded. Only a few days had passed since he had mastered the sword momentum. That's great. Let's go. This patriarch will take you to a place, Nangong Jin said, leading Shen Tian to the depths of the back mountain of the Tai Ching sect. Chapter 37, Completing the Sword Power. A fairy is looking for you. Soon, the two came to a short mountain shaped like a burial mound. Without stopping, Nangong Jin led Shen Tian all the way forward. When Shen Tian suddenly felt a change in front of his eyes, and fixed his eyes to realize that he was already in a not-so-big end. There were only dozens of miles in the square of the secret realm. The secret territory was flat, so to speak. Instead, on this plain stood a full 100 weathered stone monuments. Traveling to this place, Nangong Jin's expression became much more solemn. These are the clothes mounds of the successive patriarchs of my Tai Ching sect. Shen Tian looked toward the large and small stone monument, seeing that it was engraved with the tomb of So-and-so, the So-and-so generation patriarch of the Tai Ching sect, in clear colors. This is my master. Nangong Jin suddenly stopped at a stone monument on the outskirts of the stone monument forest whose traces were still clear. The inscription reads, Tomb of Yu Hao, the 97th patriarch of the Tai Ching sect. Nangong Jin did not stay here for too long, and soon, he led Shen Tian all the way to the depths. Moyo was gone for a moment. The two of them stopped in front of a stone monument with a rather special shape. This is a sword-shaped stone monument. See on it, Tai Ching sect 33rd generation patriarch sword. The words that followed were blurred. Shen Tian eyed the steel and his pupils suddenly moved slightly. Nangong Jin noticed Shen Tian's expression and smiled slightly. It seems that you noticed. Shen Tian nodded and said, sword intent. Nowadays, as a sword cultivator, he was keenly aware of a residual sword intent sealed within this sword tablet. This is the tomb of my Taiching sect's 33rd patriarch, Jian Duanfeng. My Taiching sect isn't good at the way of the sword, but the generation of sword sovereigns that. His attainments in the Tao of the sword, yet he was able to ruthlessly crush the 10,000 sword sect master of the same generation as him. From Nangong Jin's words, it is not difficult to imagine how powerful this Jian Duanfeng was when he was alive. Unfortunately, by the influence of the sword intent within it, although I wanted to repair this steel and reinscribe it, but there was never anything that could be done about it. Nangong Jin patted Shen Tian's shoulder and folded his arms to leave. This is the sword intent deliberately left behind by the sword sovereign, and although most of it has been extinguished in the river of time, I believe it should still be able to help you. His form disappeared. Shen Tian didn't make any pretense and immediately sat down to observe the sensation. It is extremely difficult to advance in the realm of the sword, requiring chance, and the sword tablet at hand. It's a chance that can be taken. Half a month flew by. This day, Taiching sect, Gravemound's secret realm. There was a rich spiritual qi converging here, and an unearthly aura began to brew. Bubble. As if the sound of a water curtain breaking swept away, the aura of heaven and earth around them instantly disappeared. Congratulations to Master on his great advancement in both his cultivation and sword Dao realm. Within the sea of consciousness, Feng Ao Tian immediately sent out congratulations. Shen Tian suddenly opened his eyes, his cultivation aura unconcealed, the 7th level of the creation realm, as well, rounding out the sword, only one step away from metamorphosing into sword intent. For more than half a month, he had been observing and sensing this crippled sword intent. The biggest thing this sword intent did for him was that it showed him the way in the darkness of the night. Shen Tian's enlightenment was heavenly, coupled with a clear direction. Why would he worry about not increasing his sword realm? It's kind of a kung fu thing, but then again, I'm not supposed to possess some kendo talent I don't know about, am I? Shen Tian suddenly muttered to himself. At the same time, after breaking the boundary, the power of the eyebrow sword had been drastically increased. Right now, he could kill the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm in seconds. Shen Tian collected his breath, got up, and bowed respectfully to the sword-shaped tombstone. Many thanks, Senior. Looking at the increasingly blurred words on it, he suddenly had a heartbeat. With the perfect sword momentum condensing knife fall and knife rise, a stroke has been made. Silent observation for a moment, found that has not been worn out by the sword intent within it. Shen Tian heart slightly happy. Once again, the blade condensed and fell. 1 hour later, sword-shaped headstones brought back to life. See on it there are the words Taiching sect 33rd generation patriarch Jian Duanfeng's tomb. The words are clear. Shen Tian breathed a sigh of relief and bowed once again. With that, he folded his arms and left. Soon, he left the Gravemound's secret realm. There is a purple breath in the sky. It's perfect timing. Shen Tian counted the time and realized that today was the day to depart for the source realm. He thought about how he still had to say goodbye to Zhao Xian's siblings in advance. At that moment, he flew all the way to his cave. Just as he reached the cave's door, suddenly, a figure flew towards him from afar. Shen Tian, you can finally come out. I was about to look for you. Wait, your breath. You're not going to break through again, are you? Although Lin Qiwen's words were inquisitive, his tone had already brought up a thick color of shock, because he had already sensed that Shen Tian was stronger than half a month ago. At that moment, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Half a month to break through a realm. What's wrong with you? Shen Tian smiled and asked. You came to find me because of the demon removal ceremony? Early on, shortly after the battle with Morong Han. Shen Tian then informed him that he didn't need to look for high-level materials for himself anymore. That's kind of one reason. Lin Qiwen nodded and said, in 2 hours, our clan's flying boat to the source realm will depart. I came to inform you specifically. Shen Tian was silent, then looked at him with some surprise. Could it be that you're going this time as well? The source realm contained the residences of the major clans, and almost half of the battle forces within the 5 major clans were over there. After all, a place like the source realm, which was filled with treasures, would definitely have to send out a powerful battle force to guard and mine it. Previously, it was the core elders who escorted the sect's disciples to the source realm. With your strength, why do you need an elder to escort you? Lin Qiwen sighed. Although the source realm is dangerous, there are opportunities everywhere. After all, I then volunteered. Shen Tian instantly understood. Lin Qiwen was just an ordinary elder. Escorting, how to say it, was not his turn. It seems that the other person was struck by himself. No, no, no. Why am I talking to you? Come with me. There's something big that you need to take care of. Lin Shiwen suddenly tapped his head and said, there's a fairy running to my Tai Ching sect. Said specifically to look for you. Shen Tian was dumbfounded and asked, what the hell? Lin Shiwen's tone was anxious. I heard the patriarch say that you're in seclusion. So people have been waiting there for you for a whole day and night. It's too late to say more. Just get ready and go check out the main hall quickly. After Lin Shiwen finished speaking, he left early. Shen Tian returned to the cave with a speechless face. He called the two of them, Zhao Xian and Zhao Che. Is Elder Benefactor leaving? Zhao Xian was now a true disciple. Naturally, he was also aware of the demon removal ceremony. Yes, but you two can remain in my cave. Shen Tian took out some resources and distributed them to the two. Don't slack off on your cultivation. We will. The two of them tightly held the resources Shen Tian had given them and solemnly nodded their heads. After settling the two, Shen Tian also no longer hesitate. Directly moved to the main hall. Chapter 38, Flower Folding Tradition. Marriage, Tai Ching Sect, Main Hall. At this time, a huge flying boat that was 100 feet long was already docked in front of the main hall. The Source Realm is located in the borderland of the southern state, an extremely long distance away. Even the Creation Realm would have to fly for 5 or 6 days to get there. But most of the Tai Ching sect's disciples who traveled to the Source Realm to participate in the demon removal ceremony were Spirit Sea Realm disciples. So simply by flying that would be a monkey's errand. Inside the main hall, the large hall, which was always cold, had gathered a lot of people today. But despite this, the hall was not at all noisy, but rather a little excessively quiet. Seeing that Nangong Jin was at that moment on the seat of the patriarch at the top of the great hall with a helpless face. Below, one side was filled with several peak masters of Tai Ching, as well as some elders. On the other hand, there was only one woman in a long white dress. The woman is sitting here and has not moved a bit for a long time. She folded her arms and placed them in front of the small of her back, hung her head and, a pair of blue eyes stared somewhat listlessly at the desk in front of him. Tada! Suddenly someone walked into the great hall. The woman jerked her head up in a flash, her eyes tinged with eager, apprehensive anticipation. The surrounding crowd of peak master elder disciples and even Nangong Jin likewise looked up in unison. It was a middle-aged man who was an ordinary elder of the Tai Chingjin. Seeing the crowd looking towards him in unison, that elder couldn't help but be agitated for a moment. After seeing that the visitor was only an elder of the Tai Ching sect, the woman instantly hung her head again. Nangong Jin glared at the elder. Is it here yet? Back to the patriarch. No. That elder shook his head and replied. But Elder Lin has already gone to the Holy Sun's cave to wait. Upon hearing this, Nangong Jin looked at the woman again and said, Miss Su, it's been a day and a night already. Why don't you go down and rest for a while, and when Shen Tian arrives, I'll send someone to inform him to meet you. This woman was clearly none other than Su Jinyao. Su Jinyao, however, just shook her head and said softly, I'm bothering Senior Nangong, but my daughter just wants to wait here until he arrives. Nangong Jin was also helpless and no longer persuaded more, only hoping that Shen Tian would come earlier. The surrounding crowd of peak masters and elder disciples looked as he did. Honestly, they were all curious as to what this 100 Flower Valley's contemporary master sister was doing here looking for her own saint son. Could it be that she had caused an affair outside so that she was now being approached by others? There are few people who think this way. On the contrary, the 100 Flowers Valley has a lot of understanding of the Nangong Jin as well as several peak masters all coincidentally thought of a possible. Just then, Su Jinyao, come out here. A low voice with an angry tone suddenly came from outside the great hall. When Su Jinyao heard this, her face changed slightly. Then, immediately, an elder hurriedly ran from outside. Patriarch, the elders of the 100 Flower Valley have come to visit. Nangong Jin got up, glanced at Su Jinyao, and immediately spoke. Quickly, please. Su Jinyao still hung her head and stayed in her seat. Soon, a group of dusty female cultivators arrived inside the grand hall. At the head of the group was a charming middle-aged woman, and behind her, instead, it was a group of young female disciples from the 100 Flowers Valley. As soon as the female cultivators entered, they all looked at Su Jinyao in a flash. Seeing the middle-aged woman at the head of the group with anger, she said, Su Jinyao, you've disgraced yourself to someone else's clan. Why don't you get up and go back with me? Su Jinyao didn't move a muscle, just remained in her seat. When the middle-aged woman saw this, her expression gradually huffed. Seeing that the situation was not right, Nangong Jin immediately smiled and opened his mouth. Elder Han Wei, goodbye. Why don't we sit down and talk about what's going on? First, only then did Han Wei remember that she was now inside someone else's clan, and her expression eased. What Patriarch Nangong said. She glared at Su Jinyao. then led a group of female cultivators to the main hall and sat down. With a tone of respect, he said, "We have come here, so please bear with us if we have offended." Nangong Jin had a not-so-wonderful premonition, but the other party spoke politely. He also had no choice but to laugh. "You and I are from the same southern prefecture sect. There's no need to be like this." "Good." Han Wei nodded, then looked at Su Jinyao. He said, "Are you actually determined to make such a choice?" Su Jinyao lowered her head and didn't speak, seemingly acquiescing. Han Wei frowned tightly, seeing that she could not be persuaded to. His eyes suddenly swept over the group of young disciples from the Tai Ching sect on the other side, and finally addressed Nangong Jin again. "Patriarch Nangong, I presume these are the representative disciples of your sect sent to the origin realm this time?" That not-so-wonderful feeling in Nangong Jin's heart grew stronger, and he was silent for a moment. Finally nodding, he said, "Not bad. I wonder what Elder Han Wei wants to say. Then I will speak frankly, and I hope that sect leader Nandong will not be offended." Seeing Han Wei looking at the group of disciples who only had Spirit Sea realm cultivation, she said, "Decades ago, the Yu Tai Ching sect doesn't say that you can rival the 10,000 Sword sect. It's still an existence that can be separated from my 100 Flowers Valley. No matter how much the Tai Ching sect has declined in the past few years, but it's not so bad that we can't even take out a decent creation realm disciple nowadays, right?" That was a nonchalant statement on her part, but it was true. The faces of that group of disciples that she had swept under her gaze were all flushed and ashamed. Among them, with the third, no, to be exact nowadays is already the second true legend of the He Yufan for the most part. He was already at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm cultivation at the sacred sealing ceremony, and now that more than a month had passed, he had never been able to break through to the creation realm, and he was already the strongest among the disciples sent by the Tai Ching sect to the origin realm this time, except for Shin Tian. He Yufan looked at the group of young female cultivators sitting on the other side of the room, and his face was even more embarrassed and ashamed. There was nothing else, simply because among the 10 young disciples on the other side, there were actually 5 of them in the realm of creation, and the remaining 5, they were all at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm, and that Su Jinyao, who was the eldest senior sister, had even reached the 7th level of the creation realm. It was that pervert, the selfsame saint's son, who couldn't even compare to her. When the group of peak masters and elders of the Tai Ching sect heard this, their faces were also somewhat embarrassed. Nangong Jin fell into silence, wanting to open his mouth to say something, but couldn't say anything, couldn't help it. And who let these 30 years go by without a sudden change in his Tai Ching sect's foundation? The pool of creation? At that moment, Han Wei turned her head to look at Su Jinyao. Speaking in a serious tone, he said, "I heard that not long ago, Imperial Beast Sect Patriarch Yu's youngest son, Yu Yen, took in a large auger when he traveled outside, and now his strength has skyrocketed, so he may be able to change the ending of having been at the bottom of the list for many years. Of our 5 great clans, if the Imperial Beast Sect is no longer at the bottom, think about it, who would be at the bottom? It's still not this Tai Ching sect that can't even produce a decent creation realm." Han Wei followed her advice and said, "I know you have a grudge in your heart, but you can't fool around like this." The crowd of the Tai Ching sect, ahem. Without waiting for Su Jinyao's reply, Nangong Jin couldn't help but clear his cough. Opening his mouth, he said, "Fellow Daoist Han Wei, Miss Su, I've taken the liberty of asking, is your 100 Flower Valley coming here for the 100 Flower Valley's flower folding tradition? More accurately, it's for a marriage, isn't it?" Chapter 39, I only wish to marry Shintian. 100 Flowers Valley. As the only sect in the southern state composed entirely of female cultivators, the Valley of the 100 Flowers has a tradition called flower folding. That is, every time the demon removal ceremony was held, they would take the initiative to choose a clan to travel to the source realm together. Once selected, it meant that the 100 Flowers Valley would select a talented female disciple to marry a disciple within that clan. This would also mean that at least for the next 10 years, 100 Blossoms Valley would be allied with that sect, and share resources diverted from the source community. The talented woman who was chosen was called Flowerhead, and for the past 100 years, without exception, the 100 Flower Valley had traveled to the source realm with the 10,000 Sword sect. But today, 100 Flower Valley and the others came to his Tai Ching sect, which was really a bit abnormal. Unable to help it, Nangong Jin looked at Su Jinyao. Could it be that she is the flowerhead elected by the 100 Flowers Valley in this generation? Han Wei's face changed for a moment before she finally nodded. The group of elders and disciples of the Tai Ching sect exchanged words and came to a realization. At that moment, Su Jinyao finally raised her head and she said, "It's not like the Tai Ching sect can't take out a decent creation realm. Their saint's son Shintian is at the 5th level of the creation realm. That's it?" In an instant, Han Wei's frown deepened. She looked at Su Jinyao. The tone of his voice was more than a little questioning. That 10,000 sword sex Jin Hao Hong is at the peak of the realm of creation cultivation. Where is he not better than this Shen Tian? Su Jinyao lowered her head, her hands clenching the hem of her skirt. Han Wei ran out of patience and grabbed her hand, saying, "Come with me and, it's not too late to go to the 10,000 sword sect." Ha! Su Jinyao broke free of Han Wei's hand and let out a light chortle, saying, "Elder Han Wei, if you guys really want to choose the 10,000 sword sect, then you could have brought senior sister Chen Lin with you, so why bother coming to me?" Hearing this name, Han Wei's face instantly changed, wanting to go forward and cover her mouth. Su Jinyao's figure flickered and dodged to the side, saying, "Yes, senior sister Chen Lin comes from a noble background. I'm no match for her, being of mortal birth. But why should she be the one to enjoy the resources of the flowerhead for many years? Why should she be the one who suddenly doesn't want to marry when the time comes? And why should I be the one to suffer the consequences in the end? Is it just because I'm well qualified? It's obvious that she's the flowerhead that was chosen long ago." Nangong Jin as well as a group of peak master elders of the Taiching sect immediately looked at each other. "What's going on here?" Han Wei droned. "Su Jinyao, shut up. What the hell do you want, Elder Han?" Lu Jiai tried to plead for senior sister Su, but she was mercilessly rebuked by Han Wei. "Shut up all of you. This matter concerns the development of my 100 Flower Valley for the next 10 years. How can it be sloppy?" Su Jinyao bit her lip and finally said, "I don't want to marry Jin Hao Hong, but since you've joined the 100 Flowers Valley, then this is your mission." Han Wei's face clouded over as she admonished, "And don't you forget that this is the result of a joint recommendation from all the people in the valley." "Co-lifting?" Su Jinyao snorted with a sarcastic smile. "That's a nice way of putting it. Why don't you ask those ordinary disciples whether or not they have been recommended, and who they have been recommended to, and can they be weighted more than 10%? In the end, it's not us ordinary disciples who have been taken in marriage over the generations, but in exchange, do we ordinary disciples really have the right to distribute the resources?" Han Wei completely changed her face, but in the end, her tone softened. "Even if I agree to your request, the Valley Master will never allow you to mess around." The rest of the 100 Flowers Valley's group of female cultivators all looked at senior sister Su with sympathy and helplessness. They are basically of mortal origin, if they want to embark on the path to immortality. But the only way to join the 100 Flowers Valley. Su Jinyao closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she seemed to have made up her mind. Summoning up her courage, she shouted, "If I have to marry someone, then I'm only willing to marry Shen Tian." When Shen Tian, who had just arrived at the main hall, heard this, the corner of his mouth suddenly jerked. "Nima, what the hell is this all about?" He followed the sound and looked over, and in a flash, he saw Su Jinyao, and Su Jinyao also happened to look up. 4 eyes. Su Jinyao's delicate body trembled violently, her cheeks flushed crimson, and her gaze quickly fluttered as she lowered her head. True enough, when Nangong Jin heard Su Jinyao's words, he instantly understood why she had suddenly come to the door. "I'll go, Master. You're blessed with a lot of lust." Fonao Tian's voice came from within the sea of consciousness. Shen Tian didn't pay any attention to her and gradually calmed down at this moment. "Anyway, whatever happens, be still for a moment." When Shen Tian's figure appeared in the main hall, the gazes of everyone in the hall turned toward him in unison. He withdrew his gaze from Su Jinyao and walked into the hall with a stoic expression. Taking the lead, he looked at Nangong Jin and said, "Greetings, Patriarch." Nangong Jin nodded and looked at him somewhat oddly. "Come over and sit down first if you're here." "Ha? The 7th level of the creation realm?" At this time, Han Wei noticed Shen Tian's cultivation level and immediately let out a cry of surprise. He said, "You are the holy son of the Taiching sect, Shen Tian?" Su Jingyao and Lu Jiai also noticed it, only that both of them still had a few shocks in their eyes. "Nowadays, it's only been more than half a month since the Tsongshan city trip, right? How could you break 2 levels of cultivation in such a short period of time? Looking for me for something?" Shen Tian sat down on the seat of the holy sun that belonged to him. "It's okay." Han Weiqi looked at him and eventually shook her head again, saying, "Although it's not the 5th level of the creation realm, but it's still not as good as Kim Ho Hong." She got up, ready to leave. "Let's go." Su Jinyao still didn't move and only looked at Shen Tian. Her gaze was apprehensive at first, then it grew firm. "Shen Tian, can you help me? I'll give you everything I have if you'll help me." There was a bit of pleading, a bit of sadness, and, well, a bit of anticipation in that tone. Shen Tian didn't say anything. "Help you?" Han Wei shook her head and said to her, "What's he got to help you with? Though he is indeed handsome and has a very unusual demeanor, what good is that? This world speaks with strength, so what if he's 10,000 times more handsome than Jin Hao Hong? Besides, The Taiching sect is not even as good as my 100 Flowers Valley these days, and my valley is in a marriage with them. Are you trying to get a bunch of us women to support a bunch of them men? Nangong Jin and others. We didn't beg you to come. What's the meaning of this now? You're here to hurt us, aren't you? If it wasn't for the fact that several clans had deeper connections, Nangong Jin couldn't help but want to curse his mother. Looking at Shen Tian, who remained indifferent, Su Jinyao despaired and she hung her head. The light in his eyes disappeared a little too. At this point, Shen Tian opened his mouth and asked, "Why did you choose me?" A calm tone, without a ripple. Su Jinyao raised her head and said seriously and blankly, "I just want to choose you." Shen Tian continued to ask, "Who is Jin Hao Hong? What is the relationship with Jin Hao Yang?" Su Jinyao quickly replied, "Jin Hao Hong is the contemporary sword son of the 10,000 Sword Sect and Jin Hao Yang's older brother." Shen Tian was instantly enlightened. "Oh, so it's still your own enemy." He had killed Jin Hao Yang, and sooner or later, Jin Hao Hong would come to him for revenge. However, it seems that Kim Ho Hon doesn't know who killed his brother yet. I mean, you don't really want to get involved, do you? Hanwei on the side couldn't help but open her mouth when she saw Shen Tian fall into deep thought. She was about to continue, but a terrifying force pressed her speechless. "You seem to have a problem with me?" At some point, Shen Tian's figure actually appeared directly beside Hanwei. He pressed one hand on Hanwei's shoulder and said, "If you don't like what you see in me, how about I give you a chance to take a shot at me?" Through Shen Tian's palm, Hanwei felt a terrifying power like an abyss. A cold sweat ran down her back, and she shivered in her tone. "Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to discredit you. That's okay." Shen Tian patted her on the shoulder and grinned. "Do something for me and I can forgive you." You say. A cold light flashed in Shen Tian's eyes. "Go down and help me spread a message. Just say I killed Kim Ho Yang, okay? You are both the leader of the younger generation of the two great sects, and you want him to start a life and death battle against you?" Hanwei's pupils shrank, and she looked at Shen Tian with some disbelief, reminding, "Although both he and I are equally at the peak of the creation realm, my strength is completely inferior to his." Shen Tian didn't say anything, and the palm that pressed on Hanwei's shoulder became 3 times heavier. Hanwei didn't dare to speak any more nonsense and immediately nodded. "I know. Very good." Shen Tian folded his body and left, passing by the group of female cultivators of 100 Flowers Valley. Both of them couldn't help but take a few steps backward. Instead, it was Su Jinyao who kept watching him walk past her. In the Great Hall, the Taiching sect and the others also looked at him wordlessly. Shen Tian came to the center of the Great Hall without slanting his eyes, and only then did he say to Nangong Jin, "Patriarch, it's almost time to depart." Chapter 40, Congenital Sword Chi. Nangong Jin looked at the time. He got up and smiled at the 100 Flowers Valley crowd. "Fellow Daoist Han Wei, it is indeed time for my Taiching sect to move on. How about it? Do you still want to travel with my sect's disciples?" Though he wore a smile, there was an undeniable oppression in his tone. For the first time in 100 years, the 100 Flowers Valley has come to the door to invite people, but after coming here, they changed their minds temporarily. If he went and found someone else, if word got out, his Taiching sect would be a laughingstock. Hanwei faced bitter. Shen Tianfan's behavior is also considered to make her sober down. Yes, now that the matter of her 100 Flower Valley coming to Taiching sect was feared to have long spread in the southern state. Now if she were to leave directly, wouldn't that be equivalent to slapping Taiching sect's face? What's more, they're going back to the 10,000 Sword Sect now. Would the 10,000 Sword Sect really still accept them as sincerely as before? Having figured this out, Hanwei suddenly gritted her teeth and squeezed out a small smile. "And," he said, "Sect Master Nangong is joking. Since Jin Yao has chosen your sect's saint son, it means that 100 Flower Valley has chosen the Taiching sect. Naturally, we will then travel to the Source Realm together." She was completely out of options when it came down to it. There will be a battle between Jin Hao Hong and Shen Tian, and if Shen Tian can win, it would mean that the Taiching sect might have the possibility of replacing the 10,000 Sword Sect, and at that time, this move of theirs today would be called prescient, and vice versa. Then it will surely lead to countless disgraces and punishments. However, how could Hanwei not believe that Shen Tian could really be stronger than Jin Hao Hong? Jin Hao Hong, the contemporary swordsman of the 10,000 Sword Sect. The comprehensive natural talent could be comparable to that of Li Changfeng, the contemporary saint's son of the Little Sacred Mountain, who had been born accompanied by a mouthful of innate sword chi. Now that he is only 20 Taoist years old, he has already comprehended a small completion-level sword momentum, which can be described as a demon without equal. Its sword cultivation makes it out of the ordinary. Not to mention the 10,000 Sword Sect. It was that there were very few people in the entire younger generation of the southern state who could match him in terms of sword Dao talent. I heard that when he broke through the peak of the creation realm a few months ago, He easily defeated a spirit transformation realm cultivator. It's safe to say it's been famous for a long time. And this Shin Tian, although previously also a little famous, but that was only to the extent of being able to recognize the name when she heard it. So Han Wei could be said to have no confidence at all in a battle between them. Nangong Jin still had a smirk on his face as he got up and looked over to the 100 Flower Valley side. In that case, then let's get going. The crowd headed out of the temple. This main hall was constructed on a 1,000-foot high mountain peak, on the other side of which was a cliff. That flying boat was docked on the cliff. Please invite all of you from the 100 Flower Valley to board the ship. Han Wei nodded and led the group of female cultivators from 100 Flower Valley to take the lead in boarding the flying boat. This was followed by a group of disciples from the Tai Ching sect led by Shin Tian. Lastly, there were 5 elders from the Tai Ching sect. Who were the escorting elders this time? The strongest of them were the 2 core elders at the peak of the creation realm, and the weakest was Lin Chiwen, who had volunteered to help. Looking at his own group of disciples who were all at the Spirit Sea realm except for Shin Tian, Nangong Jin also lamented. It's really not as good as a generation anymore, but it's a good thing that the heavens haven't completely forgotten about my Tai Ching sect after all. The decline of the Tai Ching sect started when there were problems with the pool of creation. As the name suggests, this creation pool is exactly the kind of great treasure that can help cultivators quickly break through the creation realm. 30 years ago, when there were no problems with the creation pool, although the Tai Ching sect could not be like the 10,000 Swords sect, where all the disciples participating in the demon removal ceremony were at the realm of creation, but at the very least, 7 or 8 out of 10 were in the realm of creation. Without further thought, he stood at the entrance to the main hall and looked at an old man on the flying boat that said, "Set sail." The old man's name was Xiang Feng, and he was one of the 2 peaks of the creation realm. And when he heard the patriarch's words, he took out an array disc in his hand and looked at the crowd on the deck again, saying, "Gentlemen, stand firm and hold on. Set sail." As the words fell, he urged the array plate, and the entire huge flying boat moved all of a sudden. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Nangong Jin and the others, the flying boat turned into a stream of light that it faded into the sky. Patriarch, do you think it's possible for our Tai Ching sect to join forces with 100 Flowers Valley? Feng Yuan, the first peak master, stood beside Nangong Jin, having personally witnessed the scene where Shin Tian fought with Supreme Elder Morong Han. Now they can be said to be not worried at all about the upcoming battle between Shin Tian and Jin Haohong. I would naturally be more than happy for a talented female cultivator to join my clan. But I see that this guy Xiao Tian only has cultivation in his eyes. I'm afraid that he won't have any interest in the matter of dual cultivation between men and women. Nangong Jin smiled meaningfully. The flying boat soon left the Tai Ching sect. Wow, this flying boat is so fast. This is the first time I've taken a flying boat. Same for me. A group of disciples from the Tai Ching sect and the 100 Flowers Valley were crouching on the fence at the edge of the deck, watching the mountains and rivers fly away under their feet. Their faces were all filled with excitement. Shin Tian did not care to enjoy the scenery as he folded his body and walked towards his room. On the other side of the deck not far away, Su Jinyao watched Shin Tian leave. I only hope that this Tai Ching sect's first ever 9 Lao genius is really as outstanding as you say. Han Wei came to Su Jinyao's side and said, "In that case, what we did today will be perfectly remedied." Su Jinyao was speechless. It's just that it's too late to say anything else now that it's done. Han Wei glanced at her and said, "Anyway, in the end, if this Shin Tian wins, things will be as you wish, and conversely, you'll still have to marry the 10,000 Sword sect, and you'll be the one who suffers when the time comes." Su Jinyao finally spoke slowly. "I believe him. I can faintly feel a stern aura from him. He should be a sword cultivator as well." Han Wei shook her head. "But don't you forget, that Jin Haohong is the one who possesses innate sword chi and a small matured sword potential, and he is the one who has easily defeated the 2nd level of the spirit transformation realm and can resist the existence of the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm. Even if this Shin Tian can cross the realm to kill his enemies, are you sure he can defeat an existence at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm?" Su Jinyao fell into silence again. Although at first she had witnessed Shin Tian killing the blood-devouring elder of the 1st level of the spirit transformation realm with a cultivation of the 5th level of the creation realm, but the other party, after all, was seriously injured, and in that battle, Shin Tian had executed a sword move of notable power. However, it seemed that it was the power of the innate true fire that was relied upon when the blood-devouring old man was subdued in the end. As a fellow sword cultivator, his sword Dao qualifications are indeed inferior to Jin Haohong's, Su Jinyao said. "But I believe that the Shin Tian will definitely be much better than Jin Haohong in other aspects." Shin Tian returned to his room. He looked internally at several bodies and saw 3 great suns hovering over each other. And in that great sun, it was filled with countless sword shadows, perfect level sword power. I also don't know that now. After breaking through the 7th level of the creation realm, with the 3 great spirit seas and the perfect sword power, how far can I go? Shin Tian roughly estimated that he should be able to defeat Nangong Jin without using his innate true fire and brow sword. Of course, the specifics may be slightly nuanced, but they are not far off. Master, I've sensed Tang Shan's trail once again. At this time, Feng Ao Tian's voice suddenly came out from within the sea of consciousness. Chapter 41, No Need to Marry Him. Where's the trail of Tang Shan? Shin Tian's mind snapped. Although he didn't fear Tang Shan, the other party living was a threat after all, and Shin Tian had always disliked leaving himself open to threatening presences, and once he had the chance, must be decimated. Within the sea of consciousness, Feng Ao Tian hurriedly replied, Master, this trace is very faint and Imo is about a month old, and all I can tell is that he went in the same direction as we did. It seems I was right. He went to the source realm as well. Feng Ao Tian's words undoubtedly verified Shin Tian's speculation, and at that moment he no longer thought about it. It began to continue to contain the Browheart sword. Knock knock. I don't know how long it took, but there was a sudden knock at the door. Shin Tian, are you in there? A familiar voice came from the door. Shin Tian put away his long sword and pushed the door out. The person who came was none other than Su Jinyao. Can I go in and have a seat? Su Jinyao opened her mouth to inquire. No way. Shin Tian shook his head and closed the door of the room behind him with his backhand as he glanced at Su Jinyao. Said, I was just about to go out on deck to get some air, so I'll go there and talk about it. After saying that, he didn't care about Su Jinyao and directly walked towards the deck. Well, Su Jinyao obviously froze for a moment, and then she followed Shin Tian's pace. Shin Tian came to the deck side of the flying boat. By now it was night, and the moon was as still as water. He watched a brightly lit city below him speeding away and spoke. What is it? Say it. Su Jinyao came to his side, stood still, and said, Shin Tian, thank you for being willing to help. In her opinion, although Shin Tian didn't explicitly say that he was helping, but what he did was actually kind of an answer. After all, if the 100 Flowers Valley continued to choose the 10,000 Swords sect, then the last object of marriage with her is the contemporary sword son Jin Haohong. If Shin Tian can defeat the other party, then it means that there is a great possibility that the Taiqing sect will break the existing pattern, replacing the 10,000 Swords sect as the second sect after the southern state's Little Sacred Mountain. At that time, there was no need for her to say anything, and the 100 Flowers Valley would allow her to take the initiative to go forward and join forces with Shin Tian. At this time, Shin Tian suddenly turned back over, looked at her, and said with a faint smile, It's nothing. You were able to muster up the courage to yell that out in front of all those people. I think you were pretty helpless at the time. Wouldn't it be inhuman if I didn't do something? Besides, back in Songshan City, you also saved a little girl's life. Is it because of this? Su Jinyao's face brought up a hint of surprise. She didn't realize that her initial act of kindness would affect her fate today. Shin Tian said. What else? Su Jinyao smiled lightly. I thought it was because you thought I might be an okay Taoist couple. That's why it's willing to go out of its way to help. Shin Tian looked into her eyes and said lightly. There are no feelings between us. One could even say that you've only met once. And I don't believe you fell in love at first sight. Let me guess. You're supposed to dislike or even hate Kim Ho-hong. Or more to the point, it's just that they don't want to join forces with him. But as a talented disciple of the 100 Flowers Valley, the clan has trained you to. It was your mission to join forces for the benefit of the clan. So on balance, you chose me. Shin Tian's words were very straightforward. That is, the reason why Su Jinyao chose him was simply because she chose a better one when she had to. Su Jinyao's body trembled, somewhat not daring to look directly at Shin Tian's gaze. Looks like I was right. In that case, that's fine. Shin Tian shook his head, said, Didn't you say you could give me everything if I would help you? Su Jinyao suddenly raised her head and looked at him. I'm not half bad for you. If you can beat Jin Haohong, I'll marry you. At that time, let's not talk about anything else. It is my body and even my heart that I can give to you completely. You're kind, and I don't hate you. And if I didn't, I wouldn't get involved in this. Shin Tian said, comparing two fingers, you don't really want to join forces, so I'm giving you a choice. Su Jinyao was a bit confused. What do you mean? For only 200,000 spirit stones, you don't have to join forces with me. Shin Tian said, First of all, it's you who needs the union, not me. So which clan your 100 Flower Valley chooses has nothing to do with me. The 100 Flowers Valley wants to marry the Taiqing sect, and he's the best choice under the door-to-door. But that was out of the clan's consideration. Shin Tian didn't want to join the marriage. No one could force him. Secondly, you kind of used me. Shin Tian stared at her. I believe that as a senior sister, You are definitely able to come up with these spirit stones, right? Jin Haohong he had to kill sooner or later, but not necessarily before the marriage between 100 Flowers Valley and 10,000 Swords Sect. Anyway, it would have been in his plan to just kill it again whenever he came across it. There's absolutely no need to make a big deal out of it as it is. As for being able to whore out 200,000 spirit stones for nothing, that was purely unexpected. Su Jinyao froze for a long time. Only then did she ask, with a few pleased tones, "Can you make your word count?" Shen Tian was right. She actually didn't want to join forces with anyone. She wanted to control her own destiny. Just like his best friend Gu Wanqing, who was also a teacher and a friend. The other party has outstanding talent. And the southern state's little sacred mountain treats her like a precious jade and cares for her carefully. They had never thought of her as a marriage partner, though there was no one else in the entire southern state who was worthy of her these days. This made Su Jinyao very envious. She also wanted to seek the way with a single-mindedness like Gu Wanqing. There was no need to be held back by the love of a man or a woman. But when she had been chosen to become the second-generation senior sister of the 100 Flowers Valley, she had known that one's own wishes will have to fall through after all. 100 Flowers Valley temporarily changed its mind and changed the marriage object to her. And Su Jinyao had a grudge against this. But after all these years, the 100 Flowers Valley had spent many resources to cultivate themselves. She couldn't manage to be really ungrateful. It's just that Su Jinyao doesn't like Jin Haohong, and if she could, she'd prefer to pick someone who looks good to her eyes. There are favorable, or at least not obnoxious ones. Shen Tian, on the other hand, was undoubtedly the best choice. And now after hearing from the other side that he or she might be able to do so without having to join forces with Su Jinyao was undoubtedly overjoyed. Shen Tian nodded his head, showing a hint of a smile, and said, "How about it? It's a good deal, isn't it? Fine. I'm willing to take out 200,000 spirit stones for you." Su Jinyao's eyes regained their sparkle. 200,000 spirit stones. This was a huge amount of money for her. But that's okay. It's all worth it if you can be free. Shen Tian still smiled. "Since that's the case, then you make a contract." Su Jinyao nodded without hesitation. Immediately, she spoke. "I, Su Jinyao, can make a contract here with the Heavenly Tao that if Shen Tian can help me regain my freedom, I don't have to marry anyone, including him. I'm willing to offer 200,000 spirit stones as payment, and if I go against it, I will surely die from the backlash of my cultivation." Shen Tian laughed and smiled brightly. "His value has risen by another $200,000. He said, I will finish settling your affairs before the end of the demon removal ceremony." Su Jinyao also laughed as she let out a sigh of relief as if she was relieved. Jin Haohong is very strong. It's much stronger than the old man who devoured blood back then. But I think you're very confident in yourself, and I hope you can defeat him. After you defeat him, I will immediately give you the 200,000 spirit stones. Right. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, she waved her hand and took out a spatial ring, handing it over and said, "There are 20,000 spirit stones in here. It's all I have right now. It's a deposit for you. And as for this space ring, consider it a gift." She couldn't wait to hand over the deposit, fearing that Shen Tian would back out. A normal spatial ring wasn't that expensive. Basically 100 spirit stones could be bought. Shen Tian took the spatial ring, swept it and nodded. "Happy cooperation." Su Jinyao looked at him with a smile. "I realized that I suddenly really kind of like you," Shen Tian said. "That's pretty bad." Su Jinyao shook her head and smiled. "In truth, it's not." The two of them stood here for a while blowing in the wind, and then Shen Tian took the lead and left. Su Jinyao stood alone on the deck. This time, she didn't watch Shen Tian leave again. Looking at the starry sky, "That's the flavor of freedom. Wanqing, I can finally be like you." Gu Wanqing was her closest friend, and even more so, her teacher on the road ahead. She had been tracing the other's footsteps in her mind. Unless the other party started looking for a Taoist couple to dual cultivate with, she wouldn't consider a man or woman. At this time, Lu Jiai came over, seeing her own senior sister's face in a trance and in delight at times. At that moment, he couldn't help but look at her with some concern and some weirdness. "Senior sister, are you alright?" Su Jinyao's eyes were like a dream. Her face was ecstatic and hard to hide. She suddenly turned her head over to look at Lu Jiai. Laughing from the bottom of her heart, she said, "Senior sister Lu, I'm fine. I haven't even been as fine as I am now for a long time." Lu Ichie was unsure, as she recalled the scene she had just seen. He laughed meaningfully and said, "What's the matter? Senior sister, Shen Tian, he accepted you?" The smile on Su Jinyao's face changed for a moment as she shook her head and laughed. "He's fine, but I don't want to marry." "Why?" Lu Jiai was surprised. "Because," Su Jinyao replied, I'm going to follow in Wan Qing's footsteps. I won't marry if she doesn't. Lu Jiayi was silent for a moment as she looked deeply at Su Jinyao. Su Jinyao noticed her gaze and looked at her suspiciously. What's wrong? Lu Jiayi said. Senior sister. You can only lie to yourself. You can't lie to others. Lying to yourself? Su Jinyao was even more puzzled. What do you mean? Lu Jiayi looked away from the sky and said. Pursuing Saintess Gu is just the appearance. When it comes to such a major life event as a Taoist couple, each of us will invariably set a standard for ourselves in our minds. She suddenly turned her head over and took Su Jinyao's hand, smiling. Of course, that's a choice situation. As for now, you have to marry. And although Shintian doesn't live up to the true standards of your heart, but he's still good law. Alright, senior sister, you don't have to be too pessimistic. Lu Jiayi comforted. I think he'll definitely get better and better after you two become Taoists. Maybe one day it will meet your requirements, and when that time comes, you definitely won't regret your bravery in the Tai Ching sect today. Su Jinyao fell into silence. Chapter 42 Raising Money. Unintelligibility. The speed of the flying boat was fast. The journey was uneventful. 5 days later, the speed of the flying boat gradually slowed down. At Xiang Feng's notice, everyone walked out of the room and came to the deck. The crowd ambled over the fence and looked ahead. Shen Tian also looked over, only to see that a huge abyss that was hundreds of miles wide appeared in front of them. It was so dark under the abyss that you couldn't see the bottom. Xiang Feng stood in front of the deck, looking towards the rippling continent over the abyss, said, As you can see, over there in the abyss is the Source Realm. It is a continent made up of countless fragments of star realms from the ancient rivers of the void. It is filled with countless purer auras, as well as laws from a higher plane. His face suddenly turned serious. Influenced by the Source Realm, there are special laws restricting on this abyss. It's extremely difficult for a flying boat to cross over, and there's even the risk of falling into the abyss forever. The faces of the crowd of young disciples changed instantly. They also didn't expect that they would have to encounter such a huge crisis before they even reached the Source Realm. On the contrary, the faces of the several elders were always calm as usual, as expected. In the next second, he heard Xiang Feng continue. But you guys don't have to worry. The 5 great clans have ascended to the Source Realm for so many years, and now they have long had safer ways to help the disciples of several of our clans cross the abyss. After he said that, he took control of the flying boat and reversed its direction, flying towards a large mountain in the distance. It was then that the disciples noticed that there were many buildings constructed in that great mountain, and that a giant stone door that was 100 feet tall and very conspicuous. The stone door was engraved with mysterious runes that glowed in the sunlight. This is the residence of my Tai Ching sect, and you can safely reach the Source Realm by passing through this stone gate. The flying boat slowly landed and saw an old man flying ahead. Xiang Feng led the crowd out of the flying boat, and after a brief conversation with the old man, he continued, it's difficult to fly a flying boat on the Source Realm, so next we need to walk through this stone gate to reach the Source Realm. Xiang Feng said, and took the lead in lifting his foot to step into the stone door. In an instant, a radiant divine bridge appeared on the abyss out of nowhere. A crowd of young disciples stepped onto the divine bridge with mouths agape on their faces. Shen Tian also passed through the stone door, with some emotions in his heart. He had always known that this was the safest path to the Source Realm, but now it was the first time he had walked onto this divine bridge. In his previous lives, he had flown directly across the abyss, because in order to travel to the southern mountain divine realm, it would have to go through the Source World. In his third life, he, who was only at the Spirit Sea realm, even nearly fell into this abyss. In that life, although he reached the Source Realm without any danger, but in the end, he also met Gu Wanqing in a secret area within this origin realm. The third first body is on the other side, and in order to get the first body you have to open this karma first. The lowest among them were at the level of the Spirit Sea realm, and one step was 10 feet. Therefore, the speed can be extremely fast. Master, I can feel Tang Shan's aura getting stronger. Fonao Tian's voice came from within the sea of consciousness, and Shen Tian was not surprised in the slightest. Shen Tian, can we take a walk together? A fragrant wind blew, and Su Jinyao's voice suddenly sounded in Shen Tian's ears. Shen Tian gave her a sideways glance and smiled. Good. At those words, Su Jinyao froze for a moment instead, her face showing an odd expression. I thought you were going to reject me again. Shen Tian returned. After all, it's getting paid to do something. Su Jinyao came to a realization and asked with another smile, is money that important to you? Of course. Shen Tian nodded seriously. Far away, a group of female cultivators from Hundred Flower Valley watched the two men in front of them talking and laughing. All of them whispered, so it seems that Shen Tian and senior sister Su are quite a match. Yeah, I'm afraid it's not very likely that the two of them will ever get together. After all, that Jin Hao Hong, A female disciple let out a sigh of relief. Immediately, the crowd of female cultivators all looked at Su Jinyao with some sympathy. Senior sister Su made a special trip to the Tai Ching sect to look for him. I really hope she gets what she wants. On the other hand, He Yufan and the others from the Tai Ching sect were not so gossipy. They all looked at the source realm with anticipation. Shintian and Su Jinyao's hearing was so sharp that they could naturally hear the conversations of the group of female cultivators. Shintian asked, "No clarification?" Su Jinyao laughed. "What? Are you still worried about my innocence?" "I don't care about my innocence since I found out I was going to be coupled." "No," Shintian interrupted her. "It's my innocence I'm worried about." The smile on Su Jinyao's face froze for a moment. "I'm sorry, it's because I didn't think it through. I can get you to make a request of me." Shintian didn't hesitate for half a second and said, "Add money then, 100,000 spirit stones." Su Jinyao was silent again, and Shintian thought she didn't agree. I am not surprised that the other party eventually agreed to do so. Now that I think about it this way, I'm actually afraid that my impulsiveness may have caused you quite a bit of trouble. Su Jinyao pondered for a moment. Let's say we give you some more time. You'll have much more hope of defeating him. And then, for example, if after your victory in the battle with Jin Haohong, everyone thought that we would become a Taoist couple. At that time, once we have followed the agreement, I have rejected you. It will certainly put you in a difficult position. So that are you still willing? It doesn't matter if you have money, but not if you don't. Shintian did not think twice. You're really. Su Jinyao didn't want to talk about money anymore. She tried to change the topic. Why don't I talk to you about me? Maybe after we get acquainted, we can actually become Tao couples? Shintian seriously said. 300,000 spirit stones. Not a single cent less. Su Jinyao was completely speechless. Don't worry, you won't get any less at all. And besides, if I were to marry you, wouldn't the 300,000 spirit stones still be yours? Forget it then. Shintian shook his head. Shintian, you really don't get it at all. Su Jinyao gasped and laughed. It's really a waste of your excellent temperament and looks. With your nature, there will definitely be no female cultivators willing to couple with you in the future. Shintian smiled and looked ahead. It's coming. Seeing this, the crowd had gradually reached the end of the divine bridge. Stepping on this land again, Shintian only felt his body sink slightly. This was precisely the influence of the laws of the source realm, which he had long been accustomed to, and at the moment, he was looking into the distance with 1,000 thoughts in his mind. When all of them stepped onto the source realm, the divine bridge hanging over the abyss behind them gradually dissipated. Xiang Feng spoke seriously at this time, because the source realm borders the land of chaos, and the land of chaos is connected to the demon realm's southern mountain divine realm, so it's highly likely that we'll encounter demonic cultivators as fish and dragons are mixed within this source realm. And this place is still 10,000 miles away from our 5 great clans' stronghold within the source realm, 5 Dao City, so you must stay close to us for the rest of the day. Don't wander off. Shock and worry flashed across the faces of the crowd of young disciples, all of whom nodded heavily. The so-called escorting of elders is escorting this next part of the journey. But don't worry too much, you guys. There's been a purge of the clan's top brass on this leg of the journey. The chances of encountering a demonic cultivator are not great. Xiang Feng opened his mouth in time to stabilize the minds of the disciples. At this point, Shintian suddenly spoke. Elder Xiang, I have to leave for a while. Everyone looked at him in unison, including Su Jinyao and the others in the 100-Flower Valley. Xiang Feng asked, is the Saint Sun going on an adventure? Shintian nodded. The source realm is huge, bigger than the southern state, and on this continent, there were all sorts of secret blessed lands coming out almost every month, and for him to open his karma with Gu Wanqing, he would have to travel to a secret land that was about 1,000 miles from here. Seeing this, Xiang Feng didn't stop him, but said, just return to Wudao City by next month. Shen Tian returned. Please don't worry, Elder. I will. The demon removal ceremony was still a month away from opening, and the location was none other than 5 Path City. At this time, Han Wei walked over, and she handed Shen Tian a sound transmission jade slip, saying, Saint Shen, this is my voice transmission jade slip, and I've already spread the news of your killing Jin Haoyang as you requested, but it will take some time for the news to spread, and if Jin Haohong responds to I will immediately send a message to inform you. Shen Tian received the voice transmission jade slip and put it away. Shen Tian. Lin Shiwen also stepped out from the crowd and looked at him. Everything went to be safe. Shen Tian smiled, then turned around and left. Hey, Shen Tian, can you take me with you? Su Jinyao afterward, wanting to join together, but found that Shen Tian's figure had already rushed up to the sky, disappeared into the sky. Chapter 43, Tang Shan, get off your ass and bring me 2 little female rabbits. Have you heard that another sword valley has recently appeared over in the heavenly wasteland Great Mountain? Yeah, I heard that someone else found a spirit grade upper rank sword skill there. Not only that, a few days ago someone found a pseudo-earth grade spirit sword in it. There are even rumors that the deepest sword washing pool within it hides a true earth grade spirit sword. Asterisk asterisk? An earth grade spirit sword that can be comparable to the 5 great clans Jinzong treasure? Then what are we waiting for? Get going before it's too late. Shintian stood on a giant tree and watched the 2 cultivators below go far away with wild anticipation. Sure enough, the timing is right. Shintian secretly whispered. The heavenly wasteland mountains, within the source realm, belonged to the imperial beast sex administration. It had been a large area that the 5 major clans in the southern state had joined forces to snatch from the Devil's Way, and this area was later divided to the imperial beast sect, meaning that the resources within that range, such as spiritual veins, spiritual mines, spiritual plants, etc., all belong to the royal beast sect to mine by themselves. The other 4 sects cannot compete. However, once a secret realm or blessed land is revealed, cultivators within the 5 great clans could all go and explore. This sword valley was actually the ruins of a sword Dao sect of unknown origin. At the same time, those rumors were true, and, as he knew, that which was hidden in the sword washing pool was not an earth grade spirit sword, but a true heaven grade, heavenly spirit sword. Shintian's eyes flashed with a hint of blazing heat. Heavenly grade magic treasures could be several times more rare than heavenly grade feats. This kind of magic treasure in the entire Eastern Mountain Divine Realm is also the existence of no more than 10 pieces. For example, if he had a heavenly spirit sword in his hand right now, then Shintian would be able to decapitate an existence at the 8th or 9th level of the spiritualization realm or even at the peak of the realm without the help of the eyebrow sword. It's conceivable that if word of this gets out, the entire Eastern Mountain Divine Territory's exalted powers are all going to show up here. However, it was good that the news of the heavenly great spirit sword was currently unknown. To ask Shintian why he knew so well, just because it was in it that he met Gu Wanqing and was eventually taken away by her. At that time, Shintian was only at the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Shortly after he arrived at the Source realm, he heard that a sword valley had appeared within the heavenly wasteland mountains, so he traveled all the way to the sword valley to seek his chance, and in the end, he found his chance in it, but he was chased and seriously injured. And then, Gu Wanqing appeared and saved him. He was taken away by the other party because of this. And then, Gu Wanqing forced himself to worship her as his master, and in doing so, he provided him with the resources to rapidly grow his cultivation. At first, Shintian thought he had met the light of his life, but unexpectedly, he finally learned that the other side is trying to refine him into a dual cultivation cauldron. The past is not to be looked back on. However, counting the time, right now there were still a few days before he entered the Sword Valley in the first place. Shintian shook his head, dismissing his thoughts for the time being, and then flew all the way towards the heavenly wasteland mountain. Soon after, wait, master, I sense Tang Shan's aura. Just at this moment, Feng Ao Tian's urgent voice suddenly came from within the sea of consciousness. Shintian's mind snapped, stopped his stance, and snapped in a deep voice. Where is it? This way. Feng Ao Tian quickly pointed out the direction. Shintian did not hesitate, immediately turned the direction and sped away. Within 1,000 miles, Feng Ao Tian could directly determine the location of Tangshan. This place, however, was already considered to have entered the range of the heavenly wasteland mountain. The same goes for seeking opportunities in the Valley of Swords, or a deep purple wood forest. A young 20-year-old man with wounds on his body was currently looking at the 3 purple jade fruits in his hands with an excited expression. Purple jade fruit. Finally, the young man didn't care about the injuries on his body at all, and his tone was filled with excitement. If I only need to refine one, I will surely step into the triple realm of creation. As for the other 2, it just so happens that Yuner has one and Deja has one. Roar! Just then, a hiss suddenly rang out in the field. Crap! The young man's face changed. The illusory purple beast has returned. In the next moment, only the purple giant wood on the side suddenly burst and a demonic beast clad in purple scale armor manifested. After glancing at the purple jade fruit in the young man's hand, the illusory purple beast instantly rioted. It hissed from its mouth and tore at the young man. This illusory violet beast was equivalent to a 5th-level cultivator of the creation realm, and the young man didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, hastily exercising his stance. After narrowly avoiding this illusory purple beast, another sharp kick to the purple scale armor on its body. Boom! The illusory purple beast's huge body shook violently, but it was actually not affected in the slightest. On the contrary, the young man was sent flying backwards by its recoil. Then again, the young man used the recoil to turn his head directly and run. facing this demonic beast that was a few great levels above him. If his contracted beast was present, he might still have the power to fight. As for now, he could only do so from the heart. The illusory purple beast of the creation realm already had a very high IQ, and it instantly reacted as well. With that, his limbs stomped violently, and his entire body turned into a small purple mountain and chased him out. And it was a few moments faster than the young man. In mid-air, Shen Tian looked at the figure below that was fleeing in distress. Frowning, he asked, "Are you sure he has the residual soul aura of Tang Shan on him? Tanshen is just the remnant soul body. There are only two ways to survive and act, either by taking over or boarding." After his probing, the young man below had no traces of being seized and boarded. "Master, believe me, within the last few days, he must have come into contact with Tang Shan," Feng Ao Tian said seriously. Shen Tian fell into deep thought. Damn. At this rate I'm going to get caught up sooner or later. The young man looked at the illusory purple beast that was getting closer and closer behind him, and his expression was somewhat desperate. It was as if he could already see himself being trampled to death by the illusory purple beast. Just then, thumbs up, a sword sound suddenly rang out in the field. Immediately afterward, in the young man's stunned expression, he only saw that phantom purple beast wailed and collapsed on that. The young man's face was then overjoyed as he looked towards the silhouette that had suddenly appeared in mid-air. In a loud voice, he said, "Royal Beast Sect, Yu Yan, thank you senior for coming to your rescue." Zhu Yan? Shen Tian's heart stirred, and he immediately remembered that this young man seemed to be the youngest son of the Imperial Beast Sect patriarch. His mind moved and he asked, "Since you are a disciple of the Imperial Beast Sect, you should have a contracted demonic beast in existence. How could you go into danger alone?" Yu Yan let out a bitter smile and said, "Back to senior, my contracted demonic beast was injured. I have come out this time precisely to seek a healing treasure medicine for it." "So it is." Shen Tian revealed a look of dawning realization, and then asked, "I just arrived at the Source Realm. Do you know how to get to 100 Beast City?" 100 Beast City, the very city that the Imperial Beast Sect had established within the Origin Realm. "It's about 1,000 miles from here." With a joyful look on his face, Yu Yan asked, "Does senior have something big to do when he goes to 100 Beast City?" Shen Tian looked at him and didn't say anything. "Don't misunderstand senior. I am the young master of the Imperial Beast Sect." Realizing that something was amiss, Yu Yan hastily explained, "Senior has saved my life. I may be able to help senior." Shen Tian revealed a smile. "In that case, you might really be able to help me. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you then. A great favor is not appreciated, but there's no harm in saying what senior can use me for." "Fine. I'll talk to you when we get to 100 Beast City." Afterward, under Yu Yan's leadership, the two of them moved off to 100 Beast City. 2 hours later, with Yu Yan talking enthusiastically all the way through a large city covering an area of 100 miles appeared in front of Shen Tian's eyes. "Master, this is the city." Feng Ao Tian's tone was very serious. "I've been able to roughly determine his location. Senior Shen, please follow me to the city lord's mansion." Yu Yan's voice rang in Shen Tian's ears. Shen Tian's eyes flickered for a moment, nodded, and replied, "Yes." He didn't inform Yu Yan of his full name, but only gave his surname Shen. Perhaps it was because of the emergence of the Sword Valley. Nowadays, the flow of people in this 100 Beast City had directly doubled several times. There was an endless stream of disciples from the 5 great sects. Just as he entered the city, the sound of conversations came to his ears. "Another person has found treasures in Sword Valley. Some people have seen a demonic cultivator appearing in the great mountains of the heavenly wilderness. Have you heard? The holy son of the Taiching sect colluded with the demonic cultivators." "Blow me. How is that possible?" "I don't know. I just heard it from someone. Which one of the so many geniuses in my righteous path has not been rumored about? How much of it is true in the end? This time it's for real." Shen Tian's mind snapped, but his face was as calm as usual. "Master, someone is maliciously rumoring about you." Feng Ao Tian was filled with righteous indignation. The corner of Shen Tian's mouth hooked up slightly. "Isn't that the truth?" Feng Ao Tian had a jolt. Yeah, I'm a devil cultivator." "Master, then this." Shen Tian shook his head, a faint chill drifting across his eyes. "It seems that this is Tang Shan's handiwork. After all, he's the only one who knows you exist. However, regardless of the facts, all I know is that the person who spread this information is trying to turn it against me." An immense and incomparable courtyard suddenly appeared in front of them. In front of the thick gate, 2 disciples of the Imperial Beast Sect immediately stepped forward when they saw the visitor. "Little young master, you came back. Little young master, you are injured?" They noticed the injuries on Yu Yan's body and let out a cry of shock. Yu Yan waved his hand and grinned. "Don't worry, it's just some minor injuries." "Right, This is my savior, Elder Shun. Without him, I wouldn't have made it back. So in the future, when you see him as if he were me, okay? When those two disciples heard this, they immediately looked at Shin Tian and said with a respectful face, "Greetings, Senior Shin." Shin Tian smiled and nodded. "No need. Okay, you guys go down." Yu Yan waved the two disciples back while leading Shin Tian into the courtyard. While doing so, he enthusiastically introduced, "This city lord's mansion is where my imperial beast sex residence in the origin realm is located. Here, my words work well. If Elder Shin has any needs, feel free to mention them to me." Before Shin Tian could speak, a young woman suddenly walked in the distance. "Yuner, you're here." Yu Yan was instantly elated. Hurriedly introduced to her, "This is my life savior Senior Shin. Yu Yan, can you stop introducing me to all the messy people?" Yuner's hair was a little messy, and there was fine sweat on her forehead frowning at Shin Tian. Then he looked at Yu Yan and questioned, "Why are you so slow in letting you pick a few purple jade fruits? Do you realize that the Great Jiao's injuries are serious and cannot be delayed?" Yu Yan glanced at Shin Tian, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. Then he hurriedly took out the purple jade fruit with his blood-stained right hand and said, "Yuner, don't worry, I've picked the purple jade fruit. There are 3 of them, just enough to cut the crap and bring it all." As soon as Yuner took away all 3 purple jade fruits, following which she turned around and left. However, she had just taken no more than 2 steps when she suddenly turned her head again to look at Yu Yan and said in a cold voice, "Today, you're a full quarter of a minute late. I'm pissed. I'm punishing you with a night of contemplation in a corner outside the city. Got it?" Shin Tian was slightly stunned and could not help but look at Yu Yan. This Yu Yan should be the royal beast sex young master, right? Even Feng Ao Tian within the sea of consciousness couldn't help but be skeptical. In this imperial beast sex territory, anyone else dare talk to him like that? However, he saw Yu Yan let out a bitter smile and said helplessly, "Yuner, I'm injured. Can I? How dare you talk back? And then you'll be punished by not being able to see me for a few days." Yuner snorted coldly, then turned her head and left. Yu Yan raised his hand and exclaimed, "Yuner, don't be angry. I'll go." "Can't I go?" Without looking back, Cloud disappeared into the distance. Shin Tian and Feng Ao Tian both looked at Yu Yan with stunned faces. Mud, what kind of a thing did he save? The two disciples standing at the doorway, however, seemed as if they had long been accustomed to it and just shook their heads for a while, seemingly sensing Shin Tian's gaze. Yu Yan scratched his head. Embarrassed, he explained, "Her name is Su Yuner. She is my fiancée." Shin Tian sort of understood. "Good guy." It turned out to be a licking dog. Shin Tian asked, "You are at least the royal beast sex youngest young master. Why do you need to treat yourself so cheaply? And I'm afraid they don't have you in their hearts at all. And they even think of you as a toolman. Can't you see that?" Hearing this, Yu Yan could not help but flash a trace of hatred in his eyes. As the youngest young master of the imperial beast sect, nature has its own pride. Yu Yan shook his head and said, "Senior Shin, I understand everything you said, but actually a month ago, I was very much in love with Su Yuner, and I don't know why she turned out this way, but I believe that if I do well enough, she's bound to change back." Shin Tian didn't say anything. At that moment, Yu Yan called for another female disciple. He said, "Help me arrange a superior room for Senior Shin." After he said that, he said to Shin Tian again, "Elder Shin, I still have to do my punishment tonight. Going late, I'm afraid Yuner will be unhappy, and I'm afraid I'll have to help you tomorrow if you have any favors to do." Yu Yan smiled apologetically, and then he actually flew directly towards the outside of the city. Shan Tian, Lickspittle is awesome. Alas, the little young master is like that. No one can persuade him. That female disciple saw that Shin Tian was shocked and, at once, he spoke. "I really don't know what kind of bewitching soup that Su Yuner has given him. I hope that he will come to his senses sooner." Soon, the female disciple led Shin Tian to a gorgeous room. "Young Master Junior has already said that Elder Shin can come to us for whatever needs he has." The female disciple retreated after saying that. "There's no one around." Shin Tian communicated with the Sea of Consciousness. "Where is Tongshen's location?" "He is in this city lord's mansion." Feng Ao Tian quickly responded. It was getting dark outside. Shin Tian's spiritual sense briefly swept around and found that there were very few cultivators within this city lord's mansion. The strongest among them was just a peak of the creation realm. Generally speaking, there would at least be a spirit transformation realm sitting within the residence of one's own family. For example, within the Tai Ching sex compound, there sat one of the 3 great supreme elders. Right now, this city lord's mansion has a scarcity of cultivators, so I think they have all gone to the Sword Valley. "Take me to him." Shin Tian walked out of the room. His figure disappeared into the night. 100 Beast City. City Lord's mansion. Backyard. Inside a loft. Brother Augur. I've already spread the news of the holy son of the Taiching sect colluding with the devil Dao as you instructed. On a huge bed, Su Yun'er hooked her legs with a flirtatious look on her face and, looking at a large auger 10 feet long in front of him that was refining the purple jade fruit, he said, now that stupid bastard Yu Yan has also been detached by me, Brother Jiaolong, can you please reward me? Hearing this seductive and bone-chilling voice, the great Jiao turned its head, and a red light flashed in its huge eyes. Immediately, it transformed into a person with fine scales all over his body, 2 meters tall and half scaly. Its appearance is actually 7 times similar to Tanshen. The half-auger man laughed evilly as he walked towards Su Yun'er. You've done a good job. Is this downhill? Looking at the unbearable scene below, Foneo Tian felt his eyes dirty. Who would have thought that Tang Shan had seized a dragon? Moreover, he had also signed a contract with Yu Yan, and he had even gotten into it with Su Yun'er. Shen Tian didn't say anything, but just silently took out the shadow retaining stone to record this scene. Inside the room. Yes, I'm sorry, Brother Jiaolong, I can't stand it. Asshole, you leave me so unfulfilled every time. Brother Jiaolong, Yun'er will definitely be able to satisfy you when you are completely humanized. Humph, get off your ass and bring me 2 little hens. Chapter 44, Gu Wancheng, Aqua Bull Python. Source World. 5 Road City. The 5 Paths City was the city that the little sacred mountain, the leader of the 5 sects in the southern state, had built up within the Source Realm. This city covered an area of thousands of miles in circumference. Although it was under the little sacred mountain, the city was likewise allowed to build the subsections of the remaining 4 great sects, benefiting from the Source Realm, a land that is filled with opportunities. Walking in the city of 5 ways, can be seen 3 steps a gathering of gas, 5 steps a spirit sea, 10 steps a creation. A city of prosperity, and prosperity is undoubtedly 100 miles east of Wudao City. There's a lush, unbelievably green mountain here, with the prosperity of Wudao City, within 1,000 miles of the city's perimeter. All the time there are cultivators stepping through, but, only here, is a special existence that all cultivators have to go around. This green mountain is quiet and peaceful. If there is a great power to release the spiritual sense sweep, we'll be shocked to find that almost every mile up there was guarded by a creation realm cultivator, and at the bottom of the mountain, there were even 2 major spirit transformation realm cultivators. But any cultivator who has lived in the city of the 5 paths for some time will know that here, it's a restricted area set up by the little sacred mountain. Even spirit transformation realm cultivators didn't dare to approach within 50 miles. And in the center of this green mountain, there was a huge heavenly pool that covered an area of tens of miles. The heavenly pond was called the Clear Heart Lake, created by the little sacred mountain at the expense of countless spiritual springs and spiritual liquids. The Clear Heart Lake is clear blue and smooth like a mirror, like a precious jade set in the earth of the source world, and at the center of this precious jade, there was an island. The island is called Seishan Island. The island is full of flowers and is like a beautiful painting. Through the branches that swayed with the breeze, visible in the midst of countless flowers, a magnificent hall was constructed. Engraving on the hall, Qingshin Hall. The green hills are flooded with forest waves. Someone was walking slowly from the mountains. It was a blue-robed youth, who had a slender figure and a face like a jade, with an extraordinary aura. It was none other than the contemporary saint son of the little saint mountain, Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng stopped at the shore and was about to speak, but his expression suddenly stopped. Only, in the reflection of his pupils, a red shadow was currently sitting on a waiting ancient tree at the edge of Qingshin Island. Li Changfeng's pupils trembled and he hurriedly hung his head, lest his gaze desecrate that worldly immortal shadow. But, the stirring in his heart caused him to raise his head a little. Eventually, his gaze settled on a pair of jade feet that were gently swimming in the water of the heavenly pool. Li Changfeng didn't dare to move his eyes upward by half again. He grew infatuated. A colorful anchovy suddenly swam under the ancient wood and kissed the woman's toes. The woman let out a soft laugh. Li Changfeng snapped awake as he looked at the colorful phoenix-tailed fish and said, Wan Qing, 200 more people are going to challenge you today, but I've already taken care of that for you. This woman was clearly the contemporary saintess of the little sacred mountain. Gu Wanqing, please call me the Holy Maiden. Gu Wanqing was dressed in a red dress. She lightly opened her cherry lips, and, to trouble the Holy Sun, but please be merciful the next time you strike. The red shadow disappeared into a profusion of flowers. I know, saints. Li Changfeng looked at her distant back in a daze, and in the next instant, a silk thread shot out of his hand. Thumbs up. The water mirror shattered and a colorful phoenix-tailed fish appeared in his hand. The colorful phoenix-tailed fish twisted its body frantically. Li Changfeng turned around, his 5 fingers gradually exerting force. his eyes flashing with morbid insanity. And you deserve to desecrate her. Boo! A mist of blood exploded in his hands. Li Changfeng turned back, his eyes filled with fondness as he looked at the small island of flourishing flowers. It was a long time before he reluctantly left. Inside the Qingxin Hall, the red veil hanging in the corner of the temple was uncovered by the wind. In the temple, Gu Wanqing was sitting in front of a jade case as she looked at a scroll hanging in midair. The corners of his mouth gradually hooked up. Seeing that scroll, a human figure was outlined. It's only a few strokes, but you can still tell it's a man. Finally, it's almost time to meet you. Source Realm, 100 Beast City. City Lord's Mansion. Master, do you think it's because this Tanshen is too charming or Yu Yan is too useless? At this time, Shen Tian had returned to his room. He also lamented, and could only say that the son of Qi was, indeed, powerful. And this Su Yuner is really not picky. For the earlier scene that somewhat refreshed the three views, Feng Ao Tian still felt that it was unbelievable. It would be fine if this Tang Shan was still a human being. The point is that he's not even a human being now. It's outrageous. To this point, Shen Tian could understand. How can I say that this Tanshen is still half human now? After all, previously he had heard something about a man and a goat, or a man and a dog, and it simply blew up. Without further thought, he looked at the retention stone in his hand and, laughing coldly, he said, let this Tangshan live for one more night, and when tomorrow comes, it will be a surprise for Yu Yan. Feng Ao Tian also laughed strangely. I wonder what his face will be when he sees that his fiancée is actually getting it on with a contracted beast. Shen Tian was also a bit expectant as he said, keep an eye on Tangshan for me. Notify me as soon as he shows signs of leaving the city lord's mansion. Feng Ao Tian hurriedly responded, yes, master. Immediately afterward, Shen Tian began to continue to contain the brow center sword. The night passed quickly. Elder Shen, last night, the young master then ordered us to slaughter a aqua bull python specially for you. A woman's voice rang out from outside the door. Now that the young master has returned to the city lord's mansion, and set up a banquet, I wonder if Senior Shen would be so kind as to move to the main hall. Aqua bull python? Shen Tian's mind moved. The royal beast sect was famous for its beasts, and among them, cultivating demonic beasts was the most important. And this cultivated demonic beast is divided into combat demonic beasts used to conclude contracts for disciples. It is also divided into edible demonic beasts that are like rare and precious medicines. And this aqua bull python belonged to the rarest kind of edible demonic beasts. Its value was enough to be 100,000 spirit stones ahead. Realize that. In the beginning, his Taiching sect's supreme elder Moron Han's many years of savings counted down to almost just a few heads of aqua bull python. This shows how willing this Yu Yan is to bleed in return for saving his life. Okay, go ahead and go down. I'll be right there. In the face of such delicacies, Shen Tian naturally had no reason to be pretentious. Within a short time, he walked out of the room and traveled all the way to the main hall. Although he had not yet reached the main hall, Shen Tian could smell a large aroma of meat from afar. For a moment, even he, who had never been obsessed with delicacies, couldn't help but get his fingers tingling. Soon, he arrived at the main hall. There was only one huge stone table in the hall, which was set with a huge mountain of meat like a small mountain. Although it had been made into a dish, one could still tell that it was a demonic beast with the body of an ox head in python. Senior Shen, you're here. Yu Yan walked out from behind the meat mountain, and when he saw Shen Tian, he immediately walked up to him. A hand pulled out the chair that had long been prepared, and said, this is a rare and precious beast that my imperial beast sect can't even get 10 of in the whole sect. I've already asked my father for permission. Senior Shen, you must try it. Shen Tian walked forward, sat down, and smiled. Then I'll be respectful. Seeing Shen Tian sitting down, Yu Yan immediately used his knife to pluck out a huge heart in the mountain of flesh. He explained, of all the edible treasure beasts in my imperial beast sect, the aqua bull python is the rarest. And of this aqua bull python, the heart is the most, so to speak. 90% of its entire essence is gathered in this heart, and at the same time, its flavor is one of a kind. Yu Yan personally brought the heart of the aqua bull python to Shen Tian, and his mouth was full of praise. Shen Tian had his appetite whetted by his words and was about to start, when a delicate voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Smells good. Yu Yan, how dare you enjoy a precious beast behind my back, and pay such little attention to me? Are you trying to break off the engagement? Chapter 45, I want to withdraw from the marriage. Aqua bull python? Soon, a woman came to the main hall sniffing the aroma of meat. And after she saw the mountain of meat on the table, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water, and his eyes blossomed with a brilliant aura. You actually gave up slaughtering an aqua bull python? The person who came was none other than Su Yuner. Seeing her, Yu Yan instantly inadvertently blocked in front of Shintian, and he softly smiled. Yun'er, I was just about to send for you. What are you blocking? Su Yun'er keenly noticed Yu Yan's move, and she instantly let out an angry cry. With that, he pushed Yu Yan away with one hand. In a flash, she saw the heart of the precious beast that was placed in front of Shintian. Su Yun'er was instantly surprised. Her eyes flashed with blazing greed. Treasure beast heart? Yu Yan's face changed slightly as he hurriedly explained. Yun'er, that's for Senior Shin. He was afraid that Su Yun'er would be unreasonable and want to hog the precious beast's heart. That was why the most precious beast heart was distributed to Senior Shintian in the first place. But who would have expected that Su Yun'er actually smelled the aroma of meat all the way across the room? Humph. What kind of bull **** Elder Shun? This kind of delicacy can only be enjoyed by me and Big Jiao. Su Yun'er ignored it and fiercely probed her hand and grabbed towards the precious beast's heart. Bring it to me. Yun'er. No. Yu Yan was about to stop it. Shintian didn't even lift his head and drank out coldly under his breath. Scram! A powerful aura erupted on him, and Su Yun'er flew backward violently as if she had been hit hard. Ah! She screamed miserably and stumbled up from the ground outside the temple. Yun'er! Yu Yan stayed to the side. Su Yun'er looked at Shintian with red eyes. Bastard! How dare you hit me? Snap! Shintian slapped his palm across the air, and several bloody teeth flew out of Su Yun'er's mouth. Half of her face swelled up at once. One more mouthful and this seat will kill you. Shintian's tone was flat, but this flat tone carried a cold killing intent. Su Yun'er was like an ice cellar. Her body couldn't stop trembling. She covered her face and, the words that were about to come out of his mouth at this moment were swallowed back into his stomach in fear. She was only at the 5th level of the Spirit Sea Realm cultivation, and at this moment she didn't dare to look directly at Shintian's gaze anymore. Instead, he turned his head toward Yu Yan, who was on the side, and fumed. Yu Yan, what are you still standing for? Can't you see I'm being beaten up? Do you still love me or not? Yu Yan looked at Su Yun'er and then at Shintian with a puzzled expression. Yun'er, this is a misunderstanding. One is a Taoist couple who is about to be married to her, and the other is her savior. It was really hard for him to choose. Shut up, you piece of. Su Yun'er gritted her teeth and rebuked angrily in a cold voice. If you don't help me out of this today, I'll withdraw from you. She was very clear about Yu Yan's soft underbelly. A group of disciples of the Imperial Beast sect in the distance heard her words and their expressions all went cold. Daring to scold their little young master like that, they couldn't wait to beat him to death with a stick right now. Only, they didn't dare, because she was Yu Yan's childhood friend, as well as, fiancé. Yun'er, as expected. After hearing these words Yu Yan instantly changed his face, but Shintian was his savior. He would rather die than do anything to his benefactor. Waste. Seeing that he was hesitant to make a move, Su Yun'er was so angry that she cursed. Don't you forget who you're relying on to help you get where you are. If I hadn't sought out the great Jiao to make it enter into a contract with you, with a punk like you can get to where you are today? Today, I'm giving you only one choice. If you don't help me out, I will break my engagement with you and have the great Jiao cut off his contract with you. The corner of Shintian's mouth let out a silent snort of sarcasm. So this big augur was brought by Su Yun'er. He asked, Yu Yan, the contract between you and the demonic beast can still be cut off by the demonic beast side? Yu Yan's face changed for a moment as he replied. Senior Shin, there are two types of contracts between cultivators and demonic beasts. One is a master-servant contract and the other is a cooperative contract. In the former case, everything of the demonic beast is in the hands of the cultivator. In the latter case, both sides are on equal footing. Both cultivators and demonic beasts can unilaterally take the initiative to break the contract. Jiao Dragon in the Imperial Beast sect that is a superior contracted beast. When Su Yun'er brought the big Jiao back, Yu Yan was excited about this for a long time. Originally he wanted to take advantage of the fact that the great Jiao only had Spirit Sea Realm combat power to force a master-servant contract. Unfortunately, later, under Su Yun'er's strict requirements, he could only sign a cooperation contract. Over the past month or so, he had spared no expense in spending enormous resources to cultivate the great Jiao. It made the big augur's strength skyrocket, and now its strength is comparable to that of a third-tier cultivator of the creation realm. So it is. Shintian laughed. Yu Yan, I'll only give you 3 breaths to think about it. Su Yun'er stared hatefully at Yu Yan and said in a cold voice, after 3 breaths have passed, if you don't make a choice, I then, cut the crap, I'll choose for him. Shintian spoke. Yu Yan, didn't you say that I can mention anything I need to you? Yu Yan nodded. Shintian sneered. In that case, then withdraw from her marriage. Yu Yan and Su Yun'er changed their faces in unison, and Yu Yan was a little embarrassed. He and Su Yun'er had grown up together since they were young and had been close since they were young. only since the appearance of that big auger. He then felt a gradual change in the relationship between the two. Now that he heard Shin Tian's words, he was momentarily in a daze. The faces of the group of disciples from the Imperial Beast sect in the distance were all filled with anticipation and excitement. Is the young master going to be put out of his misery? Hesitation. You're actually hesitating? Seeing Yu Yan's appearance, Su Yun'er's heart thumped. She was a little flustered and she knew exactly who she derived all of her from. She couldn't back out of the marriage. At least not before the great Zhao advanced to the spirit transformation realm and completely transformed into a form. Or else, consequences she couldn't afford. But it was absolutely impossible to admit one's fault to Yu Yan, and so the Su Yun'er watered up. Yu Yan, do you know how many men's advances I've rejected behind your back? And I've already held hands with you. But I can't imagine that you are a scummy man without any semblance of responsibility. I really misjudged you. Seeing that Yu Yan remained unmoved, Su Yun'er suddenly became furious and said, well, Yu Yan, that's what you're forcing me to do. I will now go and invite the great Zhao here. At which time, not only will I withdraw from your marriage, and it will also make the great Zhao break the contract with you voluntarily, so I hope you won't regret it. Su Yun'er seemed to be incredibly disappointed and heartbroken as she left and went to look for the great Zhao. Yu Yan wanted to go forward, but Shin Tian pressed on his shoulder. Yu Yan immediately let out a bitter smile. Senior Shin, I've made you look at the joke. You've got some backbone. Shin Tian shook his head and began to taste the precious beast heart. A mouthful of it is tender, smooth, lip-smacking and, more importantly, at the moment, there was an incomparably abundant blood chi that was beginning to nourish the meridians of his entire body. The meridians widened by 10%, and the three great spirit seas also expanded by 10%. Although it was all just 10%, Shin Tian felt that his overall combat power had vaguely increased by 10%. 100,000 spirit stones. Truly extraordinary. Shin Tian couldn't help but let out a gasp. This was much stronger than simply raising your cultivation. It seems that you, Elder Shin, have also noticed the change. At this moment, although Yu Yan is disappointed, but still did not forget to explain to Shin Tian, the function of this aqua bull python is that it can widen the meridians and spirit sea, but it is only useful for the first time of consumption. As soon as his words fell, two auras suddenly flew in angrily from the distance. I don't have to think about it, but it was Tang Shan and Su Yun'er. Yu Yan, get the hell out of this Zhao. Before the man arrived, the voice of Tangshen was like a rolling thunderbolt exploding in midair. Yu Yan's face sank, being so belittled by his own contracted beast in his own territory. A trace of killing intent also flashed in his eyes, but soon, that trace of killing intent was hidden. He lifted his feet and walked out of the main hall, looking towards the man and auger in midair. Seeing that big scaly hovering on Su Yun'er's side, it opened and closed its big mouth and let out a furious rebuke. Yun'er went out of her way to pay a huge price in exchange for me concluding a contract with you, and now you dare to let her be bullied. You're too much of a disappointment to this seat. It seems that it's time for this auger to consider whether or not to discontinue our cooperation with you. Also, there's your engagement that should be considered to see if there's any point in continuing it. Yu Yan raised his head to look at this person and auger, his face showing bitterness. Yun'er, we are on the verge of becoming a Taoist couple. Could it be that you are really willing to withdraw from my marriage? There's a threat in the tone of Downhill's voice. Su Yun'er looked at Yu Yan, who was single and whispering below, and smiled smugly. Yu Yan, you only know regret now. What did you do just now? Yu Yan was very embarrassed and was about to speak when a palm rested on his shoulder. He turned his head and saw that it was Shin Tian. Seeing Shin Tian looking at the large Zhao in midair, he sneered and laughed. Tang Shan, pretending again? Chapter 46, Death of Tang Shan. In order not to let the reader's old man wait too long, directly Fast Whip rushed out. Please support Tangshen? Who's that? Both Yu Yan and Su Yun'er had doubts on their faces, and when that great auger heard that name, its huge body shook violently, and it twisted its head and, looking towards that person who opened his mouth, his eyes were instantly covered in panic. Damn! How did he get here? The next moment, Tangshen turned his head and ran. Can you still run away? Shin Tian had expected this. He didn't have any nonsense. He only probed his hand into the void and pressed violently. Prisoner of heaven and earth. Ow! The great Zhao hissed, and his entire body was instantly fixed in place. Shin Tian stepped out and walked towards Tangshen in the air. Tang Shan was filled with horror and despair. How could he have never imagined that he would meet Shin Tian here? Stop! What are you doing? Seeing that Shin Tian actually made a move on De Jiao without saying anything, Su Yun'er instantly dodged and blocked in front of De Jiao, anxious, shouting under his breath. Shin Tian still didn't have any half-nonsense and slapped out of thin air. Snap! Su Yun'er was once again slapped and flew backwards. Looking at Shin Tian, who was getting closer and closer. At the critical moment, Tang Shan yelled, "Yu Yan! He's that holy son of the Tai Ching sect who colluded with the demonic cultivators. Are you going to aid and abet him?" Both of Su Yun'er's cheeks were swollen as she looked at Shen Tian with incomparable resentment. He said, "Shen Tian, you are Shen Tian." Yu Yan's face changed and looked at Shen Tian with some caution. There is no other reason. Simply because colluding with demonic cultivators is something that is not tolerated by the righteous cultivators. Seeing Yu Yan's look, Tang Shan shouted again, "Yu Yan, I can sign a master-servant contract with you, and Yun'er doesn't have to withdraw from your marriage, as long as you help us kill him. As a righteous cultivator, it is incumbent upon you to get rid of demons and defend the way." Su Yun'er also reacted and took advantage of the situation to shout, "Brother Yu Yan, as long as you help us kill him, I would not have withdrawn from your marriage." Yu Yan made a mistake. He didn't believe that his savior would collude with a demonic cultivator. But fear no evil. Ha! Shen Tian suddenly looked at Yu Yan and smiled meaningfully. "Yu Yan, do you know that? The boulevard you long for is actually hung with white frost every morning and night." When these words came out, Su Yun'er and Tang Shan both had a bad feeling in their hearts. Yu Yan froze and asked, "Senior Shen, what does this mean?" Shen Tian didn't say anything, just raised his hand and threw out a shadow retaining stone. Next moment, a fragrant image then appeared in midair. "Brother Augur, I've already spread the news of the holy son of the Tai Ching sect colluding with the devil Dao as you instructed." When the voice rang out, both Yu Yan, still, none of the beast sect's disciples were attracted to it for a moment. When Tang Shan and Su Yun'er saw this scene, their faces instantly turned pale. Wasn't that the scene in the picture of the two of them having sex last night? Seeing the picture, a huge bed, Su Yun'er hooked her legs with a flirtatious face and, looking at a large auger 10 feet long in front of him that was refining the purple jade fruit, he said, "Now that stupid bastard Yu Yan has also been detached by me, Brother Jiaolong, can you please reward me?" Immediately, he saw the large auger transform into a half-man, half-auger and walk towards Su Yun'er on the bed. Yu Yan and the group of disciples from the Imperial Beast Sect's first face was dumbfounded. No other. Simply because their three views were violently shocked. And then, a violent anger rushed to their hearts. "Yes, I'm sorry, Brother Jiaolong, I can't stand it. Humph, get off your ass and bring me 2 little hens." Shen Tian accelerated the picture. When the two people's lustful voices sounded, the hatred and killing intent that Yu Yan had hidden in his heart for a long time finally exploded. T. He raised his hand and slapped Su Yun'er hard on her face. Pust. His slap was unrelenting. So to speak, Su Yun'er was actually directly hit by his slap and spat out blood furiously, falling down from mid-air. At this point in time, how could he not understand that he was afraid that he had always been a clown in the eyes of the other party, and this so-called great augur was nothing more than a parasite lying on his body sucking blood. "Young master, beat this to death." At this moment, all the disciples of the Imperial Beast sect were filled with righteous indignation and roared. Yu Yan grimaced and walked step by step towards Su Yun'er, who was paralyzed on the ground. He, don't you want to get out of the marriage? I'll satisfy you. Brother Yu Yan, listen to me explain. Things aren't like this. How could Su Yun'er not expect that the kind of thing she did would actually be secretly burned down? At this moment, her face no longer had the previous arrogant and domineering and spiteful complacency. It was replaced by a strong sense of regret and despair. She comes from a small cultivation family. She knows very well that everything she has nowadays comes from Yu Yan's love. And once she really withdraws from Yu Yan, it's all over. There's no need to explain. Don't you like to play against the odds? You know that. We don't just have Jiao dragons in our clan. There are countless other demonic beasts as well. Yu Yan let out a maniacal laugh from his mouth. When Su Yun'er heard this, her face instantly changed dramatically. "Yu Yan, I'm your fiancé. You can't do this to me. ****. Shut up." Yu Yan roared and turned his head to a group of Imperial Beast sect disciples. "Bring it down and line up. Disciples first, demonic beasts second." The crowd of disciples from the Imperial Beast sect all had glowing eyes, and no one sympathized with Su Yun'er, because she brought this all on herself. "Yu Yan, you scum. I, Su Yun'er, will not let you go even if I become a ghost." Su Yun'er's heart was like ashes, completely wrapped in thick despair and resentment. Only then did Yu Yan turn his head to look at Shen Tian. But see, Shen Tian arrived in front of the big scaly dragon. He probed his hand and pressed it against the great augur, and then with a violent jerk of a transparent soul body instantly screamed miserably as he grabbed it out of the augur's flesh. "Tang Shan, congratulations, we meet again." The soul body was none other than Tang Shan. Surprisingly, is a person? Yu Yan was shocked. How could he not expect that the demonic beast he had contracted would be hiding the remnants of a cultivator's soul? when Tanshan was drawn away. Surprisingly, the augur did not die. Rather, it's still alive. Master, this Tang Shan didn't actually take over a scaly dragon, but rather parasitized the other party. Feng Ao Tian quickly explained. This is a top-secret technique in the devil's way called soul possession, because generally speaking, residual souls can't survive for very long without a carrier. And in the event that a suitable carrier is not found as soon as possible, this technique can be performed to make the residual soul parasitize other beings for a short period of time, so that if he has a suitable carrier in the future, he can be separated from that being. It's a secret technique I passed on to him by accident. I just didn't realize that not only did he learn it, and even more so, it has taken an absolutely dominant position within this augur dragon. Shen Tian nodded and looked toward Tang Shan, whose eyes were full of despair. Tang Shan pleaded, Shen Tian, I'm willing to work for you as a cow or a horse, and I can even recognize you as my master. Just please spare my life. I don't want to die yet. The first time he was caught by Shen Tian, he could still cast the bloodshed forbidden technique to escape. But there was no more hope of survival. Spare you? Shen Tian sneered. Do you think it's possible? Wait, master, don't kill him yet. Feng Ao Tian hurriedly spoke. I can pass on to you a devilish soul-searching secret art. At that time you will have access to all that he has at his disposal. A life-preserving card such as the bloodshed prohibition technique, which was almost equivalent to an extra life, would not be too much for anyone. Shen Tian shook his head without speaking, and in Feng Ao Tian's shocked eyes, he directly cast the soul-devouring technique. The soul-devouring technique, likewise, was a secret technique that had the effect of soul-searching. Only, the process is accompanied by extreme pain. Chapter 47, Shin Blow, Battle of Life and Death. In a scream of numbing despair, Tang Shan's remnant soul was gradually devoured in Shen Tian's palm, until finally, it was completely reduced to nothingness. Tang Shan, the son of fortune, died and was never recovered. At the same time, a huge wave of information poured into Shen Tian's mind. That's all the memories that belong to Tanshan. Soul-devouring technique. As long as the soul is devoured after it is consumed, all the memories of the other party can be obtained. Unsurprisingly, Shen Tian obtained that bloodshed forbidden art as expected. The bloodbath prohibition. If you are caught in a situation of certain death, you can sacrifice your entire body and half of your soul for a chance of survival. Grade. Transcendental heavenly product. He observed the bloodshed forbidden art that appeared in his brain, and with the blessing of his powerful enlightenment, it took only a few breaths to master it completely. Not bad for a son of Qi, Shen Tian secretly whispered. He dared to be sure that within the four major gods of the entire vermilion flame domain, neither could ever find a second gongfu that was so heaven-defying. Of course, it's also limited in that it can only be used once in a lifetime, but this limitation is neither too big nor too small. After all, mastering this art that is equivalent to having an extra life. Master, you couldn't be the reincarnation of some demonic powerhouse, could you? Within the sea of consciousness, Feng Ao Tian watched Shen Tian devour the remnants of Tang Shan's soul little by little, eyes filled with wonder. There was no other reason. Generally speaking, most of the soul-searching secret arts like this one carried a certain amount of devilish attributes. Recalling Tang Shan's desperate and agonizing screams just now, Feng Ao Tian couldn't even help but swallow a mouthful of water. She simply felt that this soul-devouring technique of her master was even more devilish than her own soul-searching technique. Shen Tian glanced at her and nodded seriously. You answered correctly. In my last life, I was a more powerful demonic cultivator than you. Master, you really can brag. Once upon a time, I was a great demonic cultivator at the peak of the venerable realm standing at the top of this domain. Feng Ao Tian had a face of disbelief. She felt that Shen Tian's character was neither like a pure devil cultivator, nor is it like the purely righteous path, but rather something in between. I think you should have obtained the inheritance of a certain demonic powerhouse. Speaking here, Feng Ao Tian inadvertently glanced at the depths of Shen Tian's sea of consciousness. She has always been clear that there seems to be a great terror in there, just not sure if the master himself knows it. Shen Tian didn't pay any more attention to her. I really didn't expect that you, my savior, would be the holy son of the Tai Ching sect. At that moment, Yu Yan came up, with emotion in his tone, and then, he added, Shen Tian senior great kindness Yu Yan is not proud to repay. If useful place, please feel free to send. If Shen Tian hadn't taken out the staying shadowstone at the crucial time, he would still be in the dark. Thanks to seeing it with his own eyes, he was able to see the true face of that Su eunuch. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would only wake up when he had been used by the other side to squeeze out the last ounce of value. Shen Tian looked to the side of the great Zhao, who was a bit weak, but was out of the danger of life. He said, this Tang Shan was originally a handyman of my Tai Ching sect. When I was still a true disciple, he colluded with the demonic cultivator in an attempt to plot against me, but I discovered it in advance. This Tang Shan escaped all the way to the source realm after I beat him into a remnant soul. Instead, I chased him all the way to this 100-beast city. Last night I followed his scent, and that's when I realized that his remnant soul was actually parasitized on a large scaly dragon. Shen Tian roughly described the matter with briefly, and at the same time, he also made the origin of the shadow-retaining stone clear. So it is. Yu Yan suddenly realized. Also looked at the big Jiao. The joy in his eyes cannot hide. This big Jiao is still alive. It can still be used as his contracted beast. Suddenly, as if he had remembered something, he looked at Shen Tian, full of apologies and helplessness. He said, Senior Shen Tian, that Su Yun'er's rumor about you colluding with demonic cultivators is afraid that it will bring you no small amount of trouble and repercussions. Of course, the whole news should still be confined to the vicinity of 100 Beast City right now. It hasn't spread widely, and I'll send someone down immediately to clarify. The results probably won't be very good, though. No matter what, Su Yun'er was a disciple of his Imperial Beast sect. There was no way he could sit idly by while the other party rumored about his savior. Only, the so-called rumor mongering a mouth. To dispel rumors run broken legs. Want to clarify the fear is not easy. And, even if it is cleared up, the effects of the rumor are almost impossible to undo. After all, as they say, it's better to believe it than not to believe it. No need to clarify. Shen Tian certainly understood this. He said, you continue to have people go down and spread the news that I colluded with demonic cultivators. Yu Yan was stunned, somewhat unsure. Shen Tian then continued, but don't you simply say that I colluded with demonic cultivators. Let's say that not only have I colluded with demonic cultivators, but I've also taken a certain hall master who used to be the 7th demon hall of the Devil Dao as a subordinate. Feng Ao Tian. Shen Tian had always liked to tell the truth, and he never bothered to cover up. After all, Feng Ao Tian had once been the hall master of the 7th demon hall of the Southern Mountain Divine Realm. Yu Yan was confused. Senior Shen Tian, would anyone really believe this kind of news when it is spread? He knew very well that the masters of the so-called demon god's palace were the topmost existences in this world. If Shen Tian could take him as a subordinate, why would he stay in such a place? No harm done. Shen Tian shook his head and said, just go ahead and spread the news. He had told the truth about himself anyway. Of course, Shen Tian didn't care about colluding with the devil's way. After all, he who had become a demonic cultivator also had a life body left in the demonic path waiting for him to take it. And in the near future, Shen Tian would head to the Southern Mountain Divine Realm. I know. Yu Yan didn't say anything more. Immediately, he called out to the disciples and asked them to quickly spread the news. Soon, the news of the Holy Son of the Taiching sect colluding with demonic cultivators intensified within the 100 Beast City. Until, have you heard? The Holy Son of the Taiching sect, Shen Tian, not only colluded with demonic cultivators, he also took a certain generation of the 7th Demon Hall's Hall Master under his wing. Inside a restaurant, a disguised disciple of the Imperial Beast sect was spreading the news to the bystanders as commanded by Yu Yan. He had just finished. Someone beside him immediately shook his head and sneered. In the past, Gu Blow, Li Blow, and Jean Blow were heard more, and now a group of Shen Blows actually came out of nowhere, and took the Demon Hall Master as a subordinate. Why don't you blow that Shen Tian is the reincarnation of a demon god? Yeah, don't think that just because you're in disguise that we won't recognize you as disciples of the Taiching sect. You this group of people lie in order to give their own holy son to make a momentum really do not even have a face. Blowing powerful are not drafted. Spread out also not afraid of making a fool of themselves. Most of these sneers came from the other 4 great sects. There was a moment of silence from that Imperial Beast sect disciple. The 5 clans of the southern state have their own rivalries with each other. If you tell him what a scandalous thing his own holy son or daughter has done, he'll listen very attentively, and go down there and make a great deal of noise about it. And once you start talking about how awesome he is and how great he is, it will only lead to a wave of disdain and scorn. As the saying goes, good things don't go unnoticed, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. A few days later, Elder Shen Tian, right now, as soon as someone says that you collude with demonic cultivators, it would be ridiculed by the others as Shen Blow. Yu Yan found it a bit unbelievable, so gradually this matter has basically been mentioned by no one. Shen Tian was silent, but he didn't put this matter too much on his mind. He counted the time and decided to head to Sword Valley first thing in the morning. That night, the sound transmission jade slip that 100 Flower Valley's Hanwei had handed over to him in the first place suddenly lit up. Shen Tian's spiritual sense probed into it. Fellow Daoist Shen Tian, there has already been a response from the 10,000 Sword sect side. Hanwei's voice resounded within the voice transmission jade slip. Jin Haohong said that after 20 days, A ring has been set up in Five Paths City, and will be engaged in a life and death battle with you. Chapter 48, Your Demon Cultivators. 20 days later, Shin Tian put away the sound transmission jade slip and silently calculated the time. The only thing worth caring about for him in this Sword Valley was also the heavenly grade spirit sword within the sword washing pool. If I remember correctly, this sword washing pool should still have 3 more days before it comes out. The Valley of Swords is the remains of a sword Dao clan of unknown origin, and although it is not known that however, just from the fact that there were heavenly grade spirit swords hidden inside, it could be seen that it must have once been a much more powerful clan than the little sacred mountain. Also, the major important places of the sect such as the Bible Pavilion and the Sword Mound Place have only recently started to come out one after another, when it was first in the Third World. It was shortly after the sword washing pool came out that he was chased and met Gu Wanqing. Early the next morning, off to Sword Valley? Hearing that Shin Tian was going to leave, Yu Yan instantly asked suspiciously, "Could it be that you, Senior Shin Tian, are also a sword cultivator?" The great land of the Source Realm was filled with opportunities, and the Sword Valley was not the only treasure land that had come out this month. The Sword Valley was also the ruins of a Sword Dao sect, so most of the people who went there were sword cultivators. Shin Tian nodded and smiled. "Not bad," Yu Yan said anxiously again. "Senior Shin Tian, this Sword Valley has been out for a long time. You should have gone earlier if you were going to seek your chance." "No harm done." Shin Tian didn't say much and looked at him, saying, "Yu Yan, we are both disciples of the 5 sects. You don't have to always call me senior. From now on you can call me Brother Shin." Yu Yan's eyes lit up and he smiled. "Good, Brother Shin." Nowadays, he had successfully signed a master-servant contract with the Augur. "I'm leaving. I'll see you in Five Paths City when the demon removal ceremony opens." Shin Tian waved his hand to him, and his figure instantly rushed up to the sky and disappeared in the sky. 2 hours later, Shin Tian entered the heavenly wasteland mountain. He stood in the canopy of an ancient tree, looking ahead, seeing before his eyes, a huge valley that could not be seen at a glance and was like a rift valley was situated here. This heavenly rift valley was 100 miles wide and 1,000 miles long. Extremely grand. What was even more shocking was that from afar, it looked as if it had been split open by a sword. Sword Valley, as its name suggested, was located within a huge valley. Shin Tian noticed that within the Sword Valley, there were countless auras flowing out vaguely. Even at this moment, from time to time, people are entering the Valley of Swords. Without much hesitation, he directly cast an Earth-grade upper-rank breath concealment technique. In an instant, his aura was suppressed to the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm. What a powerful astringent technique! It's practically heavenly. Inside the Sea of Consciousness, Foneo Tian let out a small gasp. "With my Zunshur realm spiritual sense it is difficult to find out the difference if I don't check carefully." "But, Master, why are you suppressing your breath? Is it because you want to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger?" Shin Tian shook his head, which was not his intention. It was just that he was only at the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm when he met Gu Wanqing in his second life. That's all he can do to successfully open this karma and get a first life. At the same time, he changed his name. "From now on, my name is Luo Tian. Got it, Latte?" Foneo Tian didn't know Shin Tian's intention, but still nodded and said, "Okay, Master Luo Tian." The reason for the name change. It's also because in his third life he was falsely accused by Tang Shan and Su Linger and defected from the clan. So in order to prevent being caught back, he used the pseudonym Luo Tian. As for looks and whatnot, Shin Tian didn't change it. There weren't many people who knew him in the source world now. After doing this, the 5th level Spirit Sea realm Luo Tian immediately swept towards the Sword Valley in front of him. The entrance to Sword Valley was a stone gate that was hundreds of feet high. The stone door is strewn with sword marks and weathered. Shin Tian's figure would be from the sky, and he looked up at the stone door, seeing that it was pitted with what appeared to be mottled writing. Only under the years of, "It's long since recognizable today." Shin Tian withdrew his gaze, raised his foot and stepped inside the stone door. From the outside, there's nothing inside this valley, except through this stone door. It's only then that we can actually reach the Valley of Swords. To put it simply, if this Sword Valley was a secret realm, then this stone door was the entrance to the secret realm. The majestic Sword Chi came face to face. The sky changed in an instant before his eyes. A huge clan that towered over the clouds suddenly appeared in front of Shin Tian's eyes. With a brief sweep, then he noticed the countless auras that were currently filling the various places of this sect. However, among them, the Spirit Sea and Creation realms were mostly dominated. Shin Tian discerned the direction. Then his body flashed and disappeared. And shortly after Shin Tian stepped into the stone door, 4 figures with terrifying auras and dressed in blood robes suddenly descended on this place. Among them, the leaders were 2 young men and women. One a beautiful woman of about 20 years of age. Its body exuded the aura of the peak of the creation realm. The other person was a teenager who was only 16 or 17 years old, with the 7th level of the realm of creation cultivation on him. As for the other two, their entire bodies were shrouded in blood robes, making it impossible to see their true faces. However, the aura on these two people were both at the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. Is this the so-called new secret realm that has recently appeared on the side of the righteous path? Seeing the teenager surveying the mottled stone door in front of him, he said, "It looks plain. Sister, do you think that for this kind of secret realm, there can really be earth-grade spirit swords inside?" The one beside him had a faint aura of death wafting over his body. The woman with a cool and beautiful appearance said, "Although it is a creation-level secret realm that only allows cultivators of the creation realm and below to enter it, but you can't judge a man by his appearance. You can't measure the sea, and nothing is known until you explore it." The young teenager was thoughtful and about to speak. At that moment, however, two shouts of discontent suddenly came from the rear. "What's with the dawdling up front? That's right. If you're not going in, move out of the way and don't block the doorway." The ones who spoke were two youths at the 1st level of the creation realm. The young teenager turned his head, looked at the two men, and grinned. "In that case, you guys go in first, then." For some reason, facing the gaze of this young teenager, the two youths suddenly had some palpitations within their hearts. However, with the chance in front of them, the two of them couldn't help but walk towards the stone door with a hard and careful hand. When walking in front of these four people, the two of them didn't forget to arch their hands and say, "Thank you." Several fellow Taoists, seeing no reaction from these four, the two men looked again at the stone door close by and all of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just as they were about to step into the stone door, a sharp pain suddenly came from the top of their heads. Seeing that the young teenager had appeared behind the two at some point in time, he stretched out his hands and pressed them on the tops of the two men's heads. The corners of his mouth smiled evilly and said, "Letting you in, you guys are really going in, ah?" In the next moment, a terrifying blood she gushed out from his palm, visible to the naked eye. Where the two youths were stained by the blood chi, they instantly turned into blood. "Ah!" The two youths screamed miserably. Devil cultivator, you are devil cultivators." After only 2 breaths, these two youths then completely turned into blood and water and were inhaled into the abdomen by the young teenager with his mouth open. TSK, the blood and flesh of these righteous cultivators is really something to behold. He licked his lips, eyes full of greed. He looked at the stone door. The woman on the side ignored this scene as she walked over to the stone door and, whispering, "It seems, we're a little late. Perhaps the earth-grade spirit sword has been taken." The young teenager sniffed, but grinned. "It's okay, sis, as long as we kill them all, they'll still end up in our hands just the same." The woman smiled slightly. "It's a good idea." With that, she took the lead and stepped inside the stone door. The little teenager wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he turned his head to the two silhouettes shrouded in blood robes and said, "Blood 1 and Blood 2, guard this place. Don't let anyone come in, and don't let anyone leave." A hoarse voice rang out from under the bloody robe. "Yes, young master."